Hello everyone, welcome back to a very, very, very special Backlot Banter video. This is going to be our tier list of all 95 Best Picture winners. Tier lists are big. We are starting our own sort of sub-series of tier list videos, and this is kind of the ultimate one for us. If you don't know, we have gone through and given in-depth reviews to every single one of the 95 Best Picture winners, as well as a number of the nominees over the course of the last few years. So we are fully informed. All four of us have seen all of these movies, and we're going to be placing them on this list from a range of harmful at the very bottom, and then we got bad, meh, good, and love, and then game changer at the very top. And so we'll sort of go through what our criteria is for that, but look who I'm joined with here. This is an interesting group of characters. We got Tanner and Timo from Quest, but also the one and the only Sam Meltzer, who's been a frequent collaborator of videos on this channel. But we had to have the ultimate Oscars mind here to join us.
Yes.
And humble,
The steel trap himself,
Yeah, well, Tucker, I appreciate the compliment, but I hardly think that I'm the ultimate Oscars. I just can't accept that.
We can't faff a lot, guys, because we got 95 movies to go through. But if you enjoy this kind of nonsense, subscribe to the channel. Like, come on, guys. Like,
there's more coming.
The fuck are you up to? And like the video, you know what to do. I don't want to go through it all because we got shit to do. Boys,
yeah.
The first movie that we reviewed on the Quest for the Bestest was Parasite. That is how we started way back in 2020. And that is going to be the first movie that we're looking at. I want to hand it over to Sam Meltzer as the definitive Oscars mind to start the bidding of where this should go on our list.
Well, Parasite, beyond being like one of the most well-received movies of all time, probably the most famous international movie of all time. At least
certainly up there, yeah.
Yeah, at least in America. I think that this movie, it was the first time that I watched the Oscars and followed the season passionately. I remember like making small predictions a few years before that and watching the ceremony, but this was the first year that I saw everything and I got really passionate. And I remember, oh my God, I was like so dumb. I remember when I watched 1917, because 1917 became the front runner before it came out, and it was this whole thing. And I remember I watched 1917, and I almost cried after watching it because of the thought that it could beat Parasite at winning Best Picture. So that should let you know how serious I was about this movie. I was in the biggest state of stress of all time that weekend. Yeah. Like I couldn't think straight at all. And
because the movie's just that goddamn good.
Yeah, it was so good. And I watched it before it was a thing. I watched it in like September or August of 2019. And I said, that was the best thing I've ever seen. And no one is going to see it. And then month by month, it starts getting added more to these indie theaters. Then like by November, it was at AMC. And then by December, it was getting all these nominations. And then it got buzz and it won. Yeah. And that was, it was such like a cool underdog story. That Parasite, which was so good that everybody up until the Academy Awards like denied it Best Picture.
Yeah.
And then it managed to win and it changed history. And I think so far in the 2020s, you've seen a lot more international films get distributed.
It's true. There's a slot in Best Picture now.
Yeah. You've seen a lot more of the American public actually interested in watching movies where they have to read the entire time. And of course there are some, but now an international movie gets nominated every year for Best Picture, at least one. And before then it was like once every 10 years. So I think Parasite, sure, like as a movie, like I guess I see the argument that sure, like what does this movie do from a filmmaking perspective that is particularly new?
Yeah.
Maybe not anything. It's just a perfectly crafted movie that is very well made, but also so much fun. And it just showed like, if you want to win Best Picture, like you need the passion for it, and absolutely goes into the game changer category because it very much changes the definition of what the Best Picture Oscar can be.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the
movie won Best Picture.
That's kind of what the game changer means up at the top is. The Oscars are kind of known for their sameness. They're kind of known for, oh, this is Oscar bait. This is what things feel like. And there are a number of Best Picture winners that fit into that camp. And some of them are great movies, but Game Changers are the ones that sort of break out of that box. They make that box a little larger. And now, suddenly, it's kind of feasible that a Best Picture winner a foreign movie could win Best Picture again in the next couple of years, and that was simply not the case for the entire history of the Oscars until now. So yes, Parasite is absolutely a definition of a Best Picture winner that fits in Game Changer. You guys agree with that? Any fight back here?
No, I'm not gonna fight that at all. That is a great movie.
There's no need to wing around the horn on this one, unless you said we got a lot to get through. So no pushback. I'm gonna put Parasite in Game Changer.
Yep.
There's also like about this movie's themes and plot and characters. There's nothing that we can say that hasn't been beaten to a dead horse and video essayed to death.
Yeah, of course.
So,
well, what about a movie about people dying and being beaten? Platoon is up next. Timo.
Yes.
I was about to hand it to you.
As our resident war expert.
What does that mean?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Timo is the Platoon expert because it's his face on the Quest thumbnail for Platoon.
That's a great point.
True. I am not very fond of this movie. I think it doesn't do a whole lot for the story of the Vietnam War. There is one other film by a notable director, it's called Apocalypse Now, that I think just outshines Platoon a ton. Sorry there. And Platoon, while it's engaging and it's interesting to watch, I don't think it deals with the topics of the war in a very interesting manner, and it doesn't really get into why that whole situation was like so messed up. It shows that it was messed up by being like, oh, boo-hoo, our American soldiers feel bad about the atrocities they've committed.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Like,
oh, your life sucks because you're in the fucking trenches of Vietnam War.
But it isn't as interesting as it could be, because there is a movie that is about the same thing that is as interesting as it could be.
Yeah. See, well, I'm often of the same mind as you about that, is that if we're looking for the definitive... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah,
I would lobby a meh rating for this.
Okay.
I'm in the same camp as I was saying, Timo, because if you're looking for the definitive Vietnam movie, to me it's also Apocalypse Now, even though that might be cliched to say, but I do want to give this film its due, I would say, because Oliver Stone made this. He's a Vietnam veteran, so this is a topic. This is a political moment that's very close to him and close to his heart. So I don't want to discount that at all. But I'm looking back on movies that encapsulate the political moment that was the Vietnam War and the toll that it took and the international fucking quagmire that it was. I'm not going to go to Platoon, honestly. And I think it's also a thing of Charlie Sheen does not capture my attention as a performer, and I don't really remember a whole lot about this film. I think it has its moments for sure. Maybe that night raid towards the end of the film is one moment that sticks with me, and the iconic poster shot as well. But ultimately, I feel kind of meh about it. I'm gonna be real.
Here's the thing. I think it's a good movie, and personally, I'm not the biggest Apocalypse Now guy, so Platoon is my favorite Vietnam War movie. And I think maybe because I go a little bit more for that ensemble piece that I think allows there to be a lot more perspectives brought into the Vietnam War. I really love the conversations that they have about, why did you join this war? Yeah. How does that make you feel? And then how that transforms over the course of the films. And you can see the sort of bounce off one another as people die and as their perspectives is changed as they survive the just nonsense that they're being pushed through. But through the context of it being a Best Picture winner, I do think it's important that a movie this graphic and as condemnatory of the war as it is, showing the visceral experience of it, winning Best Picture, I do think it's important from that lens. I would say obviously not as much as Apocalypse Now, which did that exact same thing almost a decade earlier and didn't win, which is interesting. But out of this list of movies, I do place a little bit of importance on it because it's also one of the only semi-recent, in the last 40 years, war movies that has won. Of course, we had The Hurt Locker, but war movies were a lot more prevalent before the Vietnam War, and that war was so controversial. And having a winner in this list that is about the horrors of the Vietnam War, I think does say something about the politics of the Oscars and expanding what topics can be covered.
Yeah.
So I might argue for good, but Sam, where do you fall on this?
I don't really like this movie. I think it's incredibly derivative of every Vietnam War movie that came before this. I also think that there are two things about this movie that I really, really like. One is the scene where Charlie Sheen and Willem Dafoe smoke weed out of a gun. That's incredible.
That's pretty dope, not gonna lie.
But it's literally like 10 seconds, so
Uh-huh.
I can't give too much. I also do think that this movie has a more vibrant color palette than I was expecting.
Sure.
And I
that a good or
like
bad
that
thing?
about it because
Okay.
I don't like I love really vibrant color palettes. If you know me, you know I love like psychedelic imagery and like really strong colors. And this movie actually surprised me there. But I don't think Oliver Stone is a visionary filmmaker. I don't think he has an interesting directorial style in any of his films. In fact, I think the way he constructs a narrative is very bland and uninteresting. And I don't have much of a reason to care outside of the history here.
Sure.
Yeah, so as I said, it just feels kind of derivative and unoriginal. And by this point in time, the Oscars were just awarding big movies. So if you look at the 80s, the movies that got awarded for Best Picture were either really big or should be under the daytime Emmy consideration.
Yeah. It's actually true. Yeah. Now I'm looking at this
There's
list.
literally no example that doesn't fit under either of those. And it's not to say that those are bad things. It's just Platoon is so
it fits into that camp. Yeah.
I would honestly, on my personal thing, I might even put it under bad, not because I think it's an actively bad movie, but because it does absolutely nothing in the context.
Yeah.
Of Best
Well,
Picture.
here's the thing. We have enough categories to where none of us thinking this is a bad movie. I don't think we can argue for it to be in bad. There are a lot of bad
totally
movies
cool
here.
with it in Matt. That is
Matt is fine.
perfect.
Okay.
Locking it into Matt.
I'm putting Platoon in Matt. There you go.
And you know what? It's time to turn over to something else that deals with war. From Here to Eternity. Look, I'm the biggest fan of this movie that I know, and only because when we talked about it, I was higher on it than everyone else on the review. But looking back on it, again, I gear towards ensemble pieces and bringing in a bunch of different perspectives, and I think that the ending is interesting. But even me, as the world's most foremost From Here to Eternity fan, I'm not arguing this to go any higher than meh, but you guys are probably going to argue for lower.
Okay. I'll go. I don't like... Oh my god, Frank Sinatra's performance in this movie is so bad.
Won an Academy Award for his performance in this movie.
Yes.
He's so wooden. He's so
someone crazy
stiff.
too.
Well, at that point, it's just because like we can give an Oscar to Frank Sinatra. Hell yeah, let's
that's
do
right,
it.
true. Yeah. But so I'm guessing the three of you would put it in bad. Any disagreements there?
I've actually listen.
I'm fine with Meh because
I think I'm fine with
iconic, and also like Deborah Carr is wonderful, but the characters in this movie are so fucking wooden. I don't give a flying fuck about anyone in the movie.
Listen, there's like the shot that everyone knows, the thing From Here to Eternity that people who aren't even familiar with the movie probably know, which is the beach kiss or whatever. Which is like a very well, like just a great like piece of film imagery and has lasted.
But it's
much
not
longer than the memory of the actual film.
It's
itself.
good imagery, but it's bad audio.
Yeah,
the audio in that scene is awful.
It is.
It's really bad.
But what I've been trying to say is that I've softened on From Here to Eternity because as we all
you've softened
recall,
upwards.
I'm sure. Yes. That I really hated this in that Quest review, and like I don't think it's the worst thing ever made. I lobby for meh as well. I don't think it's
Me too.
gonna go in bad, especially compared to some of the other ones we're gonna put in bad. But
this is a win for sickos.
That's true. All right.
No, but you know what? Meh is good.
Yeah.
Well, and also, by the way, I'm just going to clarify. We are not ranking these within the categories. They're just going in the categories. Whatever's there. That way too fucking much work. We already ranked them all. And it took us 4 years. So go watch those fucking videos.
I also have to say, I think Fred Zinnemann, even more so than Oliver Stone, has zero vision as a director.
Of course
he is incredibly uninteresting. There's nothing about him that strikes me. We're going to talk about another one of his movies. So if you think I'm harsh about this, like, get ready because...
Just wait.
Sam,
did you find who Frank Sinatra beat, the performance that you liked?
Okay, I looked it up and it was wrong year. I was thinking 52.
Okay.
He didn't beat anyone that interesting. It was just... I think he won also, not only for being Frank Sinatra, but because he was like... You know, there's nothing in that lineup that strikes anyone, so it's given.
Well, if we're talking about a movie with no performances that we particularly care too much about, let's jump over to Kramer versus Kramer. Maybe the most two performances going up head to head that we've got here. Kramer versus Kramer, a movie that I think is good, and I'm gonna lobby for being good, but I don't love this movie. I think that it is a really interesting breakdown of divorce, and I think that the fatherly relationship that Dustin Hoffman portrays is is awesome and one of the most interesting parental relationships in this entire lineup. But other than that, I think that it doesn't offer too much for me emotionally or thematically that really rises it above. So I think it's a good movie, but I don't love it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Timo.
Well, let's see. I don't remember a ton of this, but the performances did really strike me, and the emotional core of the movie is there, and it's dealing with issues that of the time were very contemporary, and most Americans were really spending a lot of brain power thinking about. So I think that it's a good movie. It really works as like a dramatic character study of these two different people. And I mean, it's Dustin Hoffman and Meryl Streep. Like, these people know how to act, and it comes across in the film. Even if the rest of the film is kind of just like, oh, no, okay, yeah, it's there. It doesn't...
It's not really cinematically interesting.
Yes, there are other films that, like, lodge in my brain much more, but I don't have ill will towards the film.
Of course
towards Kramer versus Kramer.
No.
It's actually in line with what Sam was saying earlier, that this is a film from 1979, but it won in 1980 and began, I suppose, that trend of either being the daytime Emmy movie or the biggest thing you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because famously, and we brought it up earlier, this is the movie that beat Apocalypse Now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I don't think
we can... very expected, by the way. Anyone who tries to tell you that it was an upset is absolutely lying to your face.
Okay. Well, I guess if you have the powerhouses of Hoffman and Streep here.
Yeah.
And listen, I remember loving this movie, and the sequence of Dustin Hoffman running his son through the streets of New York to go to the hospital after he fell off the monkey bars or whatever. Just ultimately looking back on it, I'm talking about in the film. It's such an innocuous moment, like your kid fell off the monkey bars, whatever. But that is in itself the encapsulation of what the parental relationship, Tucker, that you were talking about, of how his son is the most important thing in the world to Dustin Hoffman, and how he has to balance it out, being a single dad, his career, still trying to get out there and meet other women and stuff like that. I remember really loving this, and I'm sure I'd love it again if I rewatched it, but I'm okay with sticking it in good. Sam, what do you think?
I love this movie, and I actually think that I know I said the whole daytime Emmy thing, but I was speaking more to two other specific movies.
Okay, I think I know which ones you're talking about, but continue.
But basically, it's very clear that Marriage Story is inspired heavily by this movie, and everyone thinks that movie is the be-all end-all of cinema, and I didn't like Marriage Story.
I'm in the exact same boat. My Letterboxd review is this is Kramer versus Kramer, but I don't care.
Right.
Tucker, we have a fun anecdote just quickly about Marriage Story. Tucker, you remember when we got a noise complaint in our freshman year dorm because we weren't arguing about Marriage Story. We were just kind of discussing the film, and apparently we were discussing it so passionately that we got a noise
that your RA had to come over and be like, "Hey, shut up."
A noise complaint because we were talking about Marriage Story too loud. Okay, continue. Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, well, basically, so my biggest issue with Marriage Story is that everything about that movie feels so unnatural. Everything feels like it's a theater monologue, and every time there's a moment where it's a realization from the child or a small subtlety between two adults, the movie really plays it big. And that's why I like this movie so much, because it does the utter opposite at every chance.
Sure.
It actually slowly develops a relationship and allows the viewer to try and pick up on the developments and the strengths of the relationship. It doesn't specifically focus on certain moments and shove it in your face. And the acting is just so natural. So this is one of my favorite movies to ever win Best Picture. I know it's not one of the most popular, and I know that's kind of a controversial take, but it is really just depiction of normal people, and I think that
ordinary people
ordinary.
No, we'll get to that one later.
No, sorry.
Is amazing. So few kids who are how old was he? 7?
Yeah, he's really good.
He's good. He's a good actor.
So good.
And let me tell you, working with child actors on set, as I have done, there are a lot of bad child actors. And we've seen quite a few bad child actors in the Best Picture lineup.
Yeah.
Right, and it's not their fault. They're kids. What can you do about it? But Justin Henry was really wonderful.
All right, where are we sticking this? Is this going in good or love? It sounds like the
I think if
consensus
3 of
is
us are good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but
Okay.
I would put it in love.
Okay. Next up, we have Spotlight. We gotta hand it to Tanner. If
We gotta give
Kramer
it to
versus
Tanner.
if Samson needed a Kramer versus Kramer speech, Tanner's gotta get a Spotlight speech.
So, we all have ones on here where we get to say, "I'm the person who loves this movie. I'm the biggest fan of
Does
X
mine have
movie."
to be From Here to Eternity? Oh, that sucks.
Tucker, you can change yours later if you want. I don't know.
It's a big list. It's a big list.
But like, I don't know what it is. It's something in the water of Spotlight that just trickles itself and fills in every wrinkle in my brain that I love.
Trickle down Tanonomics.
Exactly. I think this is an enrapturing narrative, regardless of whether it's a foregone conclusion because it's like based on true events or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's a journalism movie that displays the process very well of like the roadblocks of journalistic integrity and ethics and stuff like that, and that is played out across the cast as well as they reckon with we have to be responsible as journalists, and there's also the business from the top down with Liev Schreiber and Michael Keaton being like, we have to hold this story, we have to wait till it's ready, we have to wait till it's fully developed, and then you have like the people on the ground who are talking to the victims, Mark Ruffalo and Rachel McAdams, who are so enraptured in this that they're like, we have to get the story out right now, and that comes across in all of their performances. And speaking of
and not to mention that the true story was one of the most important and critical stories that the Boston Globe reported on in the 21st century. Yeah. It's like the true source material is incredibly important as well.
It's punctuated by like these brief one scene performances of the victims, but even like really off-putting and really dark performances from people, from the guys who are playing the people in the Catholic Church. Like I'll always remember that one scene where Rachel McAdams walks up to one of the old priest's homes, and he just like admits to doing it, and it's insane, and it really happened, and it's displayed so well through the funnel of a filmic lens like Spotlight that I just have to dig it. I dig it every single time. I love a talkie movie, and this is a fantastic talkie movie for me.
Boy, do I have news for you for after the year 1927, Tanner.
What is it? But yeah, I love Spotlight.
Spotlight would be going love for you. Does anyone else feel that same way, or are we going to be try to talk him down off the ledge here?
Yeah, get me off my ledge here.
in having wrestled with my feelings on this film, because originally I was kind of negative towards this film, even though I was like, I like the story and all that. I now only can levy one criticism at it, and the one criticism that I do have is that it's just not very visually interesting.
No.
That the cinematography and the sets are all these very naturalistic, office-like environments, buildings. You get some nice outdoor stuff. I remember the baseball scene is very pretty looking, and I think they really shot. Did they really shoot that at the baseball game? They might. No.
Yeah.
They might.
I mean, this is all in Boston, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
So, but now that I'm like, well, what else is going on in this movie? I think that almost becomes a moot point because of everything else that's going on in the film. That it is doing a lot, and it is a journalism movie. Are there any other journalism movies that won Best Picture? All the President's Men didn't win. I think is a bit better as a journalist movie, but Spotlight did win, so it's here, and we're talking about it.
The Life of Emile Zola, kind of.
That's kind of, yeah.
Kind of. Sam, how do you feel about Spotlight?
Yeah, I like it. I don't think Spotlight is the type of... I think if Spotlight had like an incredible visual style, it would kind of feel weird because it's trying to just get to the point.
Absolutely.
That's kind of why I was saying it's a moot point, because it's not about the visuals. It's about the story and about the people.
I'm not. I don't usually care about like visuals unless it's clearly an intention of the filmmakers to point something out with that. I'm totally fine with movies that are like character dialogue driven. Spotlight isn't the type of movie that I don't really think about this movie a lot.
Yeah.
And I think as a Best Picture winner, like if you look at that crop of nominees, they definitely picked one of the better ones, because a movie like Room was never going to win, and Mad Max Fury Road is too much of like a tech monster to win.
Yeah.
So out of like the actual possibilities, they definitely went with the best possibility. I would put it under good because I think it's an incredibly effective, very well-paced movie that, it wins Best Picture. It makes sense to me. It's not remembered.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with it winning because there's a lot of limitations with 2015. They made a lot of really bad choices. Like the 4 acting winners are not like none of the, like aside from like Brie Larson, who I think won, like, not really a good year. The Best Picture nominees are mostly pretty mid. So I actually think that Spotlight was a different direction than a lot of people were expecting, which is pretty refreshing. It's not for me like a great movie, but it definitely isn't unworthy of this, and I think it's good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna add much more. I think it's good as well. It serves its purpose, but for me, it's kind of one ear out of the other. I'm like, I get it. I remember Spotlight because it was based on a real thing, not because of Spotlight itself. And I think that might be why I don't love the movie. Is as a film, it does its job to portray a story, but other than that, it's not doing much. So I'm gonna go good. Sam's gonna go good. Timo, did you decide? Or are you love or you good?
I'll go good.
Okay, so this is gonna go in our good category.
Okay,
good.
Sounds good.
Next up, we've got West Side Story, and now I have a personal vendetta against this movie because it won and the new version didn't, and the new version's better in basically every way except for color, but that's also another movie where the color is intentional to not have incredible color. But West Side Story, for me it's meh, but I think it's hard to argue this is not a good movie.
I agree, Tucker. I think it's pretty meh.
Wow.
And
okay, we got 2 mehs actually. You know what? I'm converting back to meh.
I'm going to agree with you because not about the original, the remake. I think the remake's fine as well. I just personally don't think that this story is a good story. Like I think that Maria is a fucking atrocious lead character. She is,
and Natalie Wood's not that great.
Hey, have a little respect. She got murdered.
Mini rant here. I think Natalie Wood is
clock in for 6 minutes.
I think Natalie Wood is the worst actress of classic Hollywood. I think she has never delivered a line that sounded like a human being. It's like AI traveled back in time and put a chip in her mind, and she was some robot because she's incapable of delivering a line like a normal human being. And she's also not Natalie Wood, Natalia Woodeo, because of course Latin.
Oh yes,
obviously.
Oh yeah, true.
No,
improper casting. Yeah,
all jokes here, but she's so flat. And who's the guy who plays Tony? I can't even remember.
I have no fucking idea. No godforsaken idea.
My biggest issue with West Side Story in general is not the songs, because I think some of the songs are incredible.
Of course.
Richard Bamer.
The supporting characters are so much better than the main characters, and they have
people remember Russ Tamblyn, Rita Moreno, and George Shakiris.
Right, and I think that just Tony and Maria's narrative is so deeply uninteresting that we just spend way too much time with them. Why can't this movie be about Anita?
Yeah, true.
Give me one good reason why the entire movie doesn't follow her.
Because it's has to follow the Romeo and Juliet narrative.
Because it's Romeo and Juliet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's not like there's no reason why. I don't know. I still think that
I get what you mean, Sam. I get what you mean. I was joking.
Oscar
when I said
well
because
earned
it has
for
to be
you,
Romeo and Juliet.
Queen. You earned every inch of that award and should have been the film's only award. But
listen, I'm not going to push back and say that this film doesn't feel trite. I'll say
sure.
But when I think about West Side Story, I think about the technical aspects of it, and I just don't know if
it's a great movie technically. Yeah,
if I can put it alongside From Here to Eternity and Platoon, which don't do a lot for me visually or technically from an inventive standpoint, and West Side Story is like, to me, kind of feels like a defining Technicolor movie.
Sure.
And you have the sets, you have the choreography, but at that same time, I don't know if it fits with the current crop that we're cultivating in good. So,
you going meh?
I will say to give Tanner some thinking time here. I like this movie because of the technical stuff and the dancing, the sets that are kind of sparse but then provide lots of opportunities for choreography. And I see what you're saying about the story, and there are problematic he's gone no there are actual problematic elements in it, the brown face and like that, it's questionable, but the core of it being this love romance, I find to be enjoyable and a good time, especially when it's paired with the upbeat dancing and all these songs that are still like remembered and parts of like American musical canon. These are pieces of music that are just cemented in like our cultural history because this movie was such a huge deal when it came out, and everybody saw it, and everyone saw the musical that it was based off of too. So I think it should be put in good.
Just because like those elements you labeled there, Timo, make it sort of an iconic Best Picture winner. So does that give it some game changing juice? Not saying it goes in game changer, but like it bumps it up.
There are several other movies that won Best Picture that have the exact same sense of visual flair and melody style, and this was just like in the middle. And I get it that it's like an iconic story, but it doesn't do anything for me. Like I'm meh leaning bad. I would still put it in meh just because Rita Moreno is genuinely one of the best performances to ever win an Oscar. She must have had so many back injuries because she carried this entire movie.
Okay, it sounds like we're gonna have to put it in meh. So let's.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine by me.
Yeah, I figured.
Let's move on to The Last Emperor.
Oh.
This is a movie that was kind of notorious in Quest history as Abrams' line for boring or not. And I can't remember if this was he found it boring or not, but it was his line.
I think he probably must have.
He must have found it
at
boring.
the I think it was, but by the end of the discussion, I was trying to convince him that it wasn't boring.
He wasn't on it. He wasn't on that review.
Oh, he
wasn't. No, I wasn't on that one.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, the movie as it stands is impressive visually. It tells an interesting story, but I think for me, the reason I'm going to put it in good, or I'm going to start the bidding at good, is because I don't think it does anything it does a lot of things that are above average. It is about this spectacle. It is about this really interesting, unique story that can't be told any other way. I mean, only one person has ever gone through this whole thing. I mean, it makes it stand out in my mind, but it also is in an era where a lot of big, grand, epic movies were winning. And so it certainly is not a game changer. And I just don't have any particular affinity for it, so I can't put it in love, but I'm starting the bidding at good.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Oh, sorry.
Sam. Okay, I'll go. Dude, they filmed in freaking China in the middle of the 80s. Like,
yeah.
They got away with a lot filming. They filmed on location. It's beautiful. I remember saying so much during a review of it that I was drinking in the movie. And I am personally, as like a history buff and all that, the story's fascinating to me of Puyi and his transformation from emperor to regular citizen. And I guess I also am a sucker for historical epics, so I like these kind of genre films. But this one had such a beautiful and a foreign visual style to it that Bertolucci brings, but combining with the Chinese traditional architecture and filming in the Forbidden Fortress is like makes it. I think it's good. I think it should go in good because I don't love the film, but I really respect it. I really respect the movie a lot.
It's a very distinct movie.
Yeah, 100%. I come kind of at the same direction from Timo, I think, is in that I'm just kind of like fascinated by the historical tale this film weaves. It's not an era that is explored or a part of it's a part of the world that's explored in, namely one other Best Picture winner, but we'll get to that when we get to it. But like I am really fascinated by the location and the era and the very unique story.
Oh, and Peter O'Toole's in it too.
Oh, that's a good point.
True.
He is.
Yeah, and that's another good child actor.
Yeah, true. Yes.
Just gotta say, Sam, what do you think?
Yeah, I put it in good.
I don't like this movie either. You're gonna see this with me.
Either we all like it. There's no either here.
We're talking about West Side Story. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
You're gonna see this with me. I don't care for movies that are really big and don't have substance.
Sure.
And I know it's an interesting story, but may I remind you that like all the producers were white and the director was white, and this movie is in English. And I know I like have to separate that, but there is such an inauthenticity when I watch a movie like this in English, clearly only made to win awards. Like I get it, this story is important and would have eventually been told in a big way, but you cannot convince me that winning awards was not one of the main three reasons why this film was made.
Probably true. Yeah.
And you're right, the best aspects of this movie for me are the score and the sets. Why? Because they're made by people who knew what they were doing. This movie feels incredibly whitewashed, and it feels it's way too long. Also, isn't it like?
No, it's like 3 hours. Yeah,
it's like 3 hours long. Yeah.
Yeah, it is not. I also don't like Bertolucci as a filmmaker very much.
Sure.
I think The Last Tango of Paris is very bad. So I always and what the whole thing that happened on set with that movie always leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But I won't do this for every movie that's like this, but this is kind of the first one that really has that clear, like, so big, little substance. I would put this in bad. I think it's, not.
I think we've got enough consensus that it's going to end up in good, so you're going to have to make a concession there. But I certainly can hear your arguments for the other ones that you are saying are coming up at some point. But we have a movie on the kind of opposite side of the scale with Midnight Cowboy, and I'm going to start the bidding here, not because this is a movie that I have a particular affinity for, but I think this is a game changer. I think that the idea of going from the 50s and 60s, where everything was about that spectacle and technicolor nature and just complete Americana, to the realism and grittiness and totally different acting style portrayed in Midnight Cowboy and themes. It's not a movie that I think about very much, but when I do, I'm like, damn, they did this and it won the biggest award. Like, that's fucking crazy, especially coming out of the era that it was in.
Tucker, I was hoping you would say that, and if you weren't going to say it, I was. So I'm glad that we can be in agreement here. And Midnight Cowboy is actually a film that I've started to think about just in the last several months more frequently as we have conversations about the Academy Awards and the history of them. I'm like, it really is so interesting how we have such a clear, like, change point, like a flag point for the Academy Awards.
Studio system, and then Midnight Cowboy, and then New Hollywood. Like, it's such a clear dividing
You can draw
line.
a line, though. I think In the Heat of the Night is kind of a precursor to this.
But that still has, like, sensibilities of old Hollywood filmmaking.
Yeah.
And this throws all those out the windows, goes experimental, and it's so cool. It's such a...
Got one of the coolest Criterion comments.
I don't even
like
love
a
this movie. Like, this
movie.
is not one of my favorite movies by any means, but I'm, like, fine with putting it in Game Changer because that's just what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
It also has, like, the poster's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is one of the best posters.
So many memorable moments throughout the whole film. And this kind of the portrayal of New York is new, and it sets,
like, what's her name? Who's the support? Sylvia Miles, who's in that one scene with the telephone. She got nominated for like 5 minutes and honestly earned. Like, what she did in that one scene, great. Obviously, the two leads are incredible. I find it so interesting these days to read about Jon Voight's political views, knowing that between the years of 1968 and 1978, he starred Midnight Cowboy and also licked Jane Fonda's titty in an Oscar-winning performance. So,
hey, getting old will do that to people, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we've got Midnight Cowboy and Game Changer, and next up is Shakespeare in Love. Timo, I want to hear your thoughts. I'm throwing this to you. I'll throw you to a fucking wolves here, buddy.
God, I don't like this movie. I literally remember, like, so little about it, except that I just dislike it. It's like a dumb romance. It's like bastardizes Shakespeare. Just, like, not good. It's bad. It goes in bad. It's not harmful. It doesn't. There's movies on this list that are harmful, but it's bad.
Tanner's got a take.
I got a take here. I think before we put any movie in bad or love, I think we might. I have an argument to put this one in harmful, and I'm not saying this is where it needs to go, but
sure,
just
make your argument. It's a pointless fucking list.
Sorry, it's for me. I think it's the moment where, like,
it is Weinstein movie.
Yes,
it's the Weinstein movie.
It is the moment where Harvey Weinstein basically bought his way to a Best Picture winner. Essentially. I mean,
for the history of Best Pictures, I do think there's an argument to be made that this catalyzing, like, what Oscar bait means in the 90s and early 2000s, and having that company change the way that acting and a movie's, like, rollout towards awards can be
it was
approached.
Really The English Patient. But this
that's fair. Yeah.
And, like, what's weird is that now
this is the nail in that coffin.
I hate English Patient as well.
I hate the English
We
Patient.
would call something like Saving Private Ryan, which it famously won over, but is a much better regarded film. We would call something like Saving Private Ryan Oscar bait because it's it's pretty star-studded, and it's a war movie, and da-da-da-da-da.
Historical
Like,
epic.
Exactly. But yeah, I think this is, to me, the
Maybe
one where, like, it's another flashpoint, but a flashpoint in the other direction, where it's like...
That's true, actually, yeah.
The best
from
picture
from
can
subverting...
be bought. Yeah.
From subverting with realism to subverting with, like, just money and flash and nothing going for it. Sam, how do you feel about Shakespeare in Love? Do you agree with the harmful? I would... My mind went to bad, but I also really don't like this movie. It's one of my least favorite Best Picture, so I'm okay with going to harmful.
Punish it!
Okay, I am really the hot take person here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I like this movie.
Hey, we had to swap you in. Abram also likes this movie.
Abram likes the movie.
We had to swap one in and
listen,
one out.
Listen, I understand that it is harmful in the context of buying an Academy Award. Like, fine. But before all that, before the award season that year, if I just watch this movie as a movie, I wrote a whole essay about this, and I really believe that the biggest issue with this movie is just that it's lost a lot of its glory and glamour. I think a lot of it is star-studded cast for the 90s, has a lot of 90s Oscar movie sensibilities. So in today's light, like, Shakespeare in Love has lost a lot of that, and I think it's a little sad to watch it because of that. But I actually think it works well as a romantic comedy, and I think that the whole meta Shakespeare thing is really fun. God, I'm surrounded by
Sam. To me,
I understand it because I watched this movie and I hated on it for 2 full years. I thought it was one of the worst movies of all time. I pretended that, and it was just, and I get it. It's fun. It is a lot of fun to, like, hate on this movie and, like, fuck with it because, and also, like, if you just go to the comments on, like, Gwyneth Paltrow's Best Actress win, you're gonna pee your pants because it is a lot of fun to look at that. And another big issue is Joseph Fiennes' entire performance. Very bad. Yeah. But
Judi Dench winning Best Supporting Actress.
Judi Dench is just another thing where, like, well, we have to give it to Judi Dench.
I must admit, she came into the movie and she ate. She had 8 minutes and the director yelled cut, but she heard cunt and went with it.
She's just like, I'm the queen and I'm very prim and proper. I'm going to say something a little sassy too.
I listen. I think the biggest issue, I don't hate this movie with no Fisher. I would put it in good. Can we settle for bad?
I think we can settle for bad.
We can settle for bad because
my mind didn't go to harmful
either.
This is
just a case of good movie winning over great movie. And the real travesty of that year's Academy Awards, which no one talks about because of Shakespeare in Love and all of that, is that Elizabeth got a Best Picture nomination.
Oh, yeah.
Elizabeth is so much worse than Shakespeare in Love. If you want to talk about a 1998 movie set in this time period that's truly more Oscar bait and worse, watch that movie and dare to disagree with me because that movie got a fucking Best Picture nomination over The Truman Show. So
that's
do
crazy.
what you will. Yeah. That is way worse
Sam,
than Shakespeare in Love winning Best Picture.
I'd love to do that, but I can't go again. I can't slander my queen, Kate Blanchett. I just can't do that.
She's even more
Lydia herself
because it's so bad. Like, it's that.
All right. Well, we've got a placement
on this. We can settle for bad though because it's Shakespeare in Love.
Yeah. We are moving on to something else. Grand Hotel, which is the granddaddy of something that I've been espousing for this entire list here, which is this is like the ensemble movie. The ensemble movies to startle ensemble movies, and I really like Grand Hotel. I would go as far as putting it in love because I think that for the time and for the cast and for the amount of stuff that this movie really kicked off, it is so fresh for that time, and so there's so many fun characters and so many fun moments. It's not a movie that I find myself reflecting on a ton, but every time I bring up Grand Hotel, a smile instantly goes on my face. And I'm like, these characters are so fucking wacky. This scenario is so ridiculous. It's so much fun to see all these personalities bounce off of one another. I love Grand Hotel.
Yeah, I love Grand Hotel as well. I remember it's one of those movies that I recommend to people who hate old movies. I'm like, you should watch Grand Hotel. Like, it's barely an hour and 30 minutes long, right? It's very short.
I think so. I'll double check on that.
I mean, it's star-studded from the time period with people that we know today.
No, it's an hour 40.
Hour 40. Well, still. I mean, that's just a little bit over.
No, actually, an hour 50. I lied.
Oh, okay.
Well,
no.
Barrymore Bros, Greta Garbo, like
Joan Crawford, Wallace Beery,
all these great actors of the time, and in this very condensed setting. Now, I actually took a class where I read the book the Vicky Baum novel
really?
that this was based off of, and they are 1-to-1. It is an incredibly good adaptation of the Vicky Baum novel from way back in the day, and it just captures this essence of Weimar Berlin in a way that few other films can, and that is an essence that gets destroyed a couple of years later. And well, for me, I personally really like that time period, and so Grand Hotel fits like all the markers of a classic Hollywood flick. Screwball comedy, ensemble, great location, pretty good camera work, inventive camera work with lots of going up and down, and great misunderstandings. Man, if they would just talk to each other in this movie, everything would get sorted out within 20 minutes.
Talk about a movie where Post-it notes could solve the whole thing. Just leaving a Post-it note for somebody. I mean, I don't have a whole lot to add, and I'll throw it over to Sam just quite quickly here. But like, yeah, I think this is maybe like the movie that I still think of as like, oh yeah, a classic Hollywood studio system movie, like the golden age of Hollywood. Grand Hotel is a very good encapsulation of that, from the cast to its story to its production, all the way down.
Sam?
I mean, this is one that I didn't rewatch for this because I don't have infinite time on my hands. I don't remember much about it. I think it's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So you would be okay with good, probably. That would be your
yeah. I mean, I'd probably put it under meh right now, but
sure. Okay.
Do what you want with it. I don't have much of a say.
Sure, now, do we put this in good because it balances out with probably Tanner going good and Sam going meh? Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. That's fine.
Okay.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. All right. We'll put it in good.
Yeah.
And now we've got The Godfather.
This little indie movie.
You know, we had the Granddaddy with Grand Hotel, and now we got The Godfather.
Yeah. Sam, start me with your thoughts on The Godfather, and be very clear. Where is this going on the list for you?
I would put it under love. I don't think The Godfather winning Best Picture changes Best Picture in any way. I mean, maybe it was a little different at the time because they even made jokes about it at the because this movie came out in, I believe, March. So it came out like right as the Oscars were happening, and I remember they made jokes like, "Imagine what they'll do if The Godfather doesn't win Best Picture next year," and it almost didn't. It almost didn't. I would put it under love just because it's The Godfather. I will talk about the second one soon. I actually vastly prefer The Godfather Part II to the first one.
You and me both, brother.
And
you're among friends.
So I'm gonna put this under love because I don't know if this movie winning Best Picture like pushes the Academy forward as a movement. In fact, I don't know if it does the opposite, but it kind of just keeps it in its place in a way.
Sure.
Because, you know, there's nothing about this movie from an awards perspective that hadn't been done in other parts. This was just this grand accumulation in a very well crafted way. So yeah, I love The Godfather, obviously.
Timo?
Yeah, I love this movie. It's a great movie. I prefer it to Part 2. But
Do we all actually prefer this to Part 2?
No,
I said I vastly prefer Part 2 to this.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Sam, I retract my I'm with you there, brother. I like Part 1.
No, I understood what you said. And I agree.
There's just so many great moments in this film. I just like can remember so much of it.
Yeah.
The baptism sequence, I'm just gonna drop it right there because it deserves to be.
Mine's
I don't know what else needs to be said. Yeah, well, that's also pretty good. They're both great movies, so I think Love is an easy choice.
Yeah, Tanner, any disagreement here? Love?
No, it's going in Love for me. I mean, you have the iconic performances. You have Marlon Brando doing his Marlon Brando thing. You have Al Pacino like coming into his own, and the whole thing about him like, if you think about it, The Godfather was the original Succession.
Jesus Christ. Sure. Okay, well we've got people saying love. I think it's good. I don't love this movie, but love is all it is, you know?
Yeah.
Love is all you need.
It's in the
all
air, Tucker. It's in the air.
And next we've got a movie that I love. I said I love Grand Hotel, but you want to talk about a fucking ensemble movie. You want to talk about some fast dialogue. You want to talk about classic Hollywood. All About Eve might be like one of my top 10 favorite screenplays of all time. I fucking love this movie. I think the performances are phenomenal. Just the way that it talks about the progress of art and performance and critics and fans. It's such an interesting movie that just has so much sparkle and energy. I love All About Eve. And so it goes in love for me. Does anyone disagree with that? Maybe I'm being bold here.
I must say, another 1950 film, maybe should have won instead.
Being
the other one, the other biggie, because one time
what's the other
told
movie?
that to-
It's not jumping out.
All About Eve is like ultimate.
What's the other movie?
What's the other movie?
Boulevard.
Oh, Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah,
Oh,
I figured that's what it was.
I like that movie.
I prefer
a
All
lot
About Eve.
more than All About Eve is one of my 100 favorites of all time. Sunset Boulevard is one of my 15 favorites of all time.
Sure.
So it's just like it's so close, but yeah.
All About Eve has a particularly insidious and successful villain.
Yes, definitely.
That puts the villain in the center of the movie in a way that Hollywood usually didn't, and I find that it is a
Same
little
with Sunset Boulevard.
True. It pushes the boundaries of what we expect from our normative characters are not as they seem in both of these films, but we're talking about All About Eve, so yeah, I think it can go in love. I do agree the screenplay is really great. I remember not being so hot on it as you were during the review, but I'm struggling at this point to remember what my points were as to why I didn't like it as much. And I do remember.
Why didn't you go back and rewatch every Quest review, you asshole?
Because I'm on vacation.
Tanner?
I want to be honest. I mean, for me, it would go in good, but it sounds like we have some lovers here about All About Eve. And I'm fine with that. I think this is, looking back on it, I'm going to agree with Timo again that I'm not I don't remember being over the moon about it as Tucker, but it's hard to do that, I think. But yeah, I mean, I think this is quite an incisive film. Maybe is looking in the mirror, Hollywood looking in its own mirror at itself about stardom and having your name up in lights. I think as is reiterated a number of times, and it's got Marilyn Monroe. I almost said Marilyn Manson.
She's a scene stealer in this.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
George Sanders, he's in this too, right?
Yeah.
One of the best supporting actor winners, I think.
Exactly. He's really, really good. I also remember some good directorial flair about this thing. Namely, there's a scene where there's two guns mounted on the wall, and it's positioned so that character's head is positioned right between them. And yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, there's an actress in this. Her name's Betty Davis. She's a pretty independent, self-funding actress. She's not very popular, but she's pretty good at her job.
Oh, sure. Yeah, 100%.
But are we good? Are we good with going in love?
I think we are.
Yeah, yes, we did it. All right, boys. And now on to Unforgiven. I don't know how to feel about Unforgiven. I watched it. Clint Eastwood, Gene Hackman. Okay. This is a meh movie for me. I think I'm giving Swayed to good. I think it is a good movie, but as a best picture, I'm like, yeah.
If, this movie, it exists.
Yeah.
It definitely won best picture and is a real movie.
It's meh. I mean, it's
meh at best. I don't know if I'm bold enough to put it in bad, but the dialogue's bland as hell.
It's
the
not
pacing
bad.
is kind of bad. It's
there's a shootout.
I don't really give a flying fuck about anything.
There's one shootout in it that was cool. I can remember, but I don't remember who was shooting who or who won. So
or why?
Yeah,
yeah.
He's
bugging.
Genre deconstruction only goes so far.
Every single review except one on the top page of Letterboxd for this is 5 stars, which is insane to me.
Jesus,
I didn't. That's more than Parasite. More than probably The Godfather and things I don't understand. People think this is incredible, and I'm like, okay.
Well, if I may, Sam, and Timo took some of the wind out of my sails a little bit, and it is genre deconstruction. I think it strikes me as quite a unique film in the history of Hollywood because it came out in 1992, I believe. It's directed by Clint Eastwood, and it is a somewhat of an examination of his time as a Western star, as this arbiter of truth and justice in the Wild West, and reflecting that upon the American movie-going audience. And now, decades later, he's coming back to it and examining that and being well, things aren't. Maybe things were never as black and white as we like to make it seem back in those days, and the lines of justice and who's doing right can be blurry. But at the same time, and I remember us talking about this, that the conclusion that it comes to kind of undermines that, I think, in that it's, from memory at least, the conclusion of the film is, yeah, but Clint Eastwood is still a cool, badass dude who shoots people. So I think it can take some of the wind out of its own sails. But also, I have to say, I like Clint Eastwood in this. I like Morgan Freeman in this. I love Gene Hackman in this. So what do we do here, folks?
Well, I think 3 of us are meh on this. So
this is
pretty easy meh.
meh.
Oh man!
But we got to keep the ball rolling. We're moving on. We got this in meh. Chicago is up next, and I want to hand it to Sam. He just started dancing. Sam, what do you think about Chicago? Try to keep it quick. Let's try to move through a lot of these. We're almost an hour fucking in.
It's not a game changer. Like it's one of my favorite movies of all time. Not a game changer, but this movie is my shit. I was not a musical theater gay growing up. I was not a theater kid, but when I watch this movie, I am. Catherine Zeta-Jones is my fucking Joker. What she does in this movie, like, unleashes something inside of me, and I don't know why. She's the best performance to probably, like, ever win an Oscar. Like, at least in supporting actress, like, the physicality, the movement, the timing, the comic, it is unreal what she does in this, and I know that's like a boring take, like that's just kind of what most people think, but I cannot stress how good she is in this. Every song, a banger.
Yep.
Especially Cell Block Tango, which unleashes something in me.
Ooh,
it is
such a great one.
So well crafted. The editing is unreal. I guess that there are some visual choices that aren't that interesting, especially when it's like.
But there are also plenty that are.
But there are also plenty that are. It's a little half and half there. I don't know, like. I would fight for Game Changer if someone here is like gonna put it lower.
Well,
I think that this is the best musical to win Best Picture. I think it's the best musical Best Picture.
Yeah, well,
it does the most
absolutely is
with the musical genre. The way that it will transform your realism, a realistic sort of set in this Chicago, Prohibition era, like gangstas and flappers and all that. And then boom, we're into this like totally abstract dance set, but it's totally blends with what the real world is. And we go in between reality and not in a way that musicals need to, because how are we supposed to accept that these characters just bust out singing and dancing? This film makes us accept it because of the way that the setting changes when that happens. And yeah, I mean, actually, it is great. I would say love. Yeah. Maybe because I'm saying it's the best musical on the list.
Yeah,
it's
honestly,
still in Game Changer. Like it is.
Fuck it, like Game Changer for me. This is like number 2 on my ranking of all the winners.
Listen, I love Chicago. It's fucking electric. I get up and I sing along whenever we're hitting fucking, we both reach for the gun whenever we're doing Cell Block Tango. Sam, you say you weren't a theater kid. I was a theater kid. I auditioned for my senior year musical with Mr. Cellophane, the John C. Reilly song from this film. So I'm putting it in love. The old razzle dazzle, come on. It's love.
I sang Razzle Dazzle in middle school chorus, and it again unleashed something in me.
And listen, I'm putting in Game Changer. I don't feel like it's a game-changing Best Picture winner. But if that's where we land,
I can't exactly see what changed as a result of it, except that
nothing,
except my brain chemistry.
You know what? So I think we're gonna land on love here because all of us love this movie. I love this movie as well. I think it's one of the best examples of a modern musical, which we don't get that much of anymore, especially because they don't win. La La Land almost did, but then it didn't, and that would probably be the real example. Okay, well, we're just steering away from that. But Chicago, I love this movie. I really think that it does the best with what the musical can do, and it's also a modern musical, and those are just non-existent here. But the real honest truth is that if this had been a game changer, we would have seen a return to more musicals being nominated in Best Picture and winning. That didn't happen. This was an anomaly. It's a great movie. It's one I love, but it's a movie we all love. It's not a game changer, though, so we're gonna put it in love.
You're right, and also like a lot of this movie is on Watch Mojo, IMDb, all that bullshit for top 10 worst, least deserving Best Picture winners.
You guys are assholes.
Fuck off.
Fuck off, yeah. No.
This is so much better than all of your boring crap that you're going to put in the top 10, probably. So,
well, we got a movie that was the sort of progenitor up next of the musical genre, which is The Great Ziegfeld. And I think we're very harsh on this movie when we reviewed it.
Yep.
This, I don't think it's a bad movie, but I also don't think I can argue it for being in meh. It is a long movie. Its themes are kind of nebulous. It's the perfect example of just like spectacle for spectacle's sake, without much substance. Sam, if you want to zero in on that, but I think I'm gonna start the bidding at bad. I don't think it's a bad movie, but it doesn't do enough to earn like even just like middle of the road Best Picture winner.
Yeah, I think it's a bad Best Picture winner. It doesn't have a lot going for it, man. I don't. This is another one that I have little to no recollection of, except that I remember being really bored by it.
Someone takes a bath in milk, I believe. Remember that?
Yeah, that scene was really. I will say the actual human drama in this movie is incredibly uninteresting, but the whole sequence with all the sets,
the dance sequences are good,
really beautiful, and it'll allow me to put it in mad just because I love psychedelic imagery, vibrant colors, and really like synchronized shit. I love all of that.
Well, this one's full of vibrant colors.
his mind creates vibrant colors when he sees this.
So for me, it's mad, but like I don't really care. I'm obviously not passionate about the Great Ziegfeld.
Yeah, sure.
Tanner?
I think this. I'm also going to put it in bad, and I'll just briefly explain my thoughts on it. I think this does, and maybe also started one of my least favorite things about classic Hollywood films is that, especially when they're put in like show business settings, they just use that as an excuse to be like, and now here's a stage musical dance for 5 minutes. It's like
without what like the best musicals and theater movies do, which is intertwine that with the drama, so that having a stage be a performance moves the plot forward. This movie stops for like 15 minutes, like fuck you, watch this fucking
and it's cool.
stairs sequence.
It's very well designed and it's impressive, but like I'm watching a movie, I want to care about the characters, I want to care about this and this and that. I want that to be the driving force.
Yeah,
and
it's
not
lacking.
Just you setting up a camera and me watching a Broadway show.
Yeah, very proscenium arch, yeah. So this is going bad for us. Next up is... Okay, all right, can I choose, if not From Here to Eternity, but You Can't Take It With You as the movie that I love?
You can have that one.
I talked to Mean Game with Grand Hotel. I talked to Mean Game with All About Eve, about that ensemble movie, that classic Hollywood vibe. Lots of crazy characters going at each other's throats and throwing out shenanigans and going nuts. You Can't Take It With You is that in a snowball for 2 hours, and I can't get a fucking enough of it. I think this movie is immaculate. I love the pacing. I love the wacky characters in the background. There's a fucking clock that keeps falling off the wall. They're making fireworks in the basement. They've got a fucking... I was like, this movie's fucking crazy. I love Jimmy Stewart.
This is a nutso bonkers movie.
Yes.
And it works because it's not like lol XD random. It's like planting and payoff for hilarious moment. I was just thinking about how the firework makers get accused by the feds of like trying to start a revolution, and they like kind of are, but they're not intentional.
And then they
about
have
it.
like the flyers, and they're like
really
using that as
funny.
evidence. It's just such a well crafted movie where everything from the themes and the comedy and the characters and the performances and all of this ties together into one nice bow that is constantly energetic and always so fascinating. Your eyes are always darting around the frame, and you're like, oh, there's the guy dancing, and here the rug and the table and all the characters. And it's just a movie that's so packed full of energy and heart. I think this is maybe the most heart that I feel out of any of these Best Picture winners. I love You Can't Take It With You.
I think this is a very heartful movie. Because we talk about all the zaniness, and I even recall like one of the closing scenes at like a fancy restaurant when they pretend there's a mouse and a calamity ensues. But like it's got like a strong anti-materialist message. And I remember being quite enraptured by Jimmy Stewart's whole character arc about not wanting to probably do something with banking like his dad did. I don't remember what industry, but it was probably something to do with banks.
Something money.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
I remember
his dad like owned like fucking.
Well, that's what the
property.
title means, is that you can't take the money with you when you die.
Yeah, and Lionel Barrymore is just the perfect encapsulation of all that, as maybe the best grandpa in Best Picture history.
Best grandpa in cinematic history. But no,
Sam, how do you feel?
I love this.
It's fine. I'm kind of shocked that I'm seeing a group of people really passionate about You Can't Take It With You. That's certainly not something you see often. I really don't have a lot to say about this movie. It just, to me, my issue is that it is very theatrical, and I don't think it's adapted that well cinematically. But I understand.
It is a play to begin with.
I'm still kind of processing Tucker's whole thing. Like, you're really passionate about it, so I don't want to take away from that. I don't have any strong emotions.
Okay, so it can go for good for you. It's love for me. Tarantino, how do you feel?
I'd probably lobby it for good.
Okay,
I put it in mad, but like we can go for good.
It sounds like we're gonna
Let's go with good.
average out to good.
Yeah,
But let's
totally
go
fine.
with good.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
I love this movie.
It's a good movie.
It's
but
totally-
I love this movie.
It's very much one where what other one did I say this with? Kramer versus Kramer, where I was like,
Yeah.
if I rewatched it like right now, I'd put it in love.
Yeah, absolutely. Going my way.
The opposite.
I struggle to say this is a harmful movie because it's just so nothing that. But even then, I think that actually maybe I think no, it's not hard. Okay, this is a bad movie. It's just fucking
bad.
boring. It's dumb. It's just
you know
whatever.
what it is? It's gonna be viewed in the exact same way that Coda was viewed, because
Sure.
going my way,
Light
one
and fluffy in
Best Picture,
a dark era.
right? What was it, like a week
Middle
after
of the
D-Day
war
or something?
It's like the middle of
Jesus.
the war.
No, literally, and it's just like Coda, where it's like COVID is happening and everyone's miserable. Why are we going to award The Power of the Dog, a sad, depressing, subtle movie, when we can award something that made us feel good? And I understand the sentiment. Like, if you're an Academy member, you just want to watch something that like warms your heart and is sweet. But like, I don't know. For me, it's meh. Like, I don't think it's terrible. It's just not really anything. It beat Double Indemnity and Since You Went Away, and
It beat Double Indemnity. Well,
it beat
no one.
Gaslight for Best Picture.
Well,
Gaslight's
thinking
also a
about
good film.
both of those films, they're not happy.
Exactly.
sure.
Since You Went Away, Gaslight, and Double Indemnity all are subtle and sad, and
Dark and
dark
like,
and-
oh, society's
No,
corrupt,
actually,
we want to
but not
commit
here's
murder.
the-
And, like,
because of that.
Here's a case for it to be harmful then.
Okay.
Because I do think that the Oscars' tendency to steer away from better movies with serious themes in that moment harms the canon of Best Picture winners. We look back, and if Double Indemnity or Gaslight had won Best Picture, that adds something to the cinematic canon. It pushes the medium forward. It's writing, it's acting, it's all these things that those movies really helped move forward. But because Going My Way won Best Picture, we are robbed of having that in this conversation. Instead, have to say, oh, a movie about a guy that helps a church just sits there and is like a fucking sink on the area of Best Picture winner. I don't think it's the worst movie ever, but it's just I think it might be a harmful Best Picture.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to tell you that it's not harmful. I mean, you also
Yeah.
have like the vapidness of the Academy being like, we could give an Oscar to Bing Crosby. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Similar
same with
to,
Frank Sinatra.
Exactly.
He beat
Yeah.
Charles Boyer in Gaslight. One of
Are
the
we putting
best
this in harmful? Are we
performances
doing
of
it?
all time.
Did I convince everyone?
Sure.
Is this insane?
And I don't even dislike this movie that much. It's just you're so right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, we're
Empty.
putting in harmful. This is fucking crazy, but Going My Way is the first harmful movie we've
this is
put-
why this ranking is interesting, because there are a lot of movies here that I dislike more than this one, but
Yeah.
it
yeah.
makes sense why it's the only one so far that's going in harmful.
Mhm.
Yeah. Next up, we have Tom Jones. Yeah. Okay, can we just give it 4 raspberries and put it in bad, and
It's
then move on to
literally-
Nomadland?
It's
Yeah.
like if you gave someone $20 million but had never written a
No,
script
here's the thing.
or
Here's what's
produced
it-
a movie, like the funding. It's like if a Monty Python movie was made by someone who'd never written a script.
No, I know that this film has its defenders, and I'm fascinated by that because they say like they almost kind of laud this as like a pre-Midnight Cowboy kind of thing, where they're like, actually, this one is like New Hollywood, and it's an inventive direction
it's
from a
like
British
it's
director.
like it's sexual. Come on, all the
Right,
40s
so
movies are
sexy.
sexual.
I felt
Like,
so desire, like when watching this movie.
no,
When
I
they're
feel
shoving
gross.
food
I
in
feel
their face.
shame. I don't want to have
terrible,
sex when I'm watching.
And also,
like,
you know, the most we can put this in bad, right?
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
there.
yeah, this is bad.
So the most
It's
interesting,
not harmful, but
no, the most interesting thing to me about this movie actually is that we've all seen The Favorite, right?
yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yorgos Lanthimos hates this movie. And
Oh.
there's a scene in The Favorite where Emma Stone and Nicholas Hoult are fighting in the woods and like rolling around on each other. He literally said that scene in The Favorite is the same scene, the same exact scene as the scene when the man and
like,
woman are
yeah.
rolling around in the woods, except the gender roles are switched.
Hmm.
Which I think is so fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
So-
I think that's
Yeah,
funny.
and in a much better movie.
Yeah.
All right, Tom Jones is bad. Whatever, don't give a fuck. Nomadland. Here's an interesting one. Nomadland feels kind of like the archetypical or maybe like the pinnacle as of now of like indie movie winning Best Picture. It's like, oh, it's small, you have small budgets, got like small themes.
Yeah.
And it won Best Picture. That's fucking crazy. And I like Nomadland, but it's not a movie I think about. I'm lobbying for good. Does anyone disagree with that? Are
Yeah,
there
I
any
do.
lovers or haters here?
I mean,
I'd put it in good.
I'm a Matt.
I might put it in Man, like
Oh.
maybe well, because this movie has no impact at all.
Yeah.
Who cares about Nomadland now? I know people on Twitter, and also there's personal bias here because that whole award season was literal trauma for me, like genuinely one of the worst times of my life. So, and it was the award season itself, and also my life.
Other things, sure.
Terrible time in general. Nomadland is. It wants to be like avant-garde almost, but it's just not. Like
It isn't.
I don't know what it's trying to do. Like everyone. I remember when it came out, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, this movie's a whole thing about capitalism and Amazon." That was like 2 minutes of the movie. It doesn't really comment on anything. It's just kind of Frances McDormand walking around and like having diarrhea and then like eating things and. Well, I don't know.
It kind of is. You're right. Yeah,
she's
nice,
like
and Chloe
play
Zhao
acting.
definitely like has a vision with it, but there's nothing about this movie that interests me at all, and it is not going to be talked about down the line.
I find I'm not going to lobby this further down, but I do find that the revelation that the real life stories and Frances McDormand's fictional story being intertwined in a way that the real life people weren't like super knowledgeable about. They weren't really told what was going on.
No.
And I find that that fucks with the class things that it's trying to say when you are almost like when you're play acting. You know, it's an actor playing a role. It still doesn't sit right with me now. A couple years on, it's beautiful, but.
Hey, there is loving shots of the American West, which I'm a sucker for, and also they visit the Badlands and also Waldrug.
Waldrug.
They go to Waldrug, but like I'm fine with putting it in good.
I think we've actually been pushed down to Matt.
Can we put it in Matt?
Agree with that actually because
heart tinges slightly because I think I still like this movie.
I do. Yeah, I like this movie.
Okay, we'll put it in Matt.
And also like Frances McDormand's Best Actress win is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's
he
fair.
beat
that's
Viola Davis and Carey Mulligan. Like that is crazy. That she didn't even.
And then she howled like a wolf.
And then she did howl.
All right. Nomadland going in Matt. We're going to be moving on to the best years of our lives, a movie that actually sparked the sort of origin of this conversation when we were first putting together this list, the concept. This is a movie that I really, really, really like. I think that its perspective on anti-war messaging and the lives of people impacted by war is so fascinating. And through the lens of being written by someone who lived through this and having actors that lived through this, it is the encapsulation of Hollywood studio era filmmaking in terms of, you know, the lighting and the sets and the editing and all of that. But the story and the writing, I think, is surprisingly subversive and the themes for this time. And as a movie that at first glance looks like just your average fucking people talking movie from this time period, but then when you really listen to what it's saying and pay attention to the characters and some of the scenes that are more emotional, I think this movie has a tinge of game changer to it in what a classic Hollywood movie can say and what message it can portray and still be treated like this at the top of the class. So I don't know. I don't go to love. I go.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Good
it's
or game changer.
Good or game changer. Yeah.
I don't.
It's a social issue movie in like the most prototypical form of that, and the genre. There were films that were social issue movies beforehand, but I do think that the specific topic of post-war America coming to grips with the war, you know, you have your actual disabled actor, or you have a disabled guy who's playing kind of himself, kind of a character. Is
his first acting role.
Yeah, and
he's still great, and he won supporting actor.
He's really good.
He's really good.
So, you know, I don't know if I could lobby it for Game Changer, but I will
there's
totally say it's good. It's a good movie.
It's good. I rewatched it because we talked about it, and I used to like not like it. I mean, I don't think the movie's like entertaining. Like I see what Tucker's saying because talking about trauma with the war and like dealing with that in a Hollywood sense for a big movie is important and game changing for that. But I don't think that specific subgenre of movie is very expansive or interesting. It is kind of one note. It's this and that's it. But it's a good movie. I just don't it doesn't do anything for me personally.
Sure. Totally
Social issue movies that talk about race are usually a lot better than ones that don't, is what I found. I took a whole class on the social issue genre, so there's a lot of them if you dig into it, but the ones that get into race in America often hit harder and have more impact than just ones where you have, we fought in the war and now we're sad.
It's almost like
it's more than that. That's really reductive of how this movie deals with it.
It's almost like one of those things is an evergreen issue, and the other one is a flash in the pan, pan thing where it's like we had El War and then we had more wars after that.
Yeah. So good. Tanner, you want to give a little quick thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot to add. I think that it did surprise me with its themes and how it presents them, but let's put it in good. I don't have a lot else to say.
Next up, we have Dances with Wolves. You want to talk about a movie that lovingly shoots the American West? Here's one. But also, I mean, I liked this movie a lot when we watched it, but I've since lowered. I'm like, it was but
it's fine.
Yeah,
I think it's a meh movie for me.
I think that this is definitely a meh. I famously went on record and saying, yes, Tucker. We even brought that up in the video. It's like I love loving shots of the American West, but even I cannot condone Dances with Wolves outside of that. I even went so far as to say that I think that Kevin Costner was a bad director for this film, and I think I'd probably still stand by that. I think it was his first film, if memory serves, and it doesn't do a lot for me.
Kind of like Patrick Wilson in Insidious: The Red
Door.
A
lot like that, Tucker. A lot like that. But I remember liking that opening where he's suicidal and stuff.
Yeah, it's a great scene.
To open this thing up, and then it becomes, if we want to talk about problematic, there's the talking, there's the thing where it's like, oh, it was like Avatar or whatever, but I don't know.
I don't think anyone was saying that.
Well, at the time, no, but now people are, but I guess it's the opposite way.
People the other way around. Yeah.
Avatar is like Dances with Wolves, and therefore both are problematic. But hey, I just, the most damning thing I can say is that I never think about Dances with Wolves.
Yeah.
Never ever.
No.
Sam?
I think this is harmful. I think not only do I think that
present your case.
The movie is bad, overlong, boring, uninteresting, and has weak characterization. Kevin Costner is unexperienced as a director.
Yep.
First of all, the narration is laughable. He's like, and then I watched the Indians sit there and eat their food. It's so embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I feel secondhand embarrassment when I watch it. And we were talking about this with Going My Way. What movie did this beat for Best Picture? And I am not some Scorsese head. I am not the type of person who thinks that Goodfellas is the greatest film of all time, and I'm going to put my head on a board for this movie. No. But think about it this way. If Goodfellas won Best Picture, that would have changed the game. But it didn't. And they gave it to this instead. So I'm going to vie for Harmful for Dances with Wolves.
Listen.
Not only do I think it's a really bad movie, but it also represents what the Oscars shouldn't award.
Listen, Sam. I have so little care for this movie that I'm like, why not?
Why
I don't
not? Really.
I'm not going to go to bat for Dances with Wolves, and you present good points.
Yeah. I mean, I really like this movie. I have an 8 out of 10 on Letterboxd, but I don't know. I can concede this one. I like this movie a lot, but Tanner, I'm the exact same boat. Who the fuck cares? Ultimately.
I don't remember. I don't think.
I think. Can we?
Harmful? Did I?
I think bad. I think bad is.
I think he convinced us. I put it down there. It's on the record. It's set in stone.
I think it's harmful because again, it's like fucking nepotism and shit. Like it feels nepotism when a movie like this wins Best Picture.
It was also come on, Academy. It was the '90s. Can we stop with the peaceful Native Americans, how noble they are, and this white man has to learn their ways and da 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 da. Come on. It's the 90s. We have grown. We've grown, I think.
Timo, what do you think about putting in Harmful?
I'll go with it.
Okay. All right, then it's going in Harmful. It's set in stone.
Yeah,
here's another harmful movie, The Godfather Part II. Another Best Picture winner. Now, I don't want to get too much into the Part 1 versus Part 2
I think
discussion.
We did. Can we just agree to put this in love? And
I think we can agree to put it in love.
I mean,
because
I love it.
I'm not even the biggest Godfather guy, and I really like The Godfather Part 2. So
I mean,
that's an easy one.
I've always said that, hey, I don't like the Robert De Niro stuff in this, which I know is a pretty hot take, but then I think about, when they're fleeing that party in Cuba and when he's talking to Fredo and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a love. It's a love.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Easy win there. Mm-hmm. Next up, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Tanner, you really like this movie. Why don't you give us your thoughts?
I do.
And Tanner, tell us where you're going to put this.
I feel like it's cliche to say, because I think One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest has become like one of, at least in my perspective, like one of the movies. I think.
Oh, sure.
But like, I really love Jack Nicholson in this. He's a lot of fun. But you know, he also has this like sort of that classic Jack Nicholson edginess about him and his character, and how he just like grows into the community of this mental hospital. And like, we have another batch of ensemble characters, all wacky. You got Danny DeVito in here. You got oh god, I'm gonna blank on his name. The guy from Lord of the Rings. Sorry.
Oh, I would say Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd,
Brad Dourif.
yes. Brad Dourif, and the guy
Scatman Crothers.
Yeah. And they're all a lot of fun. You have those scenes where they're just hanging out, they're having a good time, they're going out on a boat. But at the same time, you have the classic villain Nurse Ratched and Louise Fletcher, and how she is like such a subtle and conniving villain, and how she has, in the opposite way of Jack Nicholson, learned about her patients in a way that she can manipulate them. And it's also just like a time capsule of like how we treated mental illness up until the late 20th century, and the horrors that happened, and the just horrible things and the horrible treatment that people endured in hospitals like this. So yeah, I love this film, but I think we're gonna settle in good, so that's where I'll start the bidding. How about that?
You can start it in love, and we can lobby down
as well.
We gotta say love.
I love it.
Also, like, my dad and I watched this movie together. It's one of his favorites, so like there's a connection there. And also, I think that the movie is actually more morally ambiguous than people give you credit for, because Nurse Ratched is labeled as one of the greatest villains of all time. I don't agree that she's a villain. In many ways, if you look at this movie concretely, it actually doesn't answer the questions that it's presenting you. I think it does a really nice job at showcasing her character, and it's like she is just doing her job. Like, if you think about what her job is, she's doing her job.
Hey, listen, Sam.
Is what she's doing extreme and patronizing? Yes. But it does not answer all of the questions in a very concrete way that I think a lot of people think it does. So I think it's a more interesting movie than just a great classic. I actually think it's beautiful and morally ambiguous.
Yeah.
Well, just doing your job will not save you at the Nuremberg trials. So.
Yeah, it's true. When she says to Billy, like, Billy, what would your mother think? She should know what she's doing, and I think that in Fletcher's performance, it is implied that Nurse Ratched knows what she's doing in that moment. She is diminishing him and like reverting him back to a docile, manipulating figure that she can manipulate.
Yeah. Do I love this movie? I definitely think it's good. I kind of want to lobby for good, because I definitely don't have as a strong connection to it. I read the book in high school, and the book was really good, but yeah, it's all around a well-made, interesting, deep film. So yeah, good or love, I would be okay with either.
My vote is good, but I think like I can push it up to love because the two of them are very passionate about it. And the more that I think about this movie, the more I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I think I had some issues with it, but unlike some of these other ones where like we can't remember what our problem, or it's like some of these other ones we can't remember our problems. Where it's like, no, yeah, I just remember the good parts. Yeah. I just remember hanging out. I just remember Jack Nicholson giving one of the all-time performances and having an amazing supporting cast and tackling some pretty interesting themes. Yeah, love. Let's put in love.
Love it is.
Good.
Next up, Lord of the Rings.
Speaking of that guy from Lord of the Rings,
Timo Nelson, where does this go for you?
It's a game changer. It's a fantasy movie that is based off of a book series that seemed to be unadaptable for a long time, that was only tried in animation, and then Peter Jackson does, and it's a trilogy, and it's pretty widely recognized that this award was given as recognition on parts of all three of the movies, especially given that they didn't differentiate between them while they were shooting. I think that the story, I mean, it's Lord of the Rings, it's Tolkien's story, but the adaptation is very well done and really is able to take that unwieldy and lore-deep, like really tough narrative of Lord of the Rings, especially that final book. That final book has a lot to deal with, And it makes it into a really engaging fantasy movie that has amazing action. It's got incredible CGI. It's got great performances. And, I mean, I cry many times during this movie. It makes me cry. There's only a couple of movies on this list that make me cry, and Lord of the Rings is one of them.
Broadway Melody.
So I'm going to say it's a game changer, especially because of its genre. It's a genre movie that the Academy is often very reluctant to give the best award.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm notoriously I think Lord of the Rings is okay. I don't dislike it. I think they're some of the most impressive movies ever made. But I will also lobby for Game Changer. I think that what this movie stands as is a perfect example of the energy of 50s and 60s epic spectacle movies, but in the modern day. And what's more popular now in the modern day is to make epic movies with a genre tinge, with action, with sci-fi, with fantasy. And the Lord of the Rings really catalyzed that. Of course, you know, Star Wars in the 70s and stuff, but Return of the King
Wars didn't win.
No, it didn't, but it was fucking nominated, and that's insane when we really think about it. But Return of the King is a game changer for what we can expand the breadth of Best Picture winner to mean. Yeah, it's action and spectacle, but it is a genre movie. It's a nerd movie.
It's a nerd. It's a fucking
the nerd movie won Best Picture. That's insane. So even though it's not one of my favorite movies, far from it, I also lobby for Game Changer.
Here's the thing. I'd love to put this movie in Game Changer. I really would, because I really enjoy Return of the King. But, like, we say Parasite's in there because it has changed, like, what movies get nominated, and it has, like, essentially opened up a spot for the international movie in Best Picture every year. But, like, was the game changed by Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King?
You can say with, like, Dune and Mad Max and, I don't know, Gravity and
Shape
stuff.
of Water going on to win later on.
Okay. But here's the thing. I'd love to put it in that category regardless, because I think it is a monumental effort from Peter Jackson to get these things done, and they are rewarding the whole thing. It is one of the most insane things that's ever happened in movie-making history, I think, is constructing the unadaptable trilogy into this, and then he made no more Lord of the Rings movies after that. But yeah, I'm totally fine with putting in a Game Changer. I just had to ask the question.
Sam?
Well.
Your inner Grace Randolph really jumped out there.
Well. I
Present your case. Talk from the heart.
I really don't like this movie. I really don't like the Lord of the Rings movies. I get it, but it was torturous sitting through these movies. I genuinely have never been more bored in my life. I was way more entertained
Cavalcade?
Watching a Chantal Ackerman movie where a woman sat on her bed eating sugar out of a bag and wrote a letter for 15 minutes with no editing. I genuinely was more entertained by that. I don't know what that says about me.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm an insufferable piece of pretentious shit, but I really don't like this movie. Like, I don't like fantasy movies where you start off in the fantasy world. I love fantasy movies where you start off in the real world and it, like, transitions into the fantasy world.
Isekai.
That's why I actually like Harry Potter more than I like Lord of the Rings, because it feels more relatable to me. That's why I actually love Everything Everywhere at Once beyond a million other things, because you start off in the real world and you get transitioned into the extraordinary world. The Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King, I get why you guys are putting in a Game Changer, but unfortunately Sam Meltzer is stopping that from happening because I strongly dislike this film.
Oh, actually, this is an interesting thing. Do you want to give each of us a veto?
Oh.
No, you can't put it in this fucking category.
Right when I don't like Lord of the Rings, you guys decide to do that.
Yeah.
No, sorry, no. I mean, that can be your veto. It's like, you're like, no, you're not allowed to put it in Game Changer.
Well, regardless of whether or not you all put this in Game Changer, I would still put it in bad.
Oof. Bad? That's crazy.
I think
you're
not
crazy
like
for
meh
that.
for me. I can't put it in meh. And again, I'm not impressed by movies that have incredible spectacles but don't interest me.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Okay,
really
what are we doing then?
I think it still goes in Game Changer.
It still goes in Game
no,
Changer.
I don't think that's how it works.
Did we ever say we had to be a unanimous Game Changer thing? I don't think we did.
Oh, actually, no. I think for Game Changer, we should have to be.
Okay.
I think that's a special enough category
Okay.
to where if someone dissents, then it shouldn't be in there.
Okay. Sounds
To
good.
be 100% honest.
Fine. Let's put it
So
in.
I think
don't think it's a game changer.
Yeah. Tanner, I actually think you presented a compelling argument
did,
to
actually.
why it's not a game changer. So.
Accidentally.
I'm hosted by my own petard here.
Yeah. They made a Star Trek show about that
Yeah.
guy. Next
Couple
up,
of 'em.
we
We
have
love.
an American in Paris?
No.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's in love.
Lord of the
It's in
Rings.
love, yes.
Okay, Return of the King is in love. Next up, we got American in Paris. For me, this is meh. I think this is a good example of a fun, creative, wacky musical with some great color and some great choreography and a great core performance.
Mhm.
But it doesn't really do anything special. It's just a normal musical that some the fuck how won Best Picture. Like this is one of the most like how did this win Best Picture? There's no spectacle. There's no themes. It's just a normal musical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I think of like the things I loved about American Paris, it is that set design, that production design. There's the moment that, of course, it like turns into like a watercolor matte background towards the end of the
great.
film, which is really cool and really interesting film.
And then it ends in a really weird place. Just fucking stops.
Yes.
The movie just ends.
But also, I realized that as I was remembering elements of this film, it was like, oh yeah, I like Gene Kelly in that. And then I was thinking more about it, I was like, or are those parts from Singing in the Rain?
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's what I took it on fine with putting it in meh. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think meh is fine, but I mean there are elements that I think stand above that.
Yeah.
This movie does better than many other movies.
That's a good point, too.
Particularly in the choreography, set design combining together. I just think about that early apartment scene. It's one of the first scenes in the film.
So fucking good.
In which it's so it's so dense in how he's using all these different elements of this.
I just want to go watch that scene now.
It's like that is an impressive scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the story doesn't do a whole lot for me, and it ends in a weird spot. So I think it's okay to put it in meh.
Meh. Sam.
I'm really conflicted because I love all of those aspects of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I really do.
I think we all do.
But at the same time, A Streetcar Named Desire, which I don't even like, and A Place in the Sun lost to this. A Place in the Sun, which, mind you, won Best Directing and Best Screenplay. That's unheard of. And lost Best Picture to this. That is...
How the fuck this win?
That's a little harmful because, again,
Sure.
A Place in the Sun is a movie that's like doing something new and interesting, and it's recognizing a lot of subtleties, and the dialogue is incredibly natural for the 50s, and it talks about mental health, and it talks about scandal, and it's very morally interesting and amazing and melodramatic in this fresh way. And to give that all of these awards and then a slap in the face and award this movie Best Picture. You know, when this movie, if you watch the clip of this movie winning Best Picture, you can actually hear an audibly shocked reaction from the crowd. It was like, like people couldn't believe it.
Well,
interesting.
I'm putting it in mad because those scenes are really cool, but there are harmful aspects about it winning Best Picture.
That's fair.
I think that's fair, but also
I'm not strong enough on that.
Yeah, no, I don't think we can.
Let's put,
and none of us think the movie's bad, so we're putting it in
bad.
Next up, we have The Deer Hunter, one of the most iconic war movies of its time period. Tanner, you put your finger up to your chin.
I just realized that I think earlier in the video I said, Platoon's the Vietnam War Best Picture winner. And it still kind of is, because, of course, not a lot of The Deer Hunter is set in the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is
But those are the parts that people remember. Though.
Exactly. But a lot of it is concerned with the aftermath and the trauma and the PTSD that is left
It's
behind.
Platoon meets the best years of our lives.
It really is. Except that it is much darker in that way. I think
True.
Because it sort of leans on this idea of, like, these guys have become, like, so overcome and overwhelmed by, like, the violence being forefronted in their mind by their time serving in Vietnam that it's the only thing they know and they can't go back to their regular lives. I remember liking Robert De Niro. I remember liking Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're thinking Platoon.
Oh, no, Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken, yeah.
Other weird-faced, funny voice guy. But yes.
Good.
Good.
I'm gonna
honestly,
be strong about it being in good.
Okay.
Given it's so dark, it is such a depressing movie, And even I like how long it is. I think it takes its time in a way that makes it where we really feel what these characters feel. And
You should feel like Batman.
the multiple Russian roulette scenes really they are seared into my mind. I can still see them now, even though I haven't watched the film for 2 years. Like, yeah, I think it's a quite good movie.
Okay.
I go for good as well. Yeah, I'm not passionate about it, but good.
I'm fine with good. I'd put it under meh for me because I think the pacing is pretty bad. I think the first hour is rough. I think the first hour could have been 5 minutes. I mean it. I know this.
Oh yeah, when they're like when he's like getting married, isn't that the beginning?
There's
of the
literally a scene of dancing at a wedding.
Yeah.
For 30 minutes, and it's just that. And
I also have.
I'm sorry, but you aren't Chantal Ackerman. You are not Chantal Ackerman. You can't do that because it doesn't serve a purpose in this context. So yes, the Russian roulette scenes are great. I think the middle section is a solid war movie, and for me, the last hour has always been the best part of the film because how Tucker, the way you passionately describe the best years of our lives, how it's this reflection on the war and dealing with the trauma. I think The Deer Hunter does that very successfully. But for me, it's always going to be mad because way too long. Ridiculously so. Also, An Unmarried Woman is the best movie of 1978, and that would have been a game changer, Best Picture winner.
Fair. But good. We're
pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got another war movie with some scenes where people get fucking tortured and shit on.
Yeah.
I
don't know if that happens.
I think I watched a different cut.
No, the one on the bridge on the river to Kwai.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the movie we're talking about next. The Bridge on the River Kwai. I'm going good. I have no particular affinity for this movie. I think I would require passion to put it in love. But yeah, it's a good war movie.
I really like this movie. I mean, I'm a lean head, so I think he's just a master of constructing these like epic films that revolve, especially these epic war. The two movies that he has in this canon, I think stand out. But I probably lobby for good as well because it's my second favorite film, David Lean film on the list. The sequence
we'll get to the other one soon.
We'll get there. When there's so many moments in this film though that do really stick in my mind, and singing the song about Hitler's balls and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like,
they don't sing the song; they just whistle it. They could not. Sanctioned to sing it by the censor board.
I think it's a very good film and deals with these very complicated issues of identity during the war.
Yeah.
That is not something that many other films tackle about war.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go good as well. This goes in the camp of Kramer versus Kramer, and You Can't Take It With You. Or if I were to rewatch it right now, it would go in love because I remember loving it after watching it the first time. But yeah, Timo, I agree. I think it tackles its themes very well and confronts the idea of the leader of this troop getting better treatment and does he have the best interests of his men in mind in this prisoner of war camp, and the weird lines that we walk in terms of rules of engagement and prisoner of war rules and stuff like that. But I'm okay with good.
Tim?
I would put it under love. I think this is an incredible movie, and it is not style over substance, which I really expected to hate this movie. It is a 2 hour and 40.
It's David Lean.
Right, it's a 2 hour. I mean, I'm not head over heels about Lawrence of Arabia, so I didn't expect to like this movie. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes, and I think it's really well paced. I think every choice is incredibly deliberate, and really it builds in a really nice and well orchestrated way. And I think that the underrated supporting actor nomination for Sesue Hayakawa should have won. Amazing performance.
As the camp general. Oh my god, he's so freaking evil.
You guys remember that incredibly
he really
tense...
should have won. This is a great movie. And, on the contrary to that, I do not understand why Alec Guinness won an Academy Award for that. Sure. It's a little weird, but if they're going to award the movie everywhere, fine. This is... I would vie for love.
Wait,
I think it's...
Are we putting it in love? Because I would put it in love.
Put it in love.
I remember that incredibly tense,
I'm sure you guys were expecting me to say that I wasn't going to like it, so...
Yeah, I kind of was. We can put it in love.
It's in love.
Yeah, I'll just put it in love.
Okay, cool.
And that means that we're moving on to Oliver. Oliver. Look, when we talk about musicals winning Best Picture, I forget that this is a musical, because when I think about this movie, I just think about, boring drama and bad performances, and so I think that Oliver's a bad movie. I think it's a bad Best Picture winner. I think that it's got an interesting main character, and yeah, it's got some impressive choreography and some sets, but that's really the only thing it has going for it. And when I think of my favorite musicals, or even the ones that I really enjoy, they do something that's above and beyond. American in Paris with its color design, or Chicago with its intertwining of drama. Oliver is just a normal, just a normal musical. Even in a way, I said that same thing about American Paris, but American Paris at least does like some things that are exceptional in comparison. Oliver's a bad movie.
I think I actually might go harmful. And
okay. Did it beat something?
Tucker's going to back me up on this maybe a little bit because
I know what it beat actually.
What?
So the greatest film of all time, in my opinion, was an unnominated film called 2001: A Space Odyssey. And listen. I know I can't.
There are two posters in my bedroom, Sam Meltzer. There is
I know
Lawrence
I
of
shouldn't be
Arabia
biased
and
like
2001.
this, but I get it. At the time, it had some mixed reception. The Academy doesn't like sci-fi movies. Fine, I understand that. Why the fuck did this beat it for art direction? 2001: A Space Odyssey has the greatest set design I have ever seen in my entire life.
You know what beat 2001 for makeup though?
What?
Planet of the Apes.
Oh, that makes sense.
There was no.
2001 got shafted. 2001 got shafted.
There was no makeup category at the time, so that's.
It was for the ape costumes. I thought.
You mean costumes? Costumes.
Was it? Maybe I don't know.
Yeah. So I actually find it harmful, and outside of 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is inevitably the best movie that's ever been released in history, it beat, even if you just look at the nominees. So the Best Picture kind of frontrunner, like could have won, was this movie called The Lion in Winter, which is one of the best historical dramas ever. It is a little typical Oscar bait, but I actually think it diverges from that because it tackles gender relations and misogyny and homophobia in a fucking period piece. And for a movie like that, that's like so convened to the Hollywood studio system, but also this whole like the British, what's the word? The British New Wave. It is important to look at that historically. Even if you're gonna award a musical from 1968 for Best Picture because you're in that phase, why didn't you just pick Funny Girl? Funny Girl is so much better than Oliver. It has more interesting direction. It has better sets, better songs, obviously better acting. Barbara Streisand, Best Actress winner for a reason. It is way better than this. And then another movie nominated is Rachel, which is an indie drama directed by Paul Newman, starring Joanne Woodward, where she plays an elementary school teacher with PTSD. And the movie deals with, it deals with religious cults and lesbians. And I was like, shit, openly too. And I was like, it's really deconstructing all of these, like, it's the definition of this new Hollywood movie that's super indie and important. And for Oliver to just not only beat 2001, which wasn't nominated for Best Picture in the directing and art direction categories, but even some of these other nominees that are way more important and way more interesting. Yeah, it feels
would add a lot more to the canon.
To award it. So I don't really understand.
Stam, stop digging. You've struck gold. You've convinced me.
I hate this movie, man. I hate Oliver.
Let's do it.
I fucking hate this movie.
It's in harmful. Let's do it.
It's in harmful. Again, art direct. That's what really ticks me off.
Yeah.
Name a movie with better set decoration than 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I was just reading about how they did all the screens in that movie, and it was like, they didn't even have the technology to make those screens like real. They had to fake them and use the ingenuity in 2001. You're right. You're totally right.
Yeah. Did Oliver win or get nominated for cinematography or?
No idea.
Couldn't tell you.
I'm gonna look that up because
pull it up here real quick.
Oliver was nominated for Best Cinematography. 2001: A Space Odyssey was not. Name like 10 films with better cinematography than 2001. I know it's. I'm not spewing out piping hot takes here, but Oliver has done nothing for the history of cinema.
Yeah, no, definitely true. You struck gold. We're putting it in harmful.
Okay.
And now we're gonna move on to Ben-Hur. I think maybe this is the prototypical big movie of spectacle and holy fuck, oh my god, look how many people, oh my, the sets are so big. Ben-Hur is a movie that I think is good. I don't know if I could lobby for it to be higher. I don't have any passion for this movie, but like, it's a really goddamn good movie, and it's one of the most impressive movies. Just the
It's
size of the sets and the
unbelievable that
Jesus
they
Christ,
pulled
the
it
I don't know if
stunts.
I'd
What
go
the
love
fuck?
either, but it's good.
Yeah,
It's
because I
good.
mean, it's also got Charlton Heston in it. So
He's not good. He's
No.
he's the reason this is not a
No,
love.
do you know who's really bad? What's his name? Who won supporting actor for playing? Like,
Hugh Griffith.
Oh, he's also bad. Yeah. Here's the thing.
Stephen Boyd is actually
Oh,
quite good.
he's great.
He outshines Charlton Heston in every scene they share together.
Yeah. But Ben-Hur is just peculiar because it's one of the most impressive movies of all time. It's really engaging. It's so interesting. But then you just got a wooden fucking guy, just like a mannequin, leading this fucking movie. I'm like, God damn it,
but he's
Charlton.
hot. He's Charlton Heston.
He does have
sweaty.
He's the man.
He is the most square-jawed man of all time.
Yeah. But I'm not being for good. Does anyone disagree?
because while there's bad acting, the horse chase scene is
Yeah. That's film. That's one of the filmmaking of all time.
Yeah. It's going in good.
Yeah.
Good.
No disagreements.
No.
Schindler's List.
I'm sure we have so much new to add about this one.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Who wants to start
Well,
the lobbying?
I'm going to say, I think Love, but we also gave it the number one spot on the entire list.
We did.
Oh, you really did?
For class.
So, I mean, it is... holy shit, what a good movie. I mean, is it a game changer? I kind of think... I could maybe make the argument for it because it was there's the interesting production history of it being a Billy Wilder film to kind of start off. There was a bit of push for him to direct it, but then Spielberg takes it over, and it's just an intensely personal film that but is also about the Holocaust and tells that story in such a grounded and individual way. It uses filmmaking so effectively to pull us through the narrative of what is going on and what Oskar Schindler did to save all those thousands of people.
So what's game changing?
Quality. It is.
I don't know if that counts for game changer.
Yeah. I'd love to put this in Game Changer because I also personally believe it's the best Picture winner. But I don't know if we can, on its merits, say that it changed the game for Best Picture.
That doesn't. The thing is, as we said with Midnight Cowboy, we don't like that movie more than pretty much all the movies we put in love, probably.
Yeah.
There's a measurable change
Lord of the
that
Rings
exactly
impacted. Yeah.
But
so this is an easy love. I mean, I think that I don't have a internal oh my god, I love Schindler's List, but I can't think of anything wrong with that movie, and I can't think of any way it could have been done better. It's one of the most impactful movies of all time. It's one of the most serious, dramatic movies of all time. It is a movie that I love, even though I'm not passionate about it, but it is a movie that I love.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's an easy love.
Yeah.
No disagreements. Timo, talk to me about Lawrence of Arabia. Would you lobby for this to be a game changer, or is this going to be a love?
I don't. Well, I mean, he did get a lens made specifically for a single shot in the movie, so
really?
Maybe.
That's
the desert shot. Yeah,
the mirage shot of Sheriff Ali coming out of the far away is a Panasonic, no, a whatever Panavision lens made it for him. I think this is. Well, my favorite movie of all time. Quest viewers know this. I think that it has a huge amount of substance. It deals with an extraordinarily complex character in ways that never fails to always bring something new. Each time I watch the film, I'm always getting something new out of it. I was reading what Roger Ebert wrote about in this Great Movies book. Here, I have to reference it. I was reading it before we started recording. And what Roger Ebert had to say was about the homosexuality of Lawrence. And in his actual book, The Seven Pillars of Wisdom, it's very frank at the very beginning that Lawrence is gay. But during the time, the film, you couldn't really talk about that in movies. And I think that Lawrence expertly straddles the line between having a character that can be easily read as gay, but never really, no one in the movie talks about it. No one is like, hey, why do you have these two kids that are following you around? Why do you he dances and spins around a lot. And I think that is just one element of the philosophical and emotional depth that the film can go to. It's not a traditional narrative. holy shit, it's long, but it earns the runtime in my mind because of the depth that it gets to in this one man's descent, rise and fall. I think it's a kind of two-tiered narrative. We go up and then we go down at the end, and it amazes me. I can't believe that this movie got made. You couldn't do it today, so I probably won't say game. They don't make them like they used. I'm gonna say love. I adore this movie. I have stronger words than love for this, but I probably didn't change the game. In fact, the game kind of got changed out from under it, resulting in no one could replicate it further down the road in film history.
Is this a love? Sam,
I'm fine with it, love. I think that it doesn't change the game as far as Oscars go. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, sure. That's a good pun. Let's put it in love. Let's do it.
Let's put it in love. Yeah. I have no strong feelings about this movie. I think it's good, but that's
exactly.
totally fine by me. Because here's the thing about love is I think that's the category where passion goes, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You guys are passionate about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I'm passionate about All About Eve. Tim was passionate about Lawrence of Arabia. Like, that is what that category
Famously,
is for.
no one was passionate about Spotlight. I don't even know what was said about that movie.
Not passionate enough.
I'm joking.
Next up...
I don't know. Wait, Sam Meltzer, do you know? I've seen Lawrence of Arabia like 10 times. I spent 40 hours of my life watching that movie, so I've gotten into it a few times.
Next up, we have another one of the movies of all time, and that is Silence of the Lambs, a movie that I think is just fucking remarkable, and it honestly might be a game changer.
Do it. Thanks,
because here's the thing. A movie with genre and horror elements is so far away from what the Oscars usually award. But Silence of the Lambs, in its just pure tightness of script and like all-timerness of performances and moments, continues to be one of the movies of all time because it just continues to clear. There's nothing fucking like it. They've tried to make all these goddamn sequels. Everyone's trying to make a fucking Hannibal. But no. These performances and the writing and the tightness of the script and the setups and the payoffs and the editing, this is a movie on top tier through and through and through, and it won Best Picture even though it has horror elements to it, which just doesn't fucking happen.
Yeah.
Silence of the Lambs is one of my favorite movies.
It's not even one of my favorite movies, but I'm gonna put it there just because it's just objectively correct that it's a game changer.
Yeah, we could put it there. I mean, I will note, I do think that the core plot point of that is essentially transphobia in the film is kind of icky.
Absolutely.
But
I don't know.
I don't know how to reconcile that.
I've heard
really.
mixed trans perspectives who spoke about this movie. Ultimately, there isn't anything clear to me. It's still pretty ambiguous, and I don't know.
The jury's still out on whether Silence of the Lambs is actually transphobic or if it's okay that we don't like a serial killer.
Yeah. But otherwise, I don't think any of us have any complaints about just Jesus Christ, man. Like, what the fuck?
Dude. So fucking good, dude.
The final moments where oh my god, where he's like,
and
Jesus.
It's the only Best Picture winner where it's the only Best Picture winner where a character peels another character's face off of his face and then murders a bunch of people and steals an ambulance and then drives to Mexico or whatever.
Yeah. That's a game changer right there.
And also the framing just like of this movie is so deliberate. Like,
dude,
every single shot is so deliberate. I love the one of Jodie Foster in the elevator and she's like 5'2".
Yeah.
And then all
yeah.
6'5" men who are in the same outfit. And then obviously the positioning of when she's visiting Hannibal. It's so well done.
Yeah. All right, that's going in game changer.
It also came out in February.
Oh, really?
That is
Wait,
nuts.
so did it won really quickly? Like
No. It came out
one
in
a year
February
later
and one over a year later.
Oh wait, no, of course. God, Jesus, goddamn.
That's because it's a fucking banger movie, dude.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's kind of similar to Get Out in that way, a February movie that came all the way around. Didn't win. Maybe should have. I prefer Get Out to Shape of Water, but that's just me. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we can move on. To Rain Man.
Rain Man. Yeah. Meh. I like Rain Man. I like the characters.
Entertaining and light, but
But
it's just a kind of a movie.
No, this movie's harmful, entertaining and light, and in this horrible ass depiction of like autism and developmental disabilities
Sure.
being portrayed by Dustin Hoffman. Like they didn't know a ton when they made the movie, but I don't like this movie because of the way any of it deals with any of it, and it's so central to what the movie's about.
Yeah.
It's like, I think you could have cast someone who has a
and also there's
disability
like a lot of Latina stereotypes with the girlfriend of Tom Cruise that are no one.
He had a girlfriend in this movie?
He did.
I forgot about that. Jesus Christ. So
I'm kind of a Rain Man hater. I'm gonna be real.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with putting it there because I have no strong feelings towards this movie.
Tanner? Matt or harmful?
Listen, I watched Rain Man for the first time with my mom on TV, and she really likes this movie, and so like I have a fondness for like when they're coming down in the elevator and they have matching suits, and we're doing the Aiko Aiko Ane song, and then we're winning all the casino games and stuff like that. I got a soft spot for that. I see where you're coming from. Has not aged well. Totally get it. But like, does it belong next to these other movies in harmful, or does it belong next to the movies in bad?
I think bad is an okay compromise because I do like this movie, and Sam said he liked this movie. And Tanner, you have
okay. To be fair, I watched it when I was like 13.
Okay, yeah. So even though I only think one of us thinks it's a bad movie, I think meeting in the middle, it is a reasonably okay movie with harmful elements. Yeah, so that makes it bad.
Okay,
let's put it there.
Okay.
Hamlet. And Sam just covered his mouth and laughed. Sam,
there is an additional.
Has any extreme feelings about this?
Not because of the movie's fault, but this should maybe go in harmful because of the irreparable damage it has caused to the relationship between Tucker, Tanner, Abram, and I really in the most acrimonious Quest episode we ever recorded.
Sam?
My review on Letterboxd of this movie was a 0.5 star, and it was just, y'all like this? And it is the top review on the
of the movie? God dang. Yeah,
it's just, y'all like this? 0.5 star.
Hey, listen, I'm okay with putting it
I kind of do. I kind of like it.
Terrible.
Like, it's not harmful, though.
It's not harmful.
Yeah,
like,
that's a joke.
Doesn't do anything special. It's just like, you like Hamlet? Here's Hamlet. And like,
you into him?
Hey, listen, I don't know. This is going to be a controversial statement, I think, in this group. Hamlet is like a good play. Hamlet's a good play, and it can bring out some good performances. But ultimately, if you're comparing it to all the other Best Picture winners, like we just let a Hamlet adaptation win, like just a Hamlet adaptation.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think that's true, and I'm not going to lobby for this, but I think the case for it being harmful is that it is pretty restrictive of what the cinematic art form can do, and rewarding a film with the highest honor for just filming some guys on some sets with pretty basic framing, and I mean, it is just a very simple. We really just kind of recorded the guys on stage, and that is not what cinema can do. And the best picture winners use the editing and their set design and their character work to really expand because they are movies. And Hamlet is just a Hamlet adaptation, and it has a tinge of harmful. But even though this is my least favorite Best Picture winner, and you're right, it was harmful to Quest, I guess, because I hated this movie so fucking much. And Sam, I'm so glad that you're on the same page with me for this.
Y'all like this?
Watching this movie and sitting there with Tanner and our other roommate just like came in. She was a big Shakespeare fan.
Yeah,
I would like get up and like pace around and like shake my hands because I was like, this movie's fucking infuriating to me. Like everything about this is just pissing me off. And it led to me like having an outburst on Quest, which kind of the only time this really happened. But does anyone want it above bad?
It can go in bad.
Okay. So actress
it can go in bad.
Ethel Barrymore presented the Best Picture Oscar to this movie, and she infamously said that she hated the movie. So when she opened the envelope, she went, Hamlet.
Hamlet. Oh god, that's funny. Now let's go to the easiest placement of the night. Crash.
It is 2, one. No, okay.
Harmful.
I think it's harmful, obviously, but I must admit, if you watch this movie high and you watch the Sandra Bullock scene,
we had a great
I
time.
loved.
hilarious.
hilarious.
I must say,
It's so
not,
funny.
I could never say that this is the worst Best Picture winner because I have so much fun watching it.
I was laughing my ass off. Me and my
So
friend
funny.
Peter watched this, and it was just like comic gold.
Yeah.
And it's not trying to be. So
No, listen, and I think we
except
all
for
agree-
Ludacris. Ludacris is awesome, and his role should go in Game Changer because I think
Oh.
no, I'm just
Luda, no, but like I think we what's going in harmful, right? Because
Yeah, of course.
as much fun as we can have laughing at it, we're laughing at it because it thinks it's being like.
Smart.
Hang on. My recording maxed out, so let me just restart here. I can.
You can continue talking. It's fine. You can just like.
Yeah. Well, no, I just wanted to sync up. Okay. Boom. Okay. Sorry. We all laugh at it because it thinks it's being like, so hey, don't be racist. Racism is bad.
It's like that girl in
and-
your elementary school class.
Yeah.
It's like when there's like a black girl and a white girl in the elementary school class, and like the video, it's like they watch a video like describing like enslavement throughout America, and it's like
What the fuck is this analogy?
Wait, what are you talking
it was like the white girl, like the video's talking about they were beaten and hung and whipped, and she was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's so bad."
Oh,
And then
sure,
the
yeah.
the video goes, and then Harriet Tubman came, and then the white girl looks back and is like, "Woo, that's you. That's
Yeah.
you."
Yeah, it has a very simplistic and reductive and
of the
frankly
At the
harmful.
end of the class, the white girl is like, "I just want to say, I think racism is really bad, and we should all just..." And then everyone starts clapping, like pointing at the
It's
black
exactly
girl.
that. It is
This
exactly
is the mindset
that.
that this movie has.
I just want to say that I think racism is bad, and then we all immediately clap. That's what this
Yeah.
movie wants us to do. It's so ham-fisted, and notoriously beat Brokeback Mountain, the far superior film, the far more progressive film. But instead, we have to do this like faux progressivism, where the Academy gets to be like, and we agree that racism is bad, and look at all this multicultural, multiracial cast that's in this thing. Except there's scenes where Ludacris, Timo, to your point, is like, man, those white people are racist. They crossed the street because they thought that we were gonna rob them. Anyway, let's go rob some people.
Go rob them.
Insane. Insane. This is
Also,
an insane
evidently
movie.
produced, written, and directed by white people.
Yeah. Just think about the scene in which Sandra Bullock falls down a stair. You just gotta think about that scene, and that's all you need to know about that movie. You don't need to know anything else. You really don't need to see any other parts.
The character arc is just, wow, Latinos are robbing me. I hate Latinos. Oh wait, my maid who is a Latina saved my life. I love Latinas.
Oh my god. Yeah, and it's just full of poor editing, poor camera work, poor performances. Like, it is a badly made movie that was supported in its time by an intended to be progressive message. But as soon as you give it a modicum of like critical thought, you're like, no, this is doing the exact opposite of what it intends to do. And the fact that we are laughing at a movie that is supposed to be about how all these perspectives and everyone has like their own demons, and that it hurts its own case.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts its own case, and Crash is an actively harmful movie. And Sam, you might be right. It might be one of the more fun Best Picture winners, but it is one of the worst Best Picture winners.
Of
It
course.
absolutely is.
2002.
We're doing this still? Okay, we are moving on to something that just absolutely excites all of us, and that is Chariots of Fire. And I'm going to hand it off to Timo as he does his little jig to tell me what he thinks about Chariots of Fire and tell me where it should go on this list.
Chariots of Fire has one thing going for it, and it is one scene out of the movie in which the score that you've already heard plays, and the
then
guys
you're like, "Hey, I
run
recognize
in
that."
slow-mo on the beach. I don't think there is much else in this movie that is worth remarking upon or analyzing. The story was boring and about a subject that we didn't care about. It was presented in a largely flat way, but it did have awesome music. So probably meh. Is it bad though?
I would
Maybe.
say it's bad. I mean, I think this is one of the least interesting Best Picture
really
winners.
boring.
A certain subsect of
boring.
people from a certain era, from a certain part of the world,
British
are like,
people
yo, but
from
I'm not
the
that.
80s.
yeah. Sam, what do you think about Chariots of Fire?
So you know that when this won Best Picture, there was actually a really excited reaction from the audience because, and at the time, you know, prior to I'd say maybe the 2000s even, standing ovations weren't really a thing.
Sure.
It didn't get a standing ovation when it won Best Picture.
They didn't invent standing and clapping until probably 1984.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just like how the world was in black and white before
Yeah.
like 1939.
It's kind of how like they thought that like women couldn't ride trains because it was like mess up their insides or whatever. They thought that if they stood and clapped,
it's also like
that their fucking like liver would melt.
No, basically, this film was a very surprising winner. It was almost viewed in the same way that like Coda would be. I guess.
Yeah.
Don't insult Coda like that.
It's so clearly like it came out at a moment when people like were charmed by it. It was really independent.
Yeah.
So I can see why people voted for it, but this is
I mean,
not...
in the same way, it's a crowd pleaser, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
but not
for
this
the
movie
80s.
is
For
just
the British in the 80s.
It doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
It's also just a movie that I think is very hard to truly appreciate outside of its release context. The subject matter, the stylings, the narrative around it have gone by the wayside, and frankly, that music is the only thing that this
Tell
movie...
me a single character's name.
No fucking shot. John.
Absolutely no way.
I didn't realize,
right.
and this is maybe a spoiler for the Questker ceremony, but who cares, really? Who knows when that video or this video is coming out? But I didn't remember until I was collecting a clip for this movie, for that show, that a big driving plot point of this film is like Judaism versus Protestant Christianity. I was like, oh yeah, that's what that movie was about.
Actually,
kind of.
yes.
So we're putting it in bad.
I vote bad.
Yeah,
Sure.
bad.
I think
Okay,
bad.
all right, perfect. Now,
Boom.
let's go to a, in my humble opinion, less bad movie. We went from Chariots of Fire straight to Mutiny on the Bounty. And Tanner, you're doing a little, was that a swim? What the fuck are you up to?
I don't know. It was Millie Rocket.
Tanner, where do you want to put Mutiny on the Bounty?
Mutiny on the Bounty was famously one of the ones for Quest that we didn't know anything about and really solidly surprised us in how good it was. Frankly, I don't want to say I was like, wow, an old movie. How can that? It surprised me that it was good. But like honestly, when we're getting back to this, and we just talked about Chariots of Fire, how it's like long and boring, and this
Actually,
one
I don't think Chariots of Fire
entertaining.
is long. I think it's like sub 2 hours, but I just think it feels long.
Really?
Yeah.
Anyway, I remember really enjoying, especially Charles Laughton in this film.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you know, it's quite nautical, which is not a setting that we get a whole lot in Best Picture winners. And I think it does a lot with that setting and its with its premise of like a mutiny and flying in the face of of authority, and then like trying to build a hierarchy based on what comes after that. So I'm gonna say Mutiny on the Bounty, good.
Yeah, I mean that's where I would put it as well. Do you agree, Timo and Sam?
I agree. I think it's good because I remember being quite impressed by the effects.
Oh yeah,
it
absolutely.
really looks like they're out there on ships, and for a film of that time, I didn't expect it to. And it's another piece of genre filmmaking that doesn't get shown. I mean, the historical epic, I guess, is a bit more likely than like your sci-fi movie to be a Best Picture winner. But I found it to be very quality all around. And I mean, it's not only is it Charles Laughton, but Clark Gable's in it too, right?
Yeah.
So
and he's also
like,
amazing.
Yeah, and characters that I loved to hate in that movie. That just made my blood boil.
Charles Laughton is like a top 5 Quest villain.
Yeah, you
Best
hate
Picture
that
villain.
guy. And so therefore, I think the film is successful for what it is.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just remember being blown away by this movie. I loved the performances. The dynamic was really interesting. The way that the mutiny builds over time and you see it come to a head in these crazy sequences. The production value is all there. It's just, it feels a lot like Ben-Hur, that it feels like it's so out of its era. Like, oh, we would see this made 40 years later and it would feel right, but then we're like, what the fuck? This came out that long ago and it looks this good and still holds up. So yeah.
In fact, I think both of the it'll be fitting that they go next to each other because, as you just said, Tucker, I think this one also has a number of remakes, as does, and people often forget,
Ben-Hur,
Ben-Hur 2016. So
Oh
yeah,
my God.
are we putting these next
Yeah.
to each other,
Well,
or
we're gonna-
Sam,
we're
are you
gonna
gonna,
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
tear
fine
this
with
down?
putting it in good.
Okay.
It doesn't do anything for me at all. I
Sure.
don't care about this movie,
Mhm.
but it is interesting that this movie got 3 lead actor nominations. 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the reason they made the supporting actor
The reason why
category.
they created the supporting
Mhm.
categories is because this movie got 3 lead actors.
So in that way, this is actually a game changer. I don't think
Oh,
we're gonna put
wow.
it in game
Or
changer.
no.
It is
It's not
literally
like an outstanding film. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. That is interesting to me that this is the reason why we have a supporting
Yeah.
category.
Yeah.
Also,
No,
kind of
let's put
crazy
it in
that they
good.
just didn't have that earlier, right?
yeah,
Like,
honestly.
they just were like, "Oh, these are all just
Leads are,
performances."
yeah.
That's all that matters.
You're either the lead or you're
I
nothing.
think it was just called Best Actor. I don't think at the time it was called Best Performance. Now they go for performance by an actor in a leading role.
In a
It's
leading
like
role.
so long. But then I
Uh-huh.
think they just called it Best Actor and Best Actress. I think evidently most of the performances nominated in those categories were leading.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
yeah, I guess there really wasn't a specific notion that it had to be a leading performance until the year after this.
Mm. Very
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Well, we've got Mutiny and the Bounty, and now let's move over to another a water-based film. Is that somewhat fair to say? Moonlight. There's a lot of water imagery in here.
Tenuous connection, I think.
I'm
Uh-huh.
trying my best. Okay, all right. Don't criticize the host. We get kicked off the
Yeah.
call.
Respect the game.
But Moonlight, Tanner, where do you want to put this on the list?
I think I'm going to start the bidding in love. I mean, how can you not love Moonlight? It's also sort of infamous for what happened at the Best Picture award ceremony when they handed out the award.
Yeah.
But I think this is really interesting as like a marker of the modern indie drama winning over
Definitely.
something bigger, something more maybe predictable for the Academy to choose.
Mhm.
And to talk about the movie itself, it's an incredibly important moment for African American representation in Best Picture winners, for LGBTQ plus representation in Best Picture winners, and even past that, it's just a great movie. Just fantastically written, fantastically acted. Just a great structure to this whole thing, separating into 3 parts and having our main character be portrayed by 3 different actors, and still feeling quite cohesive. I'm gonna start Moonlight in love.
Moonlight is a modern poetic masterpiece. It is a lyrical, symphonic journey that is so expertly crafted, but also so distinct and personal, and it doesn't feel manufactured in any way. It is one of the only movies that makes me cry. I watched this movie when it came out, before I came out, and it just it's a transcendent experience. And watching it win Best Picture was crazy, obviously, but really like cool that they actually, the Academy was ready to award Moonlight Best Picture. And
is it canceled out by Green Book 2 years later? Maybe.
Well, I was gonna say it was their recompense for
Crash,
Brokeback Mountain and Crash,
but I think
then they just
Brokeback
went back to
Mountain-
old habits.
I don't even
They relapsed.
I don't even
Uh-huh.
think Brokeback Mountain comes close to this.
Oh, of course, yeah, naturally.
I think
of course.
this is so much better than that movie, and I think that this is one of, if not the best film of the 2010s. I don't know why I wouldn't put this in Game Changer. I think it is just a staggering accomplishment of empathy and of connection, and all of the performances and the writing, and oh my god, the score. How could I forget? The score is like one note of that triggers me. It is in every way one of the essential movies of our generation, and I think that
100%.
it is going to hold up incredibly well
Yeah.
as a Best Picture winner. I have nothing but praise for Moonlight. It is a beautiful, beautiful movie.
I think the thing that stands out for Moonlight, for me, is not necessarily the writing or the characters, though I think that the performances are phenomenal. It really is how it takes a relatively simple story and uses its filmic elements to just make it feel totally different. The lighting is super expressionistic. The way that it's structured obviously just completely subverts what you expect. And so from the way that it's editing and its lighting and its the portrayal of its characters work together, even though it kind of feels like a story I've seen told in other ways, it is portrayed in such a distinct way that like there's nothing that quite looks like Moonlight. And the way that Barry Jenkins changed the lighting to reflect off of actors with darker skin colors, and it makes that feel like it has such a different color palette and like, you know, fits the world of these characters so much better. I don't personally love Moonlight, but I love what it stands for. I love its artistic value, especially as a much more, you're right, Sam, poetic film, especially among modern Best Picture winners. Well, actually, most Best Picture winners, we don't really get many poetic movies like this winning. Simo?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this film definitely at least is emblematic of what the Academy was trying to change about themselves during the 2010s.
Yeah.
And were they totally successful? No. But I think that the Moonlight is the moment where they kind of like at least got it a little bit. When a truly excellent film came out and they didn't shy away from it because of the issues and topics that it covered. And I mean, it makes me cry too. So I would kind of think that it could go in Game Changer because I feel like the way it's shot kind of brings this indie that I would call like indie digital production to the Academy, in which you're using these newer, smaller digital cameras, RE cameras, that then they can get in and move all around and have these like really powerful long takes that just flow throughout the scene. That isn't possible or as easy for films back in the day, or I even find that big budget movies don't do it as well either. That it's the low budget indie that can really get into these locations and get to the real, like, realistic heart of a scene through staging and the set and all that.
It's really interesting how Moonlight kind of strikes this balance between being like incredibly realistic in its portrayal of life and using realistic sort of camera movements, and as you're saying, like using digital cameras that allow them to adapt to that, but it's also so expressionistic in other ways, and in its lighting and editing and stuff. But it's kind of the best of both worlds, and that's really fun.
Yeah, it also, unless I'm forgetting something, sort of skyrocketed A24 to the point where they are right now.
Yeah.
And they show up basically every year now.
Every year since, except I believe 2021.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Sure.
Yeah, no, 2019 also, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I mean,
like
Lady Bard, Minari, Everything Everywhere. I actually do think that there's a pretty good case for this to go into Game Changer, not only because what Timo was presenting with cameras, which none of the three of us would have mentioned that if he hadn't brought it up, but with the distinct voice that it brings to the representation both behind and in front of the camera, and bringing indie filmmaking to because of A24, indie filmmaking has its own popular niche now, which is like, and it is more awardsy now. So I'm pretty comfortable with actually Moonlight and Game Changer.
Let's do Game Changer. Let's do it. I'm putting it in there.
Yes.
What was it? There was something else I was going to say, and I've lost
Spotlight?
it. Spotlight on Moonlight.
It makes me so happy that both those movies won Best Picture, and that's the lyric in the song. I'm like, hey, because I don't know that song. Don't know who it's by. Couldn't sing any other lyrics from it. Don't know when it came out. But
except for Spotlight on Moonlight.
Yeah, that's why the other ones I could.
Yeah,
but it's like a movie thing, and I'm like, I like movies. Next up, we have Gandhi, which, if you were gonna say a movie that fits into Oscar baity tropes and categories, especially for its era, this would be the one. A biopic, epic scale, very long, immense production design, period piece. But I found Gandhi to be a surprisingly great film. Not that I thought it would be bad, but those sort of movies don't usually appeal to me. And Gandhi is a film with an incredible main performance, and it really uses that spectacle, the epic scale of these kind of movies, especially in that time period, to portray the impact that this one man had on millions and millions and millions of people. And so for me, Gandhi is, I think, it would be low good, if anything. But that's where I'm going to start the bidding.
I think this movie is... when I first watched it, I really liked it. I was like, wow, this is really well paced and historical, and I'm actually enjoying it. But I don't think that Richard Attenborough really understood the kind of movie he should have made. I mean, the way it's structured is a little TV movie. I also think that it sort of portrays Gandhi and all of his supporters as people who needed white people to save them, and he really loves feeding into those narratives in a lot of his movies. I just think that the white savior trope is one of his faults as a storyteller, and he's really fond of using it.
We're about to get to one of those movies.
I also think that this film presents an incredibly basic and surface level approach to looking at Gandhi, because he wasn't a saint, and the film makes him very one note.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a good character study. It has some really nice sets, and I think that the score is really good, but it's too long. And also, you're right. Ben Kingsley, I love him in everything. I think he's amazing.
Yeah.
But I think this movie is fundamentally misguided and has a lot of the wrong people working on it. And I also just think it was made to win Academy Awards.
I don't disagree with that.
A lot of this movie, to me, rubs me the wrong way, especially the lack of complexity within studying him. It just feels like a heightened Wikipedia page.
Sure. I found that, I've sort of had a personal reckoning with especially biopics particularly, and how do they have a responsibility to tell the truth, as it were, about a historical figure, and not put them up on a pedestal per se. And I think I've come down kind of soft on it, in that it is artistic expression, but ultimately I don't know what Attenborough I don't know who wrote this film, probably Attenborough, maybe some other people, what they are trying to say about Gandhi.
The guy that that was an executive producer. My bad. Hold on, John Briley. He wrote nothing else you'd recognize.
Okay, but I feel like they weren't trying to say anything about Gandhi that wasn't already culturally understood.
Yeah.
That he was a monumental figure who fought for peace and non-combative change and revolution. So yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from, Sam, and I think we're talking ourselves into meh, because ultimately Attenborough may not be an incredibly visionary or experimental director, or especially challenging the way he wanted to take the character of Gandhi, but the scale and the massive production of this.
Isn't there a scene with 100,000 extras in it or something?
Yes, I believe it was the scene where of Gandhi's funeral parade has hundreds of thousands of people in it, and it's a massive production, and it's impressive. But as filmically, I don't know if there's much material to grasp onto for me.
I find it hard to appreciate that, because it's just, at what cost? I don't know.
Yeah.
E.T. was so much better. Why didn't that movie win? I know it's kind of seen as a kid's movie at the time.
Yeah,
but
it is.
It should have won. Robbed.
Timo?
Well, we can put it in meh. I think that you guys make fair points, and I don't really have a strong opinion about this film. I remember just kind of being washed along with the current of it, and it not really striking me in any way, positive or negative.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we can put it in meh.
All right.
Okay, it's in meh.
We're talking about White Savior. I did a little spoilering here, but next up we've got Out of Africa, which might be the most overtly white saviory movie in this entire canon. Out of Africa is not a movie that I ever think about positively. It's just so bizarre that this movie was incredibly popular and received a ton of awards and was the top of its craft, and we watch it today and we're like, huh? the fuck? Like this is a puzzling Best Picture winner. And so I start the bidding in bad. Out of Africa is weirdly written. It doesn't do its like own characters justice. It's like potentially interesting subject matter is just like washed over by giant time skips and then focusing really hard on Meryl Streep being like rude to like some like kids of color. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, it's just such a distractingly off-putting movie that it's bad for me.
I agree.
It's bad.
I think
I just remember us joking around, out of $1.25 or whatever.
Yeah. That was a quote from my dad who saw this movie in theaters. He's like, he came out.
this movie won 7 Oscars, and
it won a lot.
It won screenplay even. Like, I'm just gonna say something. This movie got 11 Oscar nominations. It won 7 of them. A movie about white people in Africa won 7 out of the 11 Oscars was nominated. One movie that year also got 11 Oscar nominations, but won none of them. The Color Purple.
Oh my gosh!
The same year,
Spielberg snubbed again.
Got 11 Oscar nominations. One of them won 7. One of them won 0. And I'm not going to champion The Color Purple as this amazing movie. It is still directed by Steven Spielberg. I think a lot of the choices in that movie are misguided. I think that it is flawed and way too long and has its whole set of issues. But I just think that's a little funny. It's a little like, what's going on here?
Tanner, anything else to add about Out of Africa?
No, it's going in bad.
Yeah.
I just put it there. There it is.
Next up, we've got The French Connection. Timo, what do you think about this movie? Where should it go?
I like The French Connection kind of a lot. I think that this is a crazy movie, and the way that it really is the movie of like new 70s, or new Hollywood 70s. You remember we were talking about when we went over Moonlight, Cowboy earlier, how that marked the change between these two eras of Hollywood. Well, now with French Connection, I think
the era is here.
The era is here, and this is what like that kind of not. I don't know if it's the peak of that filmmaking, because I think that there is a lot going on in this film that is like this is the story can kind of leave areas that you want more from it, but the grittiness, the cinematography, the real like hard-boiled acting, it's all right up my alley. And this like 70s noir film, come on, I there's a lot of that in there for me to love. So I don't know I'll probably think it's good. I think it's good. I don't know if it's quite all the way up to love.
Sure. Anyone passionate about this one way or the other? Sam Meltzer. Fingers up.
Go right ahead. Oh.
I think it is a really nice, tight 100 minutes. It is incredibly well paced. It does exactly what it wants to do. Every single decision that Friedkin, I can just envision him directing this movie. I can see him like playing all these things out. Every single thing he wanted to do worked because he didn't want to do too much. It is very well orchestrated. And as I said, the pacing is just amazing. It really flows nicely. It doesn't have a lot of dialogue, which is nice. It is not driven on plot. Well, it's driven on plot, but it's not driven in plot in the sense that it's not really driven on character dynamics, which normally I don't really care for those kinds of movies. But this film does it in such a tense and exciting way. And as you said, as Timo was talking about, it just feels like such a snapshot of its time, but not in the way that's dated. Not in the way like Easy Rider or something like that, where it's like, oh, this is a movie that speaks to our times. It is so relevant. But now you watch it and it's like, oh, I don't know how much I care about this. This is the type of movie that is very much of its time, but has themes and storylines that aren't necessarily specific to 1971, that it still works really well today. And I would put it under love. I think it's a great winner. It doesn't necessarily challenge the medium of film. It doesn't necessarily ask you any morally conflicting questions, but it's a really fun, well-made movie that does everything it wants to do. And awarding that as Best Picture, it's a successful, popular movie that everyone liked and everyone saw. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think it's great. I love The French Connection.
I mean, I'm reminded of just some like moments that really stick out to me as like this film that feels very distinct in its like new Hollywood sort of early 70s moment, and we have like some jarring camera like whip pans and zooms and stuff like that. Timo called out the car chase scene,
Infamous
which
car
in
chase.
itself it has a background that's very underground, because I'm fairly certain Friedkin didn't get like the correct permits or whatever
Yeah.
to shoot that scene,
And I think
and he's
that
just like, well,
maybe one of the cars that they hit was not a
yeah.
filming car.
I think I believe there was a quote from him that's like, "We'll pay the fines, who cares," or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a whole cat and mouse thing on the subway,
Mhm.
and yeah, it feels
the part where
very
he's
gritty.
like-
It feels
That part's really good. That part's really where the French guy
Yeah.
like gets to get that satisfying wave as he slides away on the train.
Mhm. It just serves as a really good reminder that, like New York, the Oscars weren't always so glitz and glamoury and stuff like that.
sure.
Sometimes they could award something that feels a bit more grimy, a bit more underground.
Yeah.
Like Times Square with the porno theater or something like that. Before there was an M&M store there.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ. So are you
I'm
going
go-
for Love Is This as well?
I'm gonna go good.
I would go good as well. I think this is a
Yeah.
totally solid movie, but I think that my mindset when Sam says this is a like crowd pleasingly good movie that does everything it does, I'm like, I agree with that, but that doesn't spark passion in me. I'm not like, holy shit, I can't.
Did not spark joy.
Yeah, it sparks a little joy. I mean, I think it's a good movie.
Oh,
you know, like
okay.
I certainly felt good while I was watching it, but this is one of those movies that for me I view as great mostly because other people say it's great, not because I personally think it's great. Like I watched it, I'm like, yeah, it was a good movie. But like I never think about French Connection myself. I think about other people thinking about that chase scene. I'm like, that is popular, and it is good. But so for me, it's a good movie. I would personally struggle to push up to Love. But Tanner, Timo, sounds like you guys are also good. So.
Mhm.
I'm glad
we're good.
that it beat something like Fiddler on the Roof, though, because I feel like
Sure.
if this exact lineup was 10 years prior, it would have been Fiddler on the Roof. It would not have been this. So very much a demonstration of what was going on, but also obviously a Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Could have never won. And Last Picture Show. The one thing I will say,
what a great lineup that year.
but one thing I will say is, why the hell did this win Best Screenplay over The Last Picture Show? I love this movie. This movie is great, but name one person who can tell me that the dialogue in this movie is better than the dialogue in The Last Picture Show.
Is Last Picture Show an adapted screenplay as well?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so is Clockwork Orange.
Oh, sure.
And I think so is Fiddler on the Roof. I think all the Best Picture nominees.
Oh, yeah,
were just-
because
were just
There's one more. We're missing one.
that I will not say because it doesn't exist.
What's the fifth one, Sam?
Nicholas and Alexandra, which
Oh.
none of you have seen.
No.
It's boring
No.
and completely stale. And it got nominated over Sunday, Bloody Sunday, which is like an
All right. We're getting a little to Oscars history politics here. We've got like 40 other movies to look at. Let's move on to The Hurt Locker, which for me actually is the same kind of energy that we were talking about with The French Connection and with Moonlight. Just gritty, independent filmmaking, focused on something, like hyper-focused. And The Hurt Locker just absolutely knocks every element it tries out of the park. I think that its perspective on a different kind of soldier in war is really interesting. Jeremy Renner's addiction to being sent on these what's the word for a fucking tour? Tour. I almost forgot the war word, but going on these tours is really interesting as a perspective on how war impacts people. Him being a bomb diffuser is really fascinating, and frankly leads to some of the most like tense scenes in any of these movies, and just the way that it's shot with people like a documentary style, using like actual documentarian filmmakers. It's just so grounded and gritty and unique, and it feels like the important, interesting war movie of that time period. So personally, I love The Hurt Locker, and that's where I'm going to start the bidding.
Yeah. Okay. I also remember really liking The Hurt Locker, though. I don't know if I can put it in love because I do have my reservations, but overall I'm quite positive on The Hurt Locker. Some things I remember not being goo goo gaga about include like Jeremy Renner going full like Jack Ryan, Jason Bourne in the third act, and is like, I'm gonna take justice into my own hands. It felt a little like wish fulfillment-y. especially for a movie that's supposed to be like, it's fairly grounded in its depiction of the war in the Middle East. And I also felt like, and maybe there's not a strong basis for this because it's been so long since we watched it, but I remember they're lacking an emotional core, I think. I think the thematic core is quite strong of Jeremy Renner's character, whose name is James, maybe.
No fucking way I'll remember that. Sergeant, Staff Sergeant William James. So technically William, but also James. You're right.
William and
Okay.
James.
Being addicted, and that moment of him at the end of the movie
In the grocery store?
the hard cut from the grocery
So
store
fucking
to
good.
him getting off the
So
troop
fucking
transport
good.
again is really strong. But like ultimately, the emotional core of between the characters does not is
not
a little
spark
bit
joy.
lacking for me. Does not spark joy, and in a lot of ways, I feel the same way about it as like Platoon, where I don't remember like the interpersonal, even though it's going to be a big aspect of these bonded male characters. So I'm going to go good for Hurt Locker as well.
Timo.
Yeah, I can think about putting it in good. I remember just being incredibly tense, and the having it be a bomb defusal squad definitely has merits in the decision making of this film, because I kind of don't really like it when we make a story about how our country invaded some other country and our poor boys had to go there, and look how fucked up they've been by all these atrocities that they were forced to commit.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't.
It's avoided
provide...
by having it be a bomb squad.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
that makes it for a bit more of an interesting, and we can get into some more nuance of this conflict and of the war. I remember the Quest episode about this film being very politically oriented, and I think that maybe that is to the detriment of the review, but good, it works. And yeah, like you guys were saying, these character elements, I do remember the bits about his seeming addiction to adrenaline and danger. And just I remember the filmmaking surrounding the actual bomb defusal scenes, just intense, and tug your ball 100%. And twist, grab your balls and twist them kind of material.
Yeah, Sam.
It's fine. I don't ever think about this movie. I think it has effective camera work. I like the use of slow motion, especially towards the beginning with like the rocks, and those shots are really cool. But yeah, I never ever think about this. What Timo was saying about, those types of movies that feature like Americans going to some other country and saving something, and we're meant to feel, sympathy and all of these things for our lead characters. I don't have a problem with that here nearly as much as I do with the Zero Dark 30, which I think is like, I think that if that one, I would be going on a rant right now, pissed.
Or like American Sniper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a whole other beast. But Zero Dark 30, I think, is pretty bad. But this one's fine. I guess I can see why it won. It's nice that like a real indie could be like Avatar.
Yeah.
Also, definitely.
And that
also
Catherine Bigelow could beat her ex-husband.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A female director too, which
win
is
for
actually,
I just think it's a little weird that this is the first movie that a woman won Best Director for. Really, The Hurt Locker?
Yeah.
Like,
it's like the most like male machismo kind of.
But also
on
just
this
not
list.
that worthy compared to like the hundreds of movies that came before this that could have. I don't. Who knows?
Yeah, it is actually very interesting. I think that The Hurt Locker stands as like a really unique example of female direction, though, and especially like Catherine Bigelow's entire filmography, because her approach to writing stories about male characters through the female perspective does give them a totally different flavor. And you can see from decades worth of war movies where male directors were making stories about men who were cool and went overseas and kicked down the people from other countries. But I think that it is the female perspective from the different kind of director on this movie that gives it that distinct edge as a war movie. And there's even still to this day not a war movie like The Hurt Locker. The Hurt Locker is still really singular. I'm not going to push hard for this, but I think there's a tinge of game changer there. I think it being a really unique example of female direction, being the first female director to win Best Director, being incredibly indie, beating all the odds, coming out on top of Avatar, which is still to this day the like most popular or highest grossing movie of all time. Like, there is a really distinct narrative to The Hurt Locker, and it's just so unique in that genre. But it sounds like we've talked.
I think all of that's true, but I don't think it actually did anything. Like if you
Sure.
look at what happened
Oh,
the
sure.
few years after that, like nothing really changed. Like
Yeah,
with Parasite and Moonlight, you actually saw changes. This
Mhm.
didn't really do anything. I mean, no woman was nominated for Best Director until what? Chloe Zhao won after
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
No, Greta Gerwig. It took
Oh,
7 years still.
Mhm.
I don't really think that this movie actually pushed any of that, unfortunately, but I think it winning like could have. I just think it had a lot more potential. I mean, it didn't. The Academy had a lot more potential to actually progress with these ideas, but
Yeah.
I don't know how much
I'm putting it in good.
it actually
Good.
did. Yes,
We're putting it in good.
Move on.
Gentleman's Agreement. This was one of the
Oh.
surprises of Quest. We were watching this movie, and we're like,
Mhm.
what
Early
the,
film.
what the
too.
fuck? That was really goddamn good. It has some really interesting themes, and Gentleman's Agreement, good movie.
Good movie. Yeah.
Good movie.
Yeah.
I feel like we should say more, but maybe Sam should say more.
It's good. It's fine. It exists.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's interesting that it's like a
Gregory
studio.
Peck was kind of hot. That's all I remember.
What else is new? You know.
Uh-huh.
But I think Gentleman's Agreement felt so fresh and distinct to us, and why it was like probably one of the most surprising episodes of Quest, as I mentioned, is that as a studio system movie that looks very, studio system of its era, and with
Of
Gregory
course.
Peck, one of the actors of his era, the fact that it is very explicitly political and about something and about a social issue, and it wins these highest awards is like pretty important for shifting the top of the top awards towards something that can be politically interesting and moving like social movements forward. So Gentleman's Agreement, it is a good movie, but I think that is really why it's good and why it sets itself apart from the other maybe kind of similar movies of that era around it, is that it feels like a step ahead. That movie feels like it would have been made in retrospect 30 years later, but it wasn't.
It's streets ahead.
I mean, I think that there is the fact that the film is very successful because remember that one of the key plot points of the movie is where he's like, I am going to impersonate a Jew. I'm going to become a Jew, and so that I can see what they see and think how they think, even when he is not. And nowadays we'd probably be like, I don't know if you should do that. But it works in this film because of the things that he sees and the ways that he's able to focus that back in on himself, and the way that he is challenged by his relationship, and that his relationship becomes a point of conflict because of these new moments of empathy.
Those are some really fascinating scenes.
Yeah, and that is, I think, a good way to take this like personal empathy narrative and twist it to make it harder on the characters. And they could have taken the easy way out and just had their romantic interest keep going along with it, but they don't. And so I think it succeeds for that. And I think it's very well shot. I mean, studio system movies look like that because that was the way that they could make them most efficiently and as best as they could. And so it's just another good example of that mode of filmmaking.
Yeah.
All right, I put it in good. Is that good with everyone?
Good.
We have double deckered good.
My review is just 3 stars. Celeste Holmes should get arrested for stealing every scene. Thief. Also, Gregory Peck looks way too attractive in this.
Next up,
all right, we're on a run of goods. Let's see if we can change it up a little bit.
In my opinion, we're changing it up next. Next up is Ordinary People. That this is one of the most meh movies on this list, in my humble opinion. What the fuck does this movie do? Like, the characters aren't particularly interesting. The filmmaking's not I couldn't rember. Like, maybe is it Divorce? Is it what the fuck is this?
1980, I believe.
Yeah. This really feels like an early 80s movie. It's a yawner. It's about these issues and about these people that I don't care about who have issues that are like
only partially relatable.
Yeah, and I don't find.
Yeah, they're like the conflict resolution is really weird. It's just a bizarre movie.
So here's the thing. It's very upfront and open about mental health, especially men's mental health.
Yeah.
Especially for the
That's
time.
a good message, yeah.
Which is good. We also got yelled at in the comments on this Quest review because we were too young and didn't get that. We did. We talked about it in the review, actually.
The review from 3 years ago.
Exactly. But also, yeah, I don't. I wasn't particularly moved by any of its conclusions or emotional moments, and also it beat Raging Bull for Best Picture.
Yeah.
I don't have any. I have no emotion towards Raging Bull. I actually really like this movie. I'm shocked that you all are so dismissive of it. I think it's beautiful.
Sorry.
Like, I think the acting is like so natural and subtle, and I think that it's really like well paced. And I also think that Robert Redford winning Best Director does not get enough credit, because I know a lot of people think this movie is visually dull, but go back and rewatch it and look at the way that the characters and the actors are like positioned in certain scenes. It's extremely deliberate, and I think really subtle character work just through the way he positions like Mary Tyler Moore specifically. I really like this movie. I'm kind of surprised that I'm really alone here.
You're very alone, to be 100%
I'm
honest.
very alone. Can we put it in good at least, or do we have to put it in meh?
It seems like the overwhelming majority is meh.
Oh, well.
We could be nice to Sam and put it in.
Because I would put it in love. I think it's very strong.
Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
Are we gonna be nice, Tucker?
It's better than Gandhi.
It is better than Gandhi. Yeah. Here's the thing. It's been a long time since Ordinary People.
I really haven't thought about Ordinary People for a couple years. 2 years.
Absolutely not. Yeah. Because honestly, to me, this is
maybe
just...
when I rewatch it, I won't like it as much. But I remember liking it. I don't know.
Yeah.
That is such a weird hypothetical that we don't even need to touch. But like, to me, this is just one of the really like in one ear and out the other ones. Like, personal dramas are totally fine, but as the best picture of its year, I really feel that it doesn't add very much to the canon. It's just a drama. Like it's a no frills. These are people having problems and dealing with them. And as Timo and Tanner and I pointed out, just like the characters aren't particularly engaging. The themes are present, but not like so fascinating that it makes it feel apart from other similar dramas of its type. Like, if I want to go towards a drama of this era that has characters I care about and more interesting themes, I'm going to go Terms of Endearment. Terms of Endearment just does Ordinary People better. And frankly, makes me think of Ordinary People in like a less like exciting light. Because I have the better example, in my opinion.
But Tucker, which one has Dr. Burger?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
Burger has
fine.
Dr.
We can
Burger.
put it in Matt. Maybe if I rewatch the movie, it'll not hold up as much. As
Sorry, Sam. Sorry.
Ronaldo would be disappointed in y'all.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
In fact, that's
Sorry.
the goal. Sorry, Ronaldo. Next up, we have...
Those are Tucker's words, not ours.
They don't represent the views of Backlog Banter as a whole. Next up, we've got A Beautiful Mind, and I'll save my piece on this. Who wants to go first?
I know you would.
Sam.
This film is bland as hell. It is
We're just flip flopping. That's what we're doing. You, especially Tucker and Sam, are just flip flopping.
literally. It presents zero questions to the audience, and if it does, it answers it immediately. There is no challenge, no morally confusing aspects. Everything is just, it checks every single box. And it won every single Oscar that it could have, except for Best Actor, because your boy Russie got into a little fight at the BAFTA, so then they gave it a second one to Denzel. But that's a whole other story. That's true, by the way. Russell Crowe got into a physical fight or something with like...
Well, it surprises me. Russell Crowe isn't particularly known to be a confrontational guy.
Yeah, well.
But so where would you start the bidding for this one?
Bad. I think it's hella boring and uninteresting and does nothing to expanding what Best Picture can be. It also beat 3 Stone Cold classics, Gosford Park, Moulin Rouge, and In the Bedroom, which all would have made...
Oh yeah, Stone Cold classics. Wow, yeah.
To me, they're Stone Cold classics.
I'm probably going to agree with Sam, though. I think this movie's boring and bland, and I just don't care for it that much. And I remember us being up in a little tizzy about its accuracy, and even that doesn't really affect. I don't remember anything interesting about it. I don't remember anything. I mean, he sees the math symbols, and it's like a math movie, but like, I don't care. I don't care about math, Like,
yeah,
I didn't take any math classes.
I fucking hate math.
4 years of university for a reason.
Okay, well, let me come in here. Let me step in. I'm not going to step in a particularly bold direction, but a slightly more positive one, because remember earlier when I was talking about Gandhi and how I had a personal reckoning with, like, oh, how accurate do biopics have to be? Do they have a responsibility to be journalistic and objective about if they're about a real person? And A Beautiful Mind is the movie that sort of caused that that flashpoint in my mind. Because as Timo said, there was a lot of discussion about, like, oh, it's not accurate to John Nash. I feel like I ask this every time when we talk
John
about this
Nash.
movie. Let's say John Nash,
John
to
Dillman?
his life. Yeah, John Dillman. It's not accurate to what schizophrenia is actually like. This and this and that. I'm going to play the mediator here and say, we put French Connection and Hurt Locker in good. We can put Ordinary People and A Beautiful Mind in meh.
Okay. Well, that's 2 slots too low because I love A Beautiful Mind. It's one of my absolute favorite Best Picture winners. I think it features some of the best performances across the board. Jennifer Connelly is one of my favorite supporting performances. The portrayal of John Nash by Russell Crowe, I think, is phenomenal. I think that Ron Howard does some of the most inventive and distinct direction that is so subtle but really fascinating when you really dig into it. The way that his schizophrenia is presented through subtle editing choices and framing and characters like turns of phrase, and even something as simple as like a door not shutting behind a character because you're not sure if they're real or not. It really takes the filmic lens and combines it with the story being told about this guy and his struggles to heighten it when you pay attention. And just all around the artistry, the way that it portrays this guy's story, it touched me emotionally, and I think it's one of the most interesting artistic visions for a biopic. And it really just one of my absolute favorites, like top 10 material there. But
like I said, I think we have to I think we have to mediate and put it in meh. I think that's that's the best path forward.
I don't even love the movie that I'm about to mention at all. I'm sorry, Sight and Sound. I don't think it's the 8th greatest film of all time. But like Ron Howard beating David Lynch for Mulholland Drive, I don't really. Again, like obviously never gonna happen.
Is far better than A Beautiful Mind,
especially from a directorial perspective. Like my goodness.
One of those movies has a really scary dude that lives behind a dumpster. Mm-hmm. So
that guy really
and tiny little people that crawl in under your door.
Yeah.
Why doesn't every movie have those elements?
Yeah,
you know what? So. I'm fine.
So. But
I put it in there. I don't know if I think it's bad. It's just nah.
It's meh.
Okay. Beautiful Mind does have that sequence, which in retrospect, I'm like, that's pretty cool actually, where it just turns into like a political thriller in the middle of it because John Nash just hallucinates the whole thing. Yeah. But mediating.
Oh, and he has all the fucking papers in his shed, and oh my god, I love that movie.
Tucker, I'm sorry, it's going in.
The way we completely reversed on Ordinary People and A Beautiful Mind. We switched with those two movies.
Next up, we've got All Quiet on the Western Front. I believe, 3rd Best Picture winner? Jesus Christ, that was a long time ago. Yeah. And a movie that we got a chance to sort of reevaluate and think about again because it just got remade and nominated for Best Picture. Yeah. But All Quiet on the Western Front from 1931. And, not from the year 1931, it was in 1930 and it won. Timo, where do you start the bidding for All Quiet on the Western Front?
I low-key love this movie because of, that story is really... evergreen. The story that comes out in the interwar period about what World War I was like really displays, I think, at maybe its height, like the futility of war. And that's what, to me, this film is really trying to go for. And the filmmaking of it is incredibly surprising to me because it's that juicy pre-code. We don't have to censor ourselves.
You can see the hands hanging off the wire.
We get the hands hanging off the barbed wire. Like, that is one of my favorite shots of all time. Yeah. I love that. And I think that for such an early sound film, too, it really excels in sound design to really make you feel things that aren't there. Yeah. It was like, M is credited as having like one of the first films with off-screen sound sound, but this film is not that far off and time-wise, and uses incredible off-screen, just thumping, booming audio. And I'm like, they didn't really have that high-quality recorders. How did they do that? Like, what did they record that made such loud explosion sounds, and the effects? And as well, I think that the acting is quite powerful in it. It really tells a heart-wrenching story that it's still in my mind what these poor German boys, the little German boys, had to go do, and the way that it totally fucked them up afterwards.
Tanner?
Yeah, Tucker, it's good you bring up the 2022 remake, because that's really what jogged my memory about this film when we reviewed that Best Picture, the most recent Best Picture nominee for Quest for the Bestest, and I'm reminded of some sequences that I thought were missing in from that version that were included in the 1930 version, particularly when he returns to his hometown and sort of has to reckon his experiences against the still rampant nationalism that basically pushed him to join the army in the
propaganda
first
that
place.
his teachers espousing to the kids is a really powerful
Exactly. At the same time, however, I think that we talked about this in the review, the characters are very interchangeable. I'd say they're not at all distinct. And I really only am attached to that main character because he's the one that does all the things in the movie, including going back and challenging the propaganda that he was fed as a child himself, even though he's only, like a year, if that, older, but he feels so much more older and so much more experienced. So for me, good or meh, maybe, The hands in the barbed wire is pretty cool, so let's say good. But let's see what Sam has to say, because I could be convinced.
No, it's good.
Okay.
I think I agree with you on like the fact that the characters are interchangeable. The movie doesn't really have a personality, which
War.
I guess it doesn't need. But I don't know. I think the book is better. I definitely think it's better than the new one. The new one, Timo mentioned like loud thumping noises. It did not have.
Best score, best original score.
Yeah, Academy Award winner for best original score. Worst taste in the Grammys. Worst, like, did they like all become deaf or something? Because
we're not talking about 2022. We're talking about 1930.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Away. Yeah, I mean, I put it in good. I don't have much emotion towards it, but it's definitely important, and I understand why it won.
True.
Yeah, I don't have much thoughts.
Good.
Tucker,
Here's an interesting poll for me. I think this might be a game changer, because I do think that, not that it's a movie that I personally have a lot of affinity for, but I think that what it stands for as an early example of usage of sound completely changes the medium. And the way that we're able to portray the horrors of war and the craziness that's going on around them is done to, like, totally experienced effect in this movie. But it wasn't totally experienced, because it was what, 2 or 3 years after that medium aspect of the medium was invented. It's fucking insane how well they did the sound in this movie. And I think the idea of portraying the German soldiers as personable, and they're the heroes of this story, especially for the era that it released in, like, that is politically subversive. That, and especially compared to the people that are the best picture winners that are around it, that feel very trite and very of their era. This movie feels forward-looking, not only in its technical aspects, but in the way that it portrays the seriousness of war. Like, telling a story from the German perspective and have that win the American Best Picture win, like, that is really, really interesting. And so I think a case can be made, as I have, for it being a game changer, especially for its time. Comparing it to what won around it, Cimarron and the Broadway Melody. You're telling me this isn't a fucking game changer as the third best picture winner ever?
Well, you could also argue that the Broadway Melody is a game changer then, because it was like the first musical ever. But also remind you, like, this was right before the Code.
Yeah.
We can't really see how this changed the game at the Oscars, because the Code fundamentally changed everything.
But I also don't
really
the Hays Code is the real game changer.
Right. We don't really know what would have happened. So I don't know if I can say it's a game changer.
Tucker, you make a very compelling argument, but I think we're just gonna lack the 4 unanimous
Sure.
votes.
Oh, I guess that's true. It does have to be 49 votes. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That was my rule too.
Yeah. So it's going in
It's
good.
going good.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, it's going in good.
All right, let's move on to something a little more serious. 12 Years a Slave was one of the movies that we were the highest praise on during our reviews, and I want to hear from Timo where he thinks this should go on the list.
Man, is this a very good movie, or do I love this movie? I think that this movie probably deserves to go in love, given how powerful it was watching it. I just remember being pretty much blown away by it, and the power of its storytelling. The story was communicated in an extremely effective and personal way that, it got to me. It got to me while we were watching it. And so I'm going to say love. It's beautiful too. And
it is
now
beautiful.
I'm thinking about and terrifying in other parts.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is kind of the perfect example of like the modern period piece movie. Like, it's just completely well told, completely well done across the board. Technically, you can see the creative vision there, like foretelling this kind of story to the degree of seriousness that it takes itself. And maybe like across the board, like best group of performances. I mean, Chiwetel Ejiofor and Lupita Nyong'o are two of the best performances in this entire canon of Best Picture winners, and then you just get a ton of really terrifying but fascinatingly done supporting performances of Benedict Cumberbatch and Paul Dano and Michael Fassbender. Like, holy shit. This isn't a movie that I find myself thinking about a ton, but it is a movie that I love for, with its subject matter, what it does with it, the technical craft that goes into it, and just the insane list of performances.
Tucker, I'm going to piggyback on basically everything that you just said there, because yes, and also expound on something that Timo said, because maybe more than anything, the cinematography of 12 Years a Slave sticks with me. I'm reminded of the first when Chiwetel Ejiofor is being held in prison for the first time, and there's like this very stark darkness about the entire room that he's in, except for like the light that's just coming through like the bars in the ceiling, I think they are, and then you obviously have like the classics, your beautiful sunsets, your wide vistas of like the swamp lands and stuff like that. It's gorgeous. It gave us Lupita Nyong'o essentially, classic. She's so damn good. Why isn't she in more damn movies? Lupita Nyong'o. So yeah, dig 12 Years a Slave. I would put it in love, frankly.
Sam.
I have nothing to add. It's 12 Years a Slave.
That we can all agree with.
Yeah, great movie. I don't know if it like, I wouldn't put it in game changer.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's like personally. I'm never gonna watch this movie again. But I think
it's one of those.
I think that's kind of the intention.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's really tough at times. Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Rocky. Now, this is an interesting one because for me, this is a movie that I have a hard time believing won Best Picture. I'm like, fucking Rocky won Best Picture? But every time I watch this movie and think about this movie, the more I'm like, this is like the pinnacle of indie filmmaking. They just fucking made this. They just worked their asses off and sold their shit and like went on the streets at the middle of the night and fucking just like, they just did everything they possibly could to make this movie work, and it just blew up. Like, this is one of the success stories of all of film history, and it's so fucking cool that a movie this popular won Best Picture, because then when you watch it through the lens of, this is in the canon of best movies of all time, as portrayed by the Academy, then you start analyzing the writing and the direction and the performances under this lens, and you're like, no, they're fucking right. Like, this is one of the most interestingly directed movies and acted movies and written movies, and like the production story behind it is just so fucking fascinating. This movie gives me like energy to think about how great movies can be. I adore Rocky. This is a easy love for me.
Same. I love Rocky. It's one of my dad's favorites, as I'm sure it's one of your dad's favorites.
It's everyone's dad's
dad's favorite.
And it's been passed down onto us. Sam, what are you saying?
Someday.
So, yeah, exactly. And like, it's just a masterclass in crowd pleasing cinema. I think
Yeah.
it's so effective. All of its beats land. It's never boring. You really root for this character.
Yeah.
I mean, he's you don't it really presents him in such a compelling way, because if you look at it, on paper, I don't know how much you would care about him just by reading a synopsis, but it really does an amazing job at making you care for him so quickly.
Yeah. The characterization is phenomenal. It's a combination of the writing direction and Sylvester Stallone's performance, in which he just has quirks out the ass. Like he's bouncing around, and he's like jabbing things a little bit, and he's a quirked up white boy, and it makes you love him.
I think more important than all
Quirked
that,
up
it's
Italian
that
boy.
Sylvester Stallone, like, literally put his whole heart into this. Like, it's his movie, it's his thing, it's his brainchild essentially, and he famously wanted to direct this as well, but the studio, as much of an underdog story as this film getting made was, they just couldn't condone that.
And honestly, I'm glad that he didn't direct it, because we just watched The Expendables a couple days ago, and Sylvester Stallone as a director.
Hey, but Tucker, I think it's a very different thing when you're talking about Rocky, which is his performance and the script is all Sylvester Stallone's heart and care put into this thing. And not even to mention, Carl Weathers is also great as Apollo Creed.
And Talia Shire and Burt Lancaster.
Exactly.
Burt Young.
They're all great.
My bad. Yeah. I'm getting my Burts mixed up.
Lancaster. Are we putting it in love? Let's put it in
Timo,
love.
Put it in love.
You want to share some thoughts or no?
Y'all have said it, really. I mean, this is a great movie. Talk about iconic American film.
Yeah, absolutely.
True. Philly.
Let's hit the opposite end of the spectrum. Colorful,
iconic,
crazy, fun, iconic. Gigi. I was gonna say it in like an excited voice, but I'm like, no, I don't want to give Gigi the fucking time of day. Mm-hmm. Tanner, talk about the fucking movie.
Yeah. Bad movie, like really bad. I think. Really dull, really stale. I'm a musical guy. I love a movie musical, even the ones that I think are bad. I quite enjoy, like Rent. But this is the worst sin a movie musical can have, where it's not memorable at all, it's not fun, it's not kinetic, it's not funny. In fact, it's aged quite poorly, as we've mentioned a number of times. I don't need to say the opening song. Everyone just have a fun time.
You don't want to be
if
clipped.
You don't know the opening song. Yeah. If you don't, I don't want to be clipped. If you want to have just a shocking time, Google the first song in the film Gigi.
Yeah. My God.
I'm bad.
It's bad. It's also bad. This movie was nominated for 8 Oscars and it won all 8 of them. When Ingrid Bergman announced this as Best Picture, she opened the envelope and went, "Again, Gigi." She was like, "Really? Again? You're gonna keep awarding this?" It is bad. It's also very forgettable. Like, who the fuck is talking about this movie besides us?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
And we should stop talking about it.
We should stop talking about it.
Definitely. Bad.
Okay. Let's go on bad. There it
is. Fellas. Fucking fellas. It's the fucking...
what a
spit it out. Spit it out.
The Apartment is up next. A movie so good, it made us all, like, gurgle with excitement. Timo, why is The Apartment so amazing, and where is it going to go?
Man, well, I think I'm going to start by saying it should go in love. I love this movie. This movie is so freaking amazing. I think that Billy Wilder, as a director, has a very specific flair. I've watched almost every single Billy Wilder film, and he really knows how to drill into what's going on in American society. And this film likes to take a really interesting look at corporate America and what it is like to be your little corporate worker drone and what that makes a man feel like. But it also drills into the ideas, be a mensch and all the romance between Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine is it's not super pleasant. They have fights. It doesn't go the right way all the time. but it is ultimately heartwarming and affirming. And when you get the last line of the film, "Shut up and deal," which is like, they're a little spicy at each other, which is exactly how Wilder likes it. Man, I think that this film is up there in the ranks of films that could be called perfect. I think that The Apartment really just nails. I mean, I could ramble on about the production design and the camera work and like all these other stuff too that makes it great. But just from a watching, super enjoyable, lovely story, and has a lot of heart about what it's like to be an American.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah.
Love it. Also, it is so much fun.
It's so funny. It's funny too.
It's so funny. It's just so enjoyable. It's like I usually watch this movie in like December. Just so like easy.
It's a Christmas New Year's movie.
Right, exactly. It's just so comforting and cute and fun, and people can ramble on about how Psycho was robbed or whatever, but I don't think that like Psycho not winning Best Picture harmed the Academy Awards. I mean, maybe it's
not even
because
not even nominated for Best Picture, but
that's a little.
Yeah. What does upset me is that Miss Shirley MacLaine couldn't get that Oscar, and they had to give it to Liz Taylor because she almost died for a piece of shit god awful movie that even she hated. But anyways.
Yeah,
love The Apartment.
Love movie.
The Apartment's an easy love. I think it's an all across the board.
Yeah.
I think that thing that really stands out to me about this is the tightness of its screenplay, the focus by which all of its filmic elements focus in on, like heightening the themes and heightening the characters, and just unmatched trio of performances. Like 3 fucking god tier heavy hitters just slinging it back and forth, and every fucking line is delivered.
And then like lots of great character actors too, lots of great supporting characters. The doctor, all the neighbors in the apartment building.
Yeah, just a love across the board.
And
if only it was
concept too.
True. Yeah, but it handles that with grace
in the Wilder way.
Yeah.
I got caught collecting clips for the Questers ceremony as well recently, and I ended up just kind of like watching maybe 15, 20, 25 minutes of The Apartment, just getting sucked into it because it's so fucking good.
So fucking good. That's a love. That's an easy love. Next up, we've got The Departed. And Tanner, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Where's it going to go?
Well, Tucker, thank you for throwing it to me, because I just watched another Scorsese film last night, and now looking at The Departed, his big Best Picture winner. I mean, I really enjoy The Departed. I think it is. I don't want to say it's like the iconic Scorsese movie, because I think that's Goodfellas. But like, it is a really interesting.
Or Taxi Driver. I think there are multiple that are above.
There's a lot, but it's a really interesting modern interpolation of Scorsese. God damn it, Scorsese's. I joke his name too much. Scorsese's style and the stories he likes to tell, and it's just like a very tight narrative. It's got that like Scorsese funniness to it, that Scorsese comedy, where it's like it's quite dark, and you get look into like his mind and what he thinks is funny, which is kind of like fucked up stuff. And I think that's perfectly translated through like Jack Nicholson's character, for instance. He is just going balls to the walls in this thing. Then you have like the two polar opposites, these two like encircling battleships that are Leonardo DiCaprio and Matt Damon, as they sort of like flip sides and have to live in each other's worlds and be double agents. It's just a really compelling idea for a film. That being said, it is just infernal affairs. So when I say it's a great idea for a movie, it was a great idea for a movie when they made it a couple years earlier in a different country, and then Scorsese is like, I can do that too. And they're both good. I assume I haven't seen Infernal Affairs.
Timo?
Yeah, I like this movie. I watched Casino somewhat recently, and yeah, I think The Departed, it doesn't do like a ton for me in like retrospect here, but I remember it being very good and a lot of it delivers all the things I want from a Scorsese movie, which I only choose to watch when I'm like wanting to watch that. So I don't really know how I would have felt about this film had I been viewing it as in context of all the other movies that it came out with. But I think it's a good movie. I think it's a darn good movie.
Sam?
Yeah, I really like The Departed. It is so much fun. I don't know how much you take away, as we were saying. Like, I don't know if it's the type of movie that you
Don't be a
are
criminal.
really thinking about after you watch it.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's
Don't
better
kill
than
people,
Little Miss
don't betray your
Sunshine. Like, I
friends.
think Little Miss Sunshine should have won Best Picture. It was really close. I think in today's so if this exact 5 were nominated today, Little Miss Sunshine absolutely would have won Best Picture. I have no hesitation when I say that because it won Screen Actors Guild and Producers Guild and Writers Guild. It was very, very close. But I think ultimately the fact that Scorsese just hadn't had a win in him push this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think it's the best movie of 2006, but
No, I don't think so either.
yeah, it's
Except for
good.
it.
It's really fun. Like when I watch it, I love
It is now.
But I don't know if it's something you want to think about after, or if it's something you really have anything to think about after you watch it.
Are we putting this in good
Yeah,
then?
I think I do love this movie. I think that for me, it's not about those themes. More just what a fucking production. Just like performances and editing and like tight script and setups and payoffs. Like it is just go from the fucking minute one. And those are the kind of movies that really, really speak to me. I think it is my personal favorite Scorsese movie because it does feel a little bit quicker than his other movies. And I really appreciate the momentum this movie has and the breadth of character.
Yeah.
But yeah, good is fine. Totally fine by me.
Good is fine. Okay, it's in good. All right.
It's fucking...
Another one of the guys. Another one of the guys of all time.
We all salute to Big Jim Cameron. Titanic won Best Picture. Of course it's gonna fucking win Best Picture. It's maybe the movie of the movies. And the greatest thing about Titanic is that Tanner and I had neither of us had seen it when we were going into it.
No.
And we were like, look, we've been burned by like iconic, really important big movies that people love. And so we went in skeptical. And Big Jim Cameron with his big fucking swinging balls comes in and just
his big boat.
Boom. We're fucking in. We're in for 3 hours. We see some shit we never thought we could see before. Most impressive,
Mostly,
like, boom, 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 boom.
bare nipples. You never thought you could see those?
No,
before.
God. Neither of us would never see those. But Titanic is, like, it. I didn't expect it to be a movie that I loved. But then I watched Titanic, and Big Jim just fucking came out swinging and pulled me in, and yeah, it's one of the movies, and I agree.
Is it a game changer?
It's so huge.
I think it's a game changer for movies in general.
But I don't think the Oscars.
You don't think the Oscars?
I love
it was a
love
massive,
this movie.
massive film.
Yeah, but no massive film like won after this. If you think about it.
What are you fucking
Part
talking
two.
about?
Except for like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, well,
So-
yeah, actually, kind of just Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
No,
that's
like
what I
that.
mean. I love this movie so much. So like,
It was kind of the end
Yeah,
of an era.
you look
in
at
that way.
Forrest Gump, Braveheart, English Patient, Titanic. Like, okay. Oh, and then after that, it's like, okay, we're gonna go smaller stuff.
I love
Yeah,
this movie though. I
we
think,
want the opposite.
Titanic is like incredible. It's so well paced.
Jesus, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Like for a fucking 3-hour movie, I don't pause the movie when I watch it. Like I watch the whole thing in one sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm a lunatic, but
No, Timo, you can't say anything because you're biased.
What?
Oh, because your parents knew a thing about the thing or something?
Yeah, my parents tangentially worked on the set. My mom was somewhat in with the hat department, and apparently,
This is a nepo pick.
Yeah,
this is a nepo pick for Timo.
They would throw these extraordinarily expensive hats into the water. Like they would get period piece, like real good replications, and just destroy them. And,
Thanks, James.
and they would be like a $2,000 hat that they would ruin for a single shot. I also love this movie. It's so damn cheesy, but I fucking love how cheesy it is. Like when all these rich people are talking on the ship, and like the first half, the second half, not cheesy at all because it's intense and
Until
thrilling.
Billy Zane comes on screen.
Yeah,
When
Billy Zane.
He's whipping around with his pistol and
That's
stuff like
cheesy
that.
as
Come
fuck,
on,
dude.
Yeah.
Dude, and it works.
It absolutely
works
does.
in its cheesiness.
Yeah.
It's a giant movie.
Yeah.
And of course Academy gave it to it, but yeah, I love
Yeah,
it too.
and it's just artistically important otherwise. Like, this is not a big popular movie that's also kind of like, just fits the fucking books. Like, he created techniques for this, and it, like, blew up, like, the combination of CGI and practical effects. Like, nothing like this has been done other than what James Cameron does. So, like, from that lens, it's certainly a game changer, but I think in the context of Best Picture winners, where actually for a long time that was kind of the norm. I mean, like, us seeing Braveheart win and Ben-Hur win and Dances with Wolves win, like, they kept doing that, and so Titanic was just another one in that legacy. But for films, absolutely a game changer. But a love across the board for all of us.
It's love. It's going in
so
love.
good.
Tucker, move on.
It Happened One Night is another love for me. You can't fucking go different scales from Titanic to It Happened One Night. It could not be different, but It Happened One Night is like the perfect screwball comedy. Of course, it was like really what kicked off that genre, but the amount of snappy line delivery and unique tone because of the era that it's set in and the unique perspective that it offers into this Depression era America and the camaraderie that the people feel around it, and just two amazing performances and like amazingly interesting characters. I love It Happened One Night. It's one of my favorite fucking movies. Sam's nodding along. Yes, Queen, yes.
Oh, good. It's so much fun. Like, when I first watched this, I didn't think I'd like it that much. But the way they talk is actually, I don't know, it flows, it's natural. Like, most movies from the 30s, they talk like it sounds to me like the 1700s, you know?
Yeah.
But they actually talk at a like relatively quick pace. It's very tightly paced. It is so much fun. Yeah, I mean, worthy of winning all 5 of those Oscars.
Oh, definitely. Tanner?
Tucker, this was, I remember you being so jazzed to watch this, especially watch this with me, and I had a fucking great time. This movie's hilarious. It's quite breezy, quite short from what I remember, and it just fills up that time with a lot of really solid camaraderie, really solid comedy, lots of wacky scenarios, wall to wall. So yeah, I'm fine with wherever we land in this one, good or love, frankly.
I'm a love. Seems like Sam's a love. Timo, where do you land?
I don't remember like a ton about this, so we could put it. I would probably think good, but
okay.
You know,
Tanner, are you good or love?
I feel like I'm leaning more towards good, but what do you think?
Can we put it? Can we just do it? Can we just put a love? Just a little
Sure.
treat, just a little treat for me.
It's we have the passion is definitely in one side.
Yeah,
of it. It's weighing down the seesaw here.
Yeah.
So yes, we'll put it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Next, though.
Woo!
Sick.
The English Patient.
More like I'm getting impatient.
Nice.
Good one, actually. Sam, how do you feel with The English Patient?
I don't feel when I watched this movie. So my mom told me that when this movie was up for all the Oscars, she was with her friends at an Oscar party, and this movie won 9 awards, and every time it won something, her and her friends would go "Nay!" because they hated it so much. They sounded like a dying horse every time it won an award.
I see.
Mind you, not only did this film beat Fargo, but it also beat Secrets and Lies, two of which are two of the best films of the 90s. I don't understand what happened. Well, I understand what happened. Excessive campaigning and massive budget. Have any of you seen the episode of Seinfeld about this movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is my favorite episode of that entire show. It is literally the funniest thing I've ever seen, and I've never related to.
Because it's interesting. It speaks to a kind of forgotten part of pop culture. No one gives a fuck about The English Patient nowadays. None of us had heard of it. None of us had heard of it when we went in to watch it.
Yeah.
And we came on the other side not feeling fucking anything. Easy bad for me.
Easy bad.
Yeah. Okay, it's going in bad. All right.
Green Book is up next. Timo, where does Green Book start for you?
Green Book starts at the bottom. It starts in harmful. Fuck this movie.
Whoa.
Do you want to elaborate?
We are strong out of the gate.
Green Book is ineffective. I'm gonna use Sam Meltzer words. It's ineffective and misguided, and it doesn't understand what the fuck it's talking about. It does not understand how you can talk about racism.
But you're so sweet because the white guy is best friends with the black guy.
It's we've done this before, and it also won Best Picture, and that movie also sucks.
And we are more than a decade on from that, and we're still doing it.
You did Crash. If you did Crash
was bad
and you
enough.
fucked
It was
up
2004.
and you learn and hopefully people told you that it was bad, but I guess they didn't because God Almighty.
I agree that Green Book.
The bit with the fried chicken, that is just God, you are just trying. You cannot tell me that they didn't think twice about that part. It's so fucking. My God, it's so tone deaf. It is so tone deaf.
Here's the thing about Green Book. I enjoy Green Book. I've seen it twice, 3 times. Actually, Timo, do you remember the two of us coming out of the theater and be like, that was a great movie?
The first time we saw it, we were pretty hot on it.
And
but
then
you start to think about what's going.
But my point is, I enjoy Green Book. I think it's as a movie in and of itself, I think it's, totally fine. Characters have their fucking arcs. It's, shot well. The performances are very good. Both Viggo Mortensen and Mahershala Ali do a great job. And I think it's pretty solidly directed. But as a Best Picture winner, absolutely it's harmful. I think that when you place it into the context of what won around it, what the context of having not only Crash, but driving Miss Daisy, which I thought was the parallel you guys were drawing even earlier.
Yes.
And both those movies suck. Pulling inspiration from both of those and just feeling so out of place. Like, this is a 90s Best Picture winner that won in 2018. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, having Green Book in here is just a dead spot on the 2010s Best Picture lineup.
Yeah.
It's a fucking bruise. Like, I don't hate this movie, but on the lineup, what the fuck are you doing? What are we smoking, guys?
I don't know. I put it in harmful. Let's get out of here.
The Broadway Melody is up next. And if this isn't the easiest, just bad, just like
Bad.
like it's not even like impressively bad. Like
It's
Crashes.
It's
just
whatever.
it's
And
just
also,
it's a bad movie.
we can stop talking about this because we have nothing to talk about except one line in this movie, and I quote: "One woman in this movie says, 'I have never taken off my clothes in my life before.'"
What the fuck does that mean?
An actual line of dialogue from this movie.
Hey, that's pretty funny. I assume that's a joke, and that's a pretty funny joke, I think, from context. But hey, I don't really remember.
Yeah, the Broadway Melody is just like a perfect example of a not interesting old movie. And then it,
Yeah.
And
let me wipe my eyes clear real quick. It won Best Picture.
Yeah,
Well,
my 2
it
cents
was-
is that it was so early. It's early sound, which sounds bad. It sounds bad.
True.
It is
It sounds
not
really-
well.
sounds like shit.
Like I, as a high school senior, could have done a better job recording the dialogue on this movie than they did. But I mean,
You had a
But,
slightly
yeah,
nicer
rem-
microphone.
sorry, Timo, yeah, could you have done a better job as a high school senior in 1929?
probably not. I probably would have been sent to the coal mine.
That's true. You probably
we're
would've.
getting
Probably
there.
would've.
5 more movies. We'll talk about the coal mines. But yeah, easy bad here. Mrs. Miniver is up next. Timo, where do you want to put this?
Well, this was kind of. I remember being interested by this movie in that it's super propagandistic about World War II, and it's pretty effective propaganda if you want to get right. Is that what this movie's about?
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
because
you're good.
Rebecca
You're on base.
is the other one that's really similar setting that I get it confused with. No, Mrs. Miniver functions well as propaganda, but that's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
And I don't really think it goes much more beyond that. I mean, especially when the ending scene is like we're in the bombed out church and the priest is like saying, is leading everybody sing God Save the Queen, and then like 4 Spitfires go like overhead, and you're okay, I wonder what I'm supposed to think right now. Like, okay,
I believe
but
it also,
it's
if that
well
wasn't
made, it's like
It is well
when you get propaganda that hits you like that, you're like, I clearly know what I'm supposed to be thinking because of this film. That doesn't happen on accident, and that doesn't happen when you do a bad job. So, I don't know. I probably would put it in meh. I think it's kind of meh. It's
Timo,
interesting.
I-
I'm intellectually intrigued, but I'm not, like, beyond that, you know?
Timo, I thank you for bringing up the ending of that, because I'm pretty sure the version that we watched, perfectly legally, I might add, ends with that, the Spitfires flying over, and then it has like a text on screen message, and then after that, I'm pretty sure it has a thing that's like buy war bonds. I'm fairly certain I remember that from whatever old version we watched. But this is one of those movies that I'm like, weirdly in every scenario, the person is like, I think I'm the biggest fan of this movie in this room. I really like Mrs. Miniver. I thought that the family dynamic was actually pretty engaging. I'm okay with it being propagandistic because it's anti-Nazi propaganda.
Yeah.
So that's good for me. I like this one. I would put this in good personally, but I perfectly understand if that's not where it's gonna go.
Sam, how do you feel?
Yeah, I don't remember much about this movie. I'm looking at it now and wish I rewatched it. So I feel like I shouldn't really have a say
Okay,
in
totally fair.
placement
Hey.
because I don't really remember it. I don't remember how I really felt. I don't really remember. I'm sure Greer Garson's really good.
She is really good.
I also know
kid's
for a
not good.
fact that this, if you like look at all the Best Picture winners of the 40s, this was the most easiest to predict in the categories of Best Picture and Best Actress. It was like so locked you couldn't believe it. But yeah.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I think if we're gonna go majority out of Timo, Tanner, and I also go meh. I mean, I think it's totally fine.
Yeah.
But I think it is another one of those movies that's just a studio system movie, but then it's also propaganda. And Tanner, I agree with the propaganda. I'm not saying I don't. I want to be clear about this.
Hey, cover your bases.
But
There
I
you
also
go.
think that it feels very much of its era in like a not particularly
Sure.
interesting way. In like a historical lens, absolutely. Like how it impacted culture at that time, yeah, totally. But as a piece of art in this canon, it only serves a like external political social purpose as opposed to like contributing something to films other than just like being really solid propaganda that had been done before. I don't know. I think this is a meh movie for me.
It's like the Russians were making excellent propaganda movies before they even invented sound. So,
All right, it's going in meh.
yeah.
Sam, talk to me about American Beauty.
So everyone hates this movie.
Hey,
No,
don't loop me in.
Everyone.
Okay.
Not everyone, but a lot of people dislike this movie now. It is dated in many ways. It is,
Except for that, like the main actress.
we can look at the lead actor and raise some questions. It's very 90s in its approach to certain topics. But I think it's really good. I really love this movie. I think every 14-year-old goes to their American Beauty phase. So when I was 14, I watched this movie 7 times and was like, "Oh my god,
Sam, you're so right because I think I also watched it around that time, and
you
loved
probably thought it was
and
the best thing you've ever seen in your life."
I listen. We rewatched it for Quest, and I loved it still. I
I rewatched it recently and I love it, but it's definitely not the best film of all time.
Sure. Yeah,
Is anyone saying that?
I don't know.
When I was 14, believe me.
Oh,
I thought
sure.
it was literally the best movie that was
Yeah.
ever released. I will say, there is a certain Oscar that this film was absolutely robbed of, and I will never shut up about it. It is Annette Bening for Best Actress. So good. So
hey,
don't break your computer.
Sam, don't worry about it. She'll be back this year, and she's a lock for Naiad. She's a lock.
She was robbed, and she even won the SAG and the BAFTA award, and still didn't win.
Yeah.
So it pisses me the fuck off that she couldn't win because she's the best part of that movie. But I love American Beauty. I think it's so much fun. It's just such a funny, witty, fun movie. I don't know.
I love these movies that are about suburban boredom
Yes,
and
I love
ennui.
critiques of suburbia. So fun.
Yeah. And this is maybe the the most pure version of that.
Definitely.
And as Sam said, it's so fun. You have Kevin Spacey.
He's good in the movie.
Course, and he's cutting loose. He's fucking driving remote control cars around his house. He's working at fucking Smiley Burger or whatever the hell.
He gets
and
baked in
Bening
his
is
garage
fantastic.
and
He gets baked in his garage.
Pumps iron.
The whole scenario of the homophobic but closeted gay dad looking across the street and thinking that his son is orally pleasuring Kevin Spacey, which has not aged well. Granted.
No.
But remove real world context, and that's a fucking funny scene. It's got dark comedy to it, and obviously it has some really inventive cinematography, and I love the score for.
Oh my god! Yes, the score is
Newman popped off.
The score didn't win. The two best parts of the movie, the score and the leading actress, didn't win.
But Sam, you are among friends. This is a American Beauty household.
I'm so glad
because I think
I got sent death threats for loving this movie.
Whoa!
That's
not on.
In middle school.
On Instagram.
When I was when I got death threats for liking this and Promising Young Woman. because like I rewatched it like a bunch of times. People are like, "You're so offensive. You're doing the wrong thing."
Yeah,
Sam is canceled.
American Beauty for me is also a love. I mean, I think that this movie is just really clever. I think that the comedy absolutely works. It's got another great host of supporting performances. Like everyone down the line just turning in their fucking A game. Every character is iconic. Like his daughter, his daughter's friend, the kid with the fucking camera, the dad across the street.
Bentley.
Oh my god, everyone's so fucking
Elton
good.
Janney. Yeah.
And it's just, it looks good. It sounds good. Great performances. Really snappy editing. Really, it's just a clever, unique movie. I love American Beauty.
I will sell this house today. I will sell this house. That's one of my favorite scenes of all time. That is just so
Man,
good.
y'all are making me sad that I don't remember very much more from this film. I don't really even remember how it ends, so I think it's good, because I also think people hate on it too much now when they take Kevin Spacey.
It's one of those movies that it's like, oh my god, I don't like American Beauty and Forrest Gump. Look how quirky and against the grain I am. You're not cool. Like, you're not doing anything.
Okay. So it sounds like this is going to go in love, because three of us love this.
It's going in love. Yeah, it's going in love.
I'm just going to throw it to you. Sam, talk to me about Patton.
Sorry, I'm eating.
Okay, Tanner, talk to me about Patton.
Patton is maybe the definition of a meh movie for me, I think. I remember liking George C. Scott.
Yeah.
He is kind of like born to play this role of the haggard and fucking done with everything, but also crazy Patton, the General Patton. And there's iconic imagery, of course, sure, but I think this is one again that's like pushing 3 hours, and it's a lot of like
there's a lot of
tanks driving on
of battle
roads.
sequences in this that are cool looking, but they're not super impressive either. General, it's we fought the wrong enemy, Patton.
Yeah. Because it's the definition of like, we made a big movie about a real guy. Give us awards, please. Give me awards, please.
Yes, exactly.
And one of the some of those are deserved awards, like amazing production design, amazing made performance. Yeah. But the content of the movie, in terms of its pacing and the actual scenes and the writing of the non-Patton characters, and then just the like how it handles its themes, are really muddled and really messy. And it is one of those movies that serves such a distinct and obvious purpose that it becomes distracting. I'm watching Patton and I'm like, yeah, okay, this is gonna get George C. Scott an Oscar, and that's kind of it.
Tucker was watching that in 1972 or whatever. He's like,
he'll probably win.
When was this? Yeah,
I mean,
the
gigantic.
Not 72, Tanner. Godfather won that year.
Scene is really amazing.
Oh yeah.
But I literally don't remember a single thing that happened after that.
Which scene?
Let's put it in man.
Yeah, man. I mean, that opening scene gets quoted in like Top Gun Maverick quotes that opening scene in with the giant flag,
and pays homage to it with the giant American
flag. That's what I'm saying is the quote. Okay.
Can we go?
What? That's not a quote,
visual
quote.
If it's a visual quote, bro.
It's a visual motif. Let's say.
No, it's a quote.
Can we flip the coin from one of the most Oscar baity obvious movies to one of the least Oscar baity not obvious winners? The Shape of Water is another one of the holy shit, they gave us the award, and then you're like, wait, that's sick as hell, dude. Shape of Water is so fucking good. I've seen this movie like 4 times, and every time I'm just like, I sink deeper into it, and I get like, you play like 3 notes of the score to me, and I turn into a puddle of butter on the floor. I'm like, oh my god.
A puddle of
water? Okay, all right. But just, oh my god. I think this is a movie where you throw a category at it, and it's like, if fucking parries it, it's like, bam, boom. Oh, you want fucking supporting performances? Bam. You want special effects? Bam. You want production design? Bam. Score? Bam. Direction? Bam.
Let me throw one at you. Lead actor.
Oh, bam. What's the fucking fishing guy?
Yeah, exactly.
But he does a great job, because there's not a performance like that in the rest of the fucking Best Picture lineup. I love Shape of Water. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I think this movie's messaging and its subversion of tropes and its use of just like quality across the board in telling a really unique story, where the movie that won Best Picture, the main character fucks a fish. That's so fucking cool. I love fucking fish.
I will
I remember when it won Best Picture, and everyone in the class was like, "How did a movie about a woman who has sex with a fish win an Oscar?"
I will always remember how she mimes the fish penis. She goes like, "Boo."
It's great.
She goes like
I
that.
mean, but even
It's
then, like,
fucking great.
the main character's a deaf woman. Like, that adds so much interesting detail to this movie, thematically and performance-wise, and relationships to the characters. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Timo? Tanner?
Yeah, I love this movie.
Go
too.
ahead, Timo.
It's genre, and it's interesting, and I think that it's really beautiful. The setting is just super. It's this complex web of vibes. It's a very vibes-based setting, and I really appreciate that in this film. It's all around good. I think he really nailed it with like the bar of quality. It's just really quality all throughout, and I mean it gets into some important social discussions at the same time, which is actually what you should really not be doing sci-fi if you're not socially commenting on something.
Yeah.
Like that is, the genre is designed for that, so do that, and this film does, and it succeeds. And I just can't freaking believe that it won. Like, actually, like, it doesn't make sense considering a lot of the other films that won.
I disagree there, because if you think about it, this movie is just a classic Hollywood love story with a twist. I don't think, like, from a narrative perspective, it's all that different. I also think it's very much playing to our times. I think a lot of people have said that this is a commentary on like queer identity and like loving who you love and all of that. So it very much makes sense to me as a winner. I was not surprised that this won. I think like it makes so much sense to me. I don't know if it's like
I think I was not paying attention nearly as much.
No, 2018 is when you and I started, Timo.
But I really liked it. I think it's great.
Yeah, I'll be quick and just say like, yeah, I think Sam is to an extent right. But like, yeah, it's like the ultimate pouring out the heart of Guillermo del Toro as a creator. I think because he is a guy who is all heart and like generosity and just being a lovey-dovey cool guy. He's a big
teddy bear motherfucker.
But also he has like he loves like weird dark fantasy fucked up shit, and it's both. This movie is just both, and it's a perfect encapsulation and of him as a creator. So, are we putting this in love? I think we are.
I'm going to strong love, but
love
is all you need, baby. Let's fucking go. God, that makes me so happy. Here's the coal mines, boys. How green was my valley? We got John Ford's Best Picture winner here.
Man, why did it have to be this one as John Ford's Best Picture winner?
Like,
yeah.
How do you feel, Tanner?
It's meh, right?
It's meh.
The story?
It's meh.
I like the story, but it's also meh. You know, I'm like...
And it also beat
Citizen
Kane. I don't even think it's like the greatest film of all time, but come on.
Citizen Kane is really fucking good.
Yeah.
Too.
It's so much better.
Hey, it's better than How Green Was My Valley.
Yeah, I don't care how green your valley is. I also don't know how green your valley is because this movie is in black and white.
True. It is.
Yeah, that is like that's a bit of an interesting choice. Yeah, I mean, it's a if you're a unionist, it's a good tale because you like that the union wins. But I think that there's
someone show this movie to David Zaslav, please.
Yes, yeah. And so meh is fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot more else
Easy
to say
man.
about it.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
John Ford has other better movies.
A lot better movies.
Guys, we just talked about how Citizen Kane didn't win, but you know what did win is fucking Casablanca, which is kind of like. I kind of view those movies as like, two sides of the same coin. I'm just like, it's the fucking movie. But here's the thing.
The classic Hollywood
Casablanca
movie
is really goddamn good. It's a great movie.
It's really goddamn good.
Great performances, classic production and across the board from the filmmaking. And it's
you know what my favorite little thing about Casablanca is? It kept a bunch of exiles, like refugees who fled the Nazis. It kept a bunch of creative people in the film industry who I gotta get out of here. It kept them employed for like a year. They had stuff to do because of this movie, and the movie is kind of written so that they could be doing stuff. Like Rick's Cafe is just there is actually a huge amount of academic scholarship, and one of my favorite professors in university was the total Casablanca freak. He loves Casablanca. And so I have a great respect for this film and a lot more of its like, what is it really doing with this very, very specific time period and very specific people movement. All these filmmakers and stuff coming from Germany to Hollywood in this time period really changes the industry, and it really changes what our American films look like. And Casablanca is where you see that, where you see all these people who speak with accents in Rick's Cafe, but this is a studio movie. It's Humphrey Bogart. Like, that combination, I think, is really important. I think Casablanca is just a downright important film beyond being very good. I might put it in Game Changer, but I also don't know, because it is a studio. They made movies like Casablanca before, and they made movies like Casablanca afterwards, but I don't know, they never really got again to the heart that is in Casablanca and this like very specific feeling of the world at that time. I'll
put it in love.
I love it.
I'll also put it in love, if only for the Les Marseillaise. I don't know. So, Timo, you say it in a very particular way that I don't know is right, but I like how you say it.
Le Marseillaise. That's how he says it. Yeah.
I say
I don't know.
Marseillaise.
But anyway, I mean that's a scene that always fucking gets me in Casablanca, and this is one that just cuts to my heart a little bit. I mean, it is like Tucker, you mentioned a little bit earlier. It's like another one of those like classic Hollywood movies, and it's clear why it stood the test of time, because it is so damn compelling. And I'm gonna put it in love. I don't care what you say.
Who's saying that? What? Sam, how do you feel about
I don't know.
Casablanca?
I think it's good. I really don't have as much passion as most people do. I understand why it's considered like the best romance movie, but I've never really cared about the main characters. I kind of don't really connect with this movie. I'll try watching it again soon. Maybe I'll view it differently, but this is just kind of one of those like classic movies, like Citizen Kane. I'm trying to. There are a few other examples of this where I just personally do not connect with it.
Yeah.
I don't.
We've all got those.
They don't really challenge me in any way, so I don't really.
Sure.
Yeah. I would go good as well. I mean, I think it's a good movie. It's obviously an important movie, but Timo, you're also love for this one.
I'm on love.
Okay, then let's go with love. I mean,
I'm on the love.
believe it or not,
Okay.
people aren't going to give us too much crap for putting Casablanca in love.
You don't think so?
It's a movie I am close. What the fuck is it? Sam? Whatever you're doing is like rubbing against your microphone, and it's fucking popping and going crazy. So tune it down, boy. But Casablanca, going in love. Next up, one near and dear to my fucking heart.
The artiste.
It's near and dear to my art, baby, because that is the artist, as Tanner alluded to. I almost don't know why I love this movie as much as I do. I think that it is just my like ungodly passion for film history, and seeing that portrayed in a modern day film just tickles my like innards in every possible way. I really do love the artist. I think it's probably my favorite score out of this entire lineup. The cinematography is fantastic. I think it does a really interesting thing, playing with sound in a way that no other movies do. Like, it's such a distinct creative vision, and it fits into my personal love for film history, that it's one that I personally really resonate with. And I mean, this is one of my all-time favorite movies. But I know I probably can't swing it up to love, because I don't think the rest of you guys love this movie.
No, but I think it's good. I think it's quite good. I really enjoy how it's just kind of like the word gimmick has a negative connotation. I don't think it should. I think it's much more of a neutral word. But like, it has its idea, it has its gimmick, I guess, and it just plays by that, and it plays with that very earnestly. It even plays with it and turns it on its head a little bit. But yeah, it's a really interesting film, and one that like really sticks out of the Best Picture lineup, especially the modern ones. And you have to acknowledge it for that, at least. And I respect it I respect it for that. I understand that not a lot of other people might, but yeah, it's good. I'm putting it in good.
Well, I mean, the challenge to recreate as faithfully as you can a silent film with the silent film framing and the way that you would act. I think
intertitles.
There's a lot of stuff that's going on in the film that because it is silent, that makes it interesting. I, being me, don't really see the point in making a silent film in this day and age beyond like an exercise in can you do it. I think it would be interesting. but also I don't know. The only reason I would make a silent film nowadays, and I am considering this, is to do it all analog and never let it touch a computer. That could be done, wherein I can, cut the film in real life and that kind of stuff. But if I were to make a movie that costs a lot of money, no way would it, I don't know. So you're right, it's creative sound, but me being the sound guy I am, I want more of it, and I think you can do more than this, and I don't quite get the silent, sadly. Even
silent
though
treatment.
I know why they did it. I know why.
Yeah.
I just wish it wasn't like that.
It's fine. It's cute and has a really good score, but why? Like, no one. This movie has no impact whatsoever.
God, no.
Like, and that to me is just, it makes it feel so useless. This movie won like 7 Oscars.
Yeah.
It did not need any of them. It's like, that was a really weak year. So
2011 is a weak year.
I get why
I'll
it
be
won.
honest.
Like, it's so weak that I can't really get mad at it. But for me, this winning Best Picture in this movie existing is just the epitome of useless and like someone wanting awards and just.
What are you gonna give Best Picture to? Moneyball? Maybe give it to Moneyball. Yeah, maybe give it to Moneyball. Maybe give it to Moneyball.
Okay, so are we
Moneyball's
gonna
a pretty
go
good
meh
movie.
for this one? I mean,
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Timo, are you meh?
I'm fine putting it in good, but
We
it's
can put it in
definitely
good.
meh for me.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's kind of meh for me.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Sam,
It's time.
lay it out there, buddy.
No, I want you all to talk.
No, you have to start actually.
No, you guys.
Bird-
have
Which
to
film?
Tucker,
What
you
film?
got to go last for whatever one it was you wanted to go last
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
So I think
I
will go
we owe
last.
Sam this.
The film is Birdman.
Thank you, Timo.
Yeah, that's true.
Tanner, talk to me about Birdman.
Tucker, Birdman is pretty fucking incredible, isn't it? We were talking about this just last night, I believe, and yeah, I think it's just a soup to nuts, really kinetic film. It's got a cornucopia of really, really strong performances and really, really strong characters that I love, and it feels very pertinent to me. I think we obviously are bringing Michael Keaton out of the woodwork, and it's sort of a reflection on his time as a superhero, especially in 2014 when that genre was hitting its fever pitch. And it's more past that. It's more about a fading star and how he is reckoning with his self-doubt about feeling like he still belongs, like he is still beloved by a wide audience, as all performers feel like they must be. And that's kind of like it's in the bones of every film about being an actor and acting. But I feel like it's especially strong in Birdman because of the way that Iñárritu stitches this thing together, and by stitching it together I mean kind of making it into one long simulated one take. It also has like a conversation that I really love about art and creating art versus criticizing art. That's always a conversation that really fascinates me, and it's here in Birdman. And it's especially fascinating because Michael Keaton came back as Batman. So what does that mean for everything that Birdman says and everything that Michael Keaton says in Birdman? I don't know, but it compels me.
Yeah.
Though.
Timo.
Yeah, I mean, just the one-take nature of this film lends it to a really watchable. I mean, it's just because it never really cuts. You're like, I am just feed it to me, pump it into my eyeballs, like. And like you said, Tanner, I'd really agree with you in the story and the themes that this film tackles. It's got a lot going for it, and it's deep, and it's very well performed. And there are some like little. Well, what am I trying to say here? Because of the one take nature, you can get a little bit static in some conversation moments, but I also think that there are other moments that just like blow it out of the water. I mean, when he's got to run around in his underwear out in Times Square,
it's so funny too.
Yeah.
It's a funny movie too. Yeah,
it is an incredibly well made film that I think just goes to show what you can do in the modern age with filmmaking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the reason that this is one of my all-time favorite movies, and I think this is easily far and away one of the best picture winners, is that it is what we were saying about Shape of Water. Quality on every mark. You're like, okay, you want fucking performances? Have fucking 10 of them. You want incredible, like, forward-thinking cinematography? Here's a bunch of it. You want writing, you want themes, blah, 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 blah. But then it does it puts all those with just a nice twist. Like you're experiencing this movie that's about the creation of art and plays and artistry and actors, but then it's all in one simulated take, and that makes time play in a really interesting way. And the editing feels really distinct, and there's no score like the score in Birdman, and everything is just hitting at the exact right time. And everything flows so naturally that you're just like sucked into these themes, and you're forced to like consider what these people are thinking. And it's also a movie that's like pushes back at you. It's like, maybe this main guy's not that great, and maybe the guy that he's against is also that great, and maybe his daughter's not that great, and so these aren't great people, but they all have good sides to them, and you understand their thought processes. And like, I just get so enraptured in its characters and what it has to say about art production and how it twists all of its filmmaking elements to create something so singular. I mean, this is such a singular creative vision that just absolutely nails every aspect it's going for. And then it also, as someone who's really passionate about the superhero genre, commenting on that and including like special effects elements near the end just adds that extra layer of oomph to it. It's like, wow, this is really paying attention to the scenario it's in. So not only does it feel timeless because it's about performance art, and that's something that's been going on for centuries, but it's also of the moment in especially its ending sequences. All fucking timer right here. All fucking timer.
Mm-hmm. Go, Sam.
Oh god.
Try. Go ahead.
I think
see what you can do.
Look, I get why people like this movie. It's really cool. I think it has some of the best lighting of all time. I think the way that the film looks is incredible. I love the shot when he goes into that store with all of like the Christmas.
Oh my god,
Christmas lights,
alcohol. That is.
It's just so random that comes out of nowhere. Like he's just walking down the street, and then you're like, in this what world am I in?
Right,
what world has he walked into? And then it's just like a bodega.
Blue. It's so cool. I also really love that sequence towards the end when it kind of gets into surrealism, like when like fucking Spider-Man and Transformers come on stage and like it shows the water droplets. I wish that sequence was 30 minutes long. I would have oh my god, if that sequence went on for 30 minutes, I would have actually liked this movie.
But
I think Birdman is a tonally confused film. I think a lot of people describe it as this satire or black comedy or dark comedy, but I think it's kind of tame and uncertain when it wants to venture into any of those genres. The dialogue falls between these two types of genre storytelling, and I don't really think it fits either category. I think ultimately Birdman fails for me because it wants to be two things and it isn't really either, and it's this awkward middle ground. It's like the first is like this satirical form of storytelling when I think there's two ways to tell a successful satire. I think the first is an extremist viewpoint where the dialogue is really heightened to a degree that feels abnormal and it's so awkward and it creates like an exciting reaction. And we see satire as something that is so purposely unsubtle, which serves as this great way to critique something that is already so obvious and apparent. So highlighting it makes it self-aware and funny. And then the other way is like the opposite, where you're critiquing something by showing it almost so little or not at all. And it uses overt subtleties and intentional discrepancy as a means of removing the audience from getting to dissect a certain topic or idea because it doesn't wish to discuss that. So I think Birdman, the way the dialogue is written really bothers me because it falls between these two styles of satire and doesn't really commit to either one. And it's ultimately placing itself in this middle ground that to me is just so unnatural and not in the type of way that works. There's like every 5 minutes, I swear you hear an actor say, I'll never make it. I always thought I'd make it. There's a whole scene where Naomi Watts is like, I never thought I'd make it. No one told me I'd make it. What would I would do to hear someone tell me I've made it? And then Andrea Riseborough is like, well, now you've made it. I'm going to tell you that, girl. And then they just start making out. Like, shit like this happens. And it just, I don't really understand what the movie's saying. I mean, I understand what the movie's saying because it does so much. As we talked about this one take, all these weird fucking eccentricities that the movie has, the strange details with the characters, the surreal sequences, the fucking Birdman itself. It is using all of this to say things that have already been said so much in film that sure, like it's a creative way to say something, but what it's saying is just another New Yorker, struggling artist going through a life crisis. I live in New York. Everyone is going through a life crisis, struggling to express themselves through a means of art. I think that the film is just it's trying to pronounce very. It boils down to lazy statements. I think it's just talking about the same things that you've seen a million times. It's just distracting you with all of these larger than life cool filmmaking techniques that, yes, like I understand they're cool and they're interesting, but I don't think they serve the movie anything. I also think that the characters are really obnoxious and unlikable. The Birdman itself is just such a painfully obvious metaphor. Like it feels something that you would write in like a 9th grade English class. I don't like this movie. I don't think it's harmful. I think it's just kind of like circle jerk award. All these actors getting behind this movie and being, I'm an actor, I can watch that. And
isn't that the ultimate irony of them awarding Birdman, though?
Right. I don't really, it's just all these actors being like, I'm an actor, I relate with this, and I can pick it over Boyhood because that movie bored me. Good. And I don't like it. I would put it in bad. I don't think it's harmful. I mean, it didn't harm. Nothing was harmed by this winning Best Picture.
Yeah.
I just think that the movie,
except for you, Sam, you were
psyche.
I just think that the movie does so much but says nothing.
Well,
that was. You know what? It needed to be said.
I think I articulated myself well. I don't.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, I disagree on a lot of points, but this is not a Birdman debate. This is a ranking of the Best Picture winners. Yeah. So, where are we going to rank this one?
Timo, where did you fall down on it? Did you also go Love?
Yeah, I like this movie good.
A lot. Look, we're talking about passion. Like, we got two guys who are incredibly passionate.
I'm agreeing I can settle for good. We're not putting it above that.
Are we not putting it above good? Is that what we've determined?
I think the honest truth is that good is accurate to most of our opinions, and one of us is so passionately unloves it that it almost PEMDASes, you know?
All right, let's put it in good. Okay. Let's put it in good and
I can't
move
believe,
on. God damn it!
So many of the best picture winners are right here. And good. That sucks.
I'm sorry. I remember I watched this movie like 4 years ago, and I remember disliking it. My parents and I have this whole thing that we all like hate Birdman when everyone loved it, and I like loved that joke for so long, and I was like, do I actually hate this movie? So I went into it really excited and hopeful, and I was just reminded of everything. So no, not for me. I do not like this movie.
All right, now we're jumping back in with My Fair Lady, a movie that's close and dear to my heart. But I would like Sam to start with his thoughts on this movie. Where should go on the list?
I don't know why this movie is longer than all of Woody Allen's filmography put together. I also don't know why the main character doesn't just come out at some point in the movie, because he literally sings a song about how all women should be more like men.
Might be the gayest moment in the entire Best Picture canon, including Moonlight.
Literally, there is a hand job on a beach in Moonlight, but that is way gayer than anything in that movie. Mm-hmm. So, it's fine. It's meh at best. It is. I really, really love The Rain in Spain. I think that is a 10 out of 10 scene, and it's such a fun song. But yeah, this movie does not warrant its 3-hour runtime. That is absurd. I don't know. I mean, I know why, because everything had to be longer than 3 hours at that time, whatever. But I don't know. It is a little sad that Q-Core's director Oscar was for that and not one of his best directorial achievements, but that's how the Oscars are.
What can you do? You know, I remember liking My Fair Lady. I remember having a good time with it. But I think, Sam, some of your points stand that it is it's a little long in the tooth. But you know, especially when you're just in the room with Rex Harrington and Audrey Hepburn, and you're just having a grand old time, and they're arguing, they're bickering, and they're doing their songs or whatever. It's a good time. But I I would sustain putting it in meh, I think, but I could also put it in good, depending on. Well, I know where Tucker's going to end up on this one, but maybe where Timo ends up. Yeah,
I'm probably in meh as well. I think that the songs were actually really entertaining. They have lots of funny moments in them. Maybe intentional, maybe not super intentional with the songs about women and making them change. But I think that Audrey Hepburn is a delight to view always, and no exception for this movie. So yeah, I put it in meh because I remember the story and the romance kind of just being there and not really being exciting or anything. But it was fine. But not.
I also remember this movie. It ends weirdly too, from memory.
It does, yeah. But that ending, that doesn't fucking mar anything. This is a top tier Best Picture winner. I honestly think from the writing of the dialogue of the characters and the performances from Rex Harrington and Audrey Hepburn, I think are easily my favorite from either of them. And just the set design and the costumes and the amount of memorable musical sequences here that are all playing off of one another, and there's so much going on in the environment, and they're bouncing up and down the stairs and around fucking apple carts or whatever. This movie is just so kinetic. It has such heart to it, and for me, I really do think it does sustain that runtime. Of course, it gets a little bit repetitive. It's we know she has to learn to fucking speak like Rex Harrington, but at a certain point when you're in some of the most beautiful sets design I've ever seen, and with some of the most charming characters and dialogue, you make it 6 hours. I don't give a shit. I just want to be here. I just want to watch this, and it is an easy love for me. This is probably my favorite musical of all time. I love My Fair Lady.
Mm-hmm. But also, it's Tucker. It's misogynistic. How can you love it? How can you love that, Tucker? So are we gonna balance it out to good then? It sounds like it's sort
we
of...
can do that. I guess.
Okay.
Well, you also thought it was good, Tanner.
Oh, it's true. I did. So yeah, we'll put it in good. Yes. We'll put it in good. Right next to Birdman.
No, fuck. Why are there 3 in a row of movies that are the best pictures of all time?
My impact is crazy.
Yeah. All right, well, let's jump over to something that I don't know if anyone has any passion for this movie. I don't mean in this room. I mean ever. And that is The King's Speech. Tanner, talk to me about The King's Speech and where it should go as a Best Picture winner on this Best Picture tier list.
So, I always had some pre-built ire towards The King's Speech because it beat one of my favorite movies of all time, The Social Network, in the Best Picture race that year. But actually, after watching it, I had a bit of a soft spot for it, I think.
Sure.
Going from no soft spot to some soft spot, I think. Some soft spot.
like an area of a baby's skull that you can push in.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like that, yeah. It's fine. I kind of like Tom Hooper as a director. I think he's kind of visually interesting in the way that he uses negative space and kind of just sets the camera right in his actors' faces and stuff like that. There's not a whole lot of barrier of artifice with his direction, and I think that carries over into The King's Speech. But you look at the story and you look at the characters and you're all yeah, they're kind of prim and proper British people, and Colin Firth has to get over a speech impediment, and he does.
Yeah.
And he makes the King's Speech at the end. And there's some fun... hey, 2 speech therapy movies right after one another.
True.
What a coincidence.
I think we actually reviewed them back to back. I think that's why they're back to back.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, the stuff with Jeffrey Rush is kind of fun sometimes. Yeah. But I'm much more comfortable putting this one in meh, because I know that my appreciation of Tom Hooper's direction is pretty singular, and it also doesn't have the intersperts, the greater interspersions of fun like My Fair Lady has with its musical sequences. Yeah. So I'm saying meh.
Yeah, no, this is an easy meh for me. It's just it is a okay movie. We got a couple very good performances in it. It is directed totally solidly. I actually kind of like the set design, especially the sort of apartment room that they're doing most of their lessons in. It has this really interesting texture to the walls. It is an interesting place, but overall it's I don't connect to these characters. They're not the most engaging, and the thematics of this movie are a little bit bizarre, and hard to relate to. It's okay, yeah, just learn how to speak well, and then you'd be confident in yourself or whatever. I don't know, make a friend that respects you as a person and not as a king. So it's I've never been a king and I've never had a speech impediment, so
Tucker, you're always a king to me.
You know what? Thank you. But it's like it's an okay movie. It's a very bizarre like best picture. Where it's like, huh?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
I don't know.
Sam?
Yeah, I don't have any thoughts about it. It's mid. It's just a mid.
Yeah,
movie.
it's Matt. I'm not like the biggest Social Network person. I like it, but I never thought it was the best film ever made or anything like that. So wait, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Is
you're
my
fine.
Yes.
You're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
okay, 'cause it's not working on my thing. Basically, yeah, I was never mad at it for winning. I do think the director win I was a little more skeptical of because
Sure.
I don't really even like David Fincher that much, but even the BAFTAs gave Best Director to David Fincher. The BAFTAs.
That's crazy. That's
British
fucking
movie
nuts.
ever made still lost Best Director at the BAFTAs to David
so
Fincher.
funny.
So the
Hey.
fact that the Oscars like really went out of their way to do that is kind of strange.
I'll never forgive them for it, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know how to
really
forgive them.
weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's going to
Easy
Matt.
Matt across the
Bada boom.
board.
It's
Yeah.
meh.
Next up, Rebecca, and I want to hear Timo's thoughts about Rebecca.
Yeah. I'm kind of conflicted about this one because this is our one Hitchcock film
Yeah.
on the list, but it's also definitely not my favorite Hitchcock film at all. So
Oh.
I think that the plot is pretty interesting. With this like woman going crazy. It's been a while. I am pulling back. I'm reaching into the depths of my mind to pull the details of this movie out because I kind of don't remember it very well. I don't have a lot of thoughts about this one. I could probably be swayed to put it in like many of these categories.
Sure.
Sam?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
Meh. I'm sorry. I understand that I have to look at this in the context of the Oscars and what they're willing to award.
Mhm.
But both The Rear Window and Psycho got director nominations and didn't get Best Picture nominations. And what were his other Best Picture nominees? Not Vertigo, not North by Northwest. Like, it's insane to me that they watched this and went, oh yeah, like
That's the
That's
one.
the one.
Yep.
that's the one to give it to because right, this filmmaker
Well, this
has-
also
He
it
did
also
it
came out
early.
before a lot of
Yeah.
No,
others
I
did.
know, but
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
but even then, like
Wait, that's
he
even
still didn't
different
even
though.
get
Like,
the-
because you'd think that would like start the trend. It's like, oh, he's a
No.
Best Picture winning guy. Like, we got to give him Best Picture nominations. Nah.
Yeah,
But-
I mean,
I
this
don't
one
really
is-
think this movie is interesting. I really the one thing about this movie that I really love is Judith Anderson's performance as the housekeeper. She
Oh, yeah.
is
Yes.
amazing and should have been the only thing that the movie won. But of course, she's the one thing that the movie didn't win. So it's how
as it often goes. Yeah, yeah.
Tanner, espouse your passion.
I really like Rebecca, actually. It's not my favorite Hitchcock movie. Let that be said, of course. But, like, I understand why especially the 1940 Academy would have gone for this
Yeah.
one, and maybe not someone's afterwards.
It's a lot more
because
of its era.
Exactly. It's not like a tight as a wire thriller or anything like that. Like, it has some psychologically thrilling elements to it, and especially how Mrs. Danvers and the new Mrs. De Winter sort of have this chess game going on where she's not really sure. Mrs. De Winter's not really sure why the housekeeper, Mrs. Danvers, is like going after her so doggedly, but like she keeps undercutting her at every turn. And the whole mystery of how the original Mrs. De Winter died is quite interesting, and I think still gets to the heart of some of that Hitchcockian stuff that we love so much. I also love how this movie's shot. I think it's got a lot of really pretty cinematography in it. Black and white, of course, that is sort of shrouded in silhouette and some vignettes, and just has like this softness to it that I really enjoy. So, yeah, I would put this in good, I think. It's not a love for me.
Sure.
But I would put it in good.
Yeah, I unfortunately have to go with Sam on this one as well because I like Rebecca. I think it's a fine movie, but I think it lacks the energy that I come to Hitchcock's direction for. And I do agree with you, Tanner, that there are some interesting plot elements and psychological thriller elements that especially come to fruition at the end. But for me, that is at the end. And it's the reveals that are interesting and that add context to everything. But this is a normal length movie. And for a lot of that normal length runtime, it is kind of just a woman in a big house. And I'm like, and the thing that really kills it for me is that she doesn't feel like a character. She doesn't have a name, which I know isn't a very distinct artistic choice, but she doesn't feel like a relatable person. She's kind of just a stand-in for these things to happen too. And as the central protagonist of our film, I don't find her very compelling to follow. So even by the end of the film, when the scenario becomes twisted and becomes more interesting, I'm like, well, okay, I'm interested in the woman who died. I'm not really interested in the woman who's been on screen for this entire time.
No, yeah, I get it. You guys are a bigger fan of the Army Hammer remake. I get it.
Totally true. Totally
Right,
true.
because I definitely watched that.
Yeah, we all did. We all did.
But Timo, I know you didn't give a placement for this, but we're two mehs and a good right now. How do you feel?
I'll stick with meh.
Okay.
I'll stick with meh because it's like
Betrayal.
it's underwhelming to me. It's underwhelming.
Yeah, it's just kind of like stale in the context of his filmography.
Yeah, I would say so as well. But
like I'm looking at what I've seen from him, and like low key might be my least favorite. No. Excuse me. Suspicion always takes the cake. That is
well, I think it's
awful.
if I may play just a tad more defense for Rebecca
Sure.
after we've already placed it. I think it's a really interesting like inflection point in his filmography. Basically, when he gets a Best Picture win here, and then he goes on to do all the classic Hitchcock stuff. But before that, he wasn't necessarily doing Rear Window, Vertigo,
Yeah.
Dial M for Murder level stuff. He was doing the 39 Steps or whatever.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to The Sting, which is, I think, for me, maybe the most forgettable Best Picture winner. Not because it's a bad movie. I think that's a totally serviceable movie. But like The Sting, that one Best Picture, like it feels out of place, especially sandwiched between the Godfather movies, I believe.
Yeah.
But Timo, how do you feel about The Sting, and where should it go on this list?
I also feel weirdly about The Sting because I kind of don't really jive with its like 70s vibe as a film and its period piece like antics as a story. So it's just kind of falls flat. I mean, well, Robert Redford's in it. Like, it's a mob story that doesn't like tell me why I need to hear it. There's like The Godfather really makes a point for why I need to like know and care about this mob story, but I just don't remember The Sting giving me a whole lot to like chew on or a whole lot to think about while we were watching it. And it's just one that I never really heard of before we watched them all, and it's one that I just never ever think of after. It's pretty. I think it's pretty meh. It's well made, but it's also this like it's totally like 70s vibes. It just feels like the 70s, even though it's portraying the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Sam, how do you feel?
I don't have a lot of positive things about that.
Yeah, I never realized that it was meant to really be the 30s when I watch it.
That's really interesting.
I mean, I would put it in good. I really enjoy this movie, but it doesn't say anything. You're right. Like it's. I remember I've only seen it once, and I remember it being really entertaining, and for that I'll put it in good. But it doesn't like challenge you in any way. It doesn't ask you any questions. It just kind of like, here are these characters, and here's their plan, and here's their.
And here's them doing their plan.
Interweave with their crimes and all of this, and it's fun.
Yeah.
It's a really fun movie. I can see why it won. It was like it didn't get any precursor nominations because it came out like on Christmas. So before it came out, like the Golden Globes and all of the critic circles, and the nominations and wins for most of those had already happened. So then, like by the time the Oscars happened, this had just come out, and it got nominated for like what was it, like 10 Oscars, and it won like 7 of them.
Wow.
So it was really like this late breaker, but it made, what we calculated this for inflation, it made over $1 billion.
That's crazy.
Adjusted for inflation, which for The Sting to make $1 billion.
It's interesting. This is a interesting Best Picture winner, and not necessarily because the film itself.
It was the first female producer to ever win.
Very interesting. But you don't really think of this. Is certainly not a
female
film of any. What interesting historical factoid, but I think that's kind of what this thing is to me. It's an interesting historical factoid. It's like, the Sting won in between The Godfather and Godfather 2. Oh, okay. But yeah, I agree. This is a good movie. Like Robert Redford and Paul Newman and Robert Shaw are doing their fucking most. Like they are bouncing off one another. They're all great in this movie, and I think that the scenario is reasonably interesting. I think it's shot and paced well, and I love the score. So it just is a fun, compelling watch for me that I'm enjoying going through. But I don't come out the other end being like, yeah, this is what films can do. Or like, man, I really learned something here. It's like, okay, yeah, it's a good movie, but again, kind of like the King's Speech, though I kind of understand a little bit more because that's like more of a Oscar baity, like we're talking about a historical thing. This is like good movie, but Best Picture, The Sting.
Hey, I don't have the reservations about it you guys do. I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to tiptoe around calling it a good movie, okay? This
I
thing is
didn't
a fucking
tiptoe.
fun
I
time.
fucking said it.
You were fucking tiptoeing, pal. You were tiptoeing.
It
Sting's a
also,
good movie.
like, I'm
It's
looking
really
at the
fun.
lineup. It kind of deserved the win. Like, I don't really love The Exorcist like most people. No, actually, an Ingmar Bergman film was nominated that year. I
Oh, which
totally
one?
forgot about
So
that.
Cries and Whispers.
Yeah, wait.
Oh.
But that would have never won.
No, of
So,
course
like,
not.
looking at this list, I don't know. Like, it's a fun... I can see why, if you look at this 5, you're like, oh, yeah, like, The Sting. I totally see why someone would vote for that.
It's so fun, like the card game shenanigans and like the whole thing with the horse race track and them setting up a fake horse race at the end of it. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed my time with The Sting. It's going in good. It's going in good for me.
Good for me. Good for Sam, I think. And Timo, I think you were meh, but outvoted.
Okay.
Okay. All right. It's going in good. Next up, we've got On the Waterfront. Tanner, where should I start the bidding?
On the Waterfront's a good movie. It's one of the most classic films of all time. I mean, you have an iconic Marlon Brando performance here. And I mean, I really like the setting of this. I really like the story that it deals with of union corruption and this guy who is sort of set in his ways, set in his life, and who used to yearn for something more out of his life, but has sort of resigned himself to it, and coming to terms with that. So yeah, I really enjoy On the Waterfront. It's going in good for me.
I think it's going to go in good for me as well. I mean, man, if it weren't an anti-union movie, it would be like perfect. It would be awesome.
It's not anti-union. It's anti-union corruption, which I think we can all agree on.
I think Elia Kazan proved his
well, that's a good point.
his whole point about unions later on. So
yeah.
But the movie itself, very well made. Lots of great moments. Marlon Brando just knocks it out of the park, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And I mean, there's all. I would probably say I love this movie because I actually do. I really like this movie a lot. I think it's just a prime example of how you make really solid, like low key filmmaking that highlights real people, real struggle, stuff that's like you're supposed to understand is actually happening in real life, and you've got to care about it, not just because you care about it in the movie, but because you care about it in your life, and because you're a dock worker and you need to cross the...
You are,
Tucker, you need to cross the picket line to get your bread.
You remember when he has to, when he gets fucking the shit kicked out of him and he has to, get back to work? Yeah. So to comply with union rules or whatever? Mm-hmm. Man, that's a good scene.
Yeah, I like this movie. I think it's good. I think that this is one of the prime examples for me of a all-time classic movie that I just have no passion for. Like, I watch it and I'm like, ding! I'm like, yep, I watched that. Marlon Brando's good. It's shot well. And if the honest truth is, it's in one ear and out the other for me. I'm like, yep, Marlon Brando will stick in my mind for a second, and then he leaves because I just think about, I just think about The Godfather. I want to think about Marlon Brando.
Tucker thinks about the island of Dr. Moreau.
Sure, yeah, but yeah, it is a good movie. Like, even if I'm not passionate about it, I recognize that it's a good movie. So it's good for me. Sam, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm fine putting it in good. Personally, I would say meh, just because everything about this movie feels like it almost comes together too easily. Like, I don't know. I'm not really left with anything. It wraps itself in a nice bow. I always feel like I'm kind of an arm's length away in a way. It's just, I don't know. I don't really... Elia Kazan's movies, I don't really connect with them. I think they all feel a little distant despite trying to be really personal. And maybe that's just because it's a different generation and I'm a stupid American who doesn't understand true American culture or some stupid shit like that.
True.
But I think that this movie, I understand it's iconic, but it's like a historical artifact. Like, you're looking at a fossil and it's cool, but are you really taking away anything from looking at the fossil? Like, I get it if you like this movie. I think it does have a lot to say. I do think it is borderline indie filmmaking, which, you definitely see this and with Marty winning the next year. But to me, like, Marty is a much more interesting film to look at in the context of this than On the Waterfront, which all the best moments of the movie have been showcased to death.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Yeah,
I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just I've heard it a million times.
Uh-huh.
I'm fine putting it in
All
good though. I don't
Okay.
have any strong feelings.
Going
for
good.
this
Let's
movie.
talk about a movie we
It's good.
definitely have strong feeling toward, because next up we've got Around the World in 80 Days. And I think this might be the easiest, or one of the easiest off the bat. Like, yeah, this is a harmful Best Picture winner.
This movie's
Uh,
racist. This movie's racist.
This is easily the most racist movie on this list. And also a bizarre Best Picture winner when you look at it in the context of its year. I just have 1956 pulled up here, where The Searchers and A Man Escaped and The Man Who Knew Too Much and even the Ten Commandments, Giant, like Written on the Wind. Like, it's just like down the line. It's like everyone was kind of doing their best in this year, and then Michael Anderson's like, what if we got in a hot air balloon and like went to Spain, Japan? But then I'm like, we'll be super racist there. Yeah, easy harmful for me. I don't like this movie. I don't think it adds anything to the canon other than some spectacle, but it's not spectacle that holds up, because we've seen a better portrayals of all of the countries that aren't harmful.
Oftentimes they're ones that come from that country instead of Great Britain, who has a pretty substantial track record of not doing great stuff abroad. Let's put it that way.
I totally understand why this movie exists. It's like a travel log. Like, you're supposed to watch it and be like, wow, look at all these cool countries. And it's a total, oh my God, they're making the TVs. The people are watching the movies on the TVs at home. Like, we got to get them to the theater so that they can see in color, and they can see, what is his name?
The guy at the beginning?
Flass, like this.
The guy at the beginning of the movie, who's disconnected from the actual narrative of the story, but he's like sitting in a big office with a globe, and he's like, the world is a crazy place, and there's all sorts of interesting things, like this movie shows you.
Yeah.
Roll the movie.
Say, how do you feel?
I don't dislike it as much as you guys, because I view this in the context of like an Apple TV screensaver. Like, that's really what it is. And if you judge it like that, it's good. It's a good Apple TV screensaver.
Yeah.
But as like a feature-length Academy Award-winning film, like, no,
well
it's
past
long,
feature length. Well
3
past
hours.
feature length.
well past feature length. I don't know, because I kind of just had it on while I cooked and did
That's
other
the best
things.
way to watch a movie, absolutely.
It was nice, but also then at one point I looked up and saw Shirley MacLaine playing an Indian woman.
That's actually a lot of the movie. She's around for a good chunk of it.
She is around for a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Put it wherever you want.
It's harmful, bro.
It's an Apple TV screensaver. That's its own tier.
Again, I was collecting clips for the Queskers on this one, and I was just scrolling through the end of the movie when they actually go to America. They go to the Wild West.
That's
Holy shit.
And what's his name? The guy, the little sidekick.
Cantinflas.
What's his name?
Cantinflas.
Cantinflas. Thank you. Gets kidnapped by Native Americans, and they have to go rescue him. And they're riding on horseback, and they're playing fucking. They have like the Confederate flag and everything flying. And then that's intercut with them like having this guy tied to a post in the middle of a fire and dancing around. And you're like, Jesus fucking Christ.
and the thing about the movie is just scene to scene of like, look, we've got the most racist idea of what Japan or India or Spain or whatever is like. Let's just do that, and then we'll move on. And it's a bizarre screenplay. It's a bizarre winner, especially in the context of that year. And it because of its consistent improper.
It beat Giant.
Yeah, it beat a lot of things. But in terms of it, especially because of its consistent improper representation of the countries that it's supposed to be properly representing, like as the first time many people watching this movie probably had seen even semi-realistic depictions of these places, it is a harmful thing, and it probably contributed to lots of stereotypes of that time. So harmful movie.
So you don't need to convince me. It's going in harmful.
No, I just wanted to like put a nice bow on it.
Yeah, I get you. Okay.
Gladiator. Timo, where's Gladiator gonna go?
Oh man, well I kind of Gladiator. I liked it while we were watching it. There are some things I don't like about it. I just kind of go like that because I was in the theater watching trailers recently, and this new Ridley Scott Napoleon movie's got me It's really Gladiator coded to me. It really seems like it's just gonna be Gladiator.
Well, just wait till his next movie, Timo. It's gonna be very Gladiator coded.
Gladiator 2?
Yeah.
Actually.
Wow. Well, I just remember being like, oh, I love the Roman Empire. I'm a guy. I think about the Roman Empire. So let's like watch this movie.
Thank you for folding that into this. Thank you.
But also,
Thank you.
and so I was yay on that part. But then It's also edited really weird and kind of hard to watch these fights because the editing is just like so fucking choppy at times. It's like really, really hard to view. Especially it gets worse. The more the movie goes on, the more the editing gets crazy during the fights in a way that is not inspiring me to keep watching. So sure. I find the story to be good, and it makes me pissed off in the right moments, and I I cheer in the other moments. I want Russell Crowe to behead some people. So it's kind of badass, but I don't know if it I'm kind of leaning like low good.
Sure.
Because that editing thing really messes with the viewing experience of this film.
Timo, allow me. Gladiator's a meh movie for me. It's...
But the Roman Empire, Tanner.
The Roman Empire.
Hey, listen, I was never relating to the Roman Empire stuff. I was never on board with that, all right?
I got polled.
I
got
think
asked.
Russell Crowe...
Some random girl was like, how much do you think about the Roman Empire?
Did she have TikTok recording on her phone?
No, I just got a text. It was not.
Okay.
It should have been though.
Anyway, I think Russell Crowe is not he does not wow me at all in this movie. Joaquin Phoenix is pretty solid. I like how his villainous arc starts.
I like
and how
him
he
in this
plays
movie.
it from there.
Oh, he's great. Yeah.
But he's good. Yeah, he's just good at playing like a sniveling, incestuous bastard man. So I dig that.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell is he gonna play in the new Napoleon movie too,
dude?
Oh, that's a good point actually. But Timo, with the editing thing, I agree. I'm just not enraptured by the story at all, and the stuff that really could get me on board, that is that like Colosseum stuff. It doesn't surprise me in any way. Like I know Russell Crowe is probably going to make it through most of this movie, and like the tension and the writing and the editing of those sequences doesn't even get me past that like mental blockade. So yeah, I don't know. Meh for Gladiator. Sorry,
Sam?
folks.
Bad.
Ooh.
Very
Whoa.
bad.
All right.
Gladiator is one of my least favorite movies to win the Best Picture Oscar. It's dumb. Like, if you listen to the lines of dialogue, they're stupid. They sound stupid. No one in this movie talks like a real person. The directing is just so bland and it's giving Marvel direction.
Wow.
I don't really know. I don't find this movie artful or interesting in any way. The characters are uninteresting. Everything about it takes itself so seriously, but the dialogue is so silly. So I laugh at it because it's so bad. And as you said, the editing, oh my god, headache. You're not a fucking Baz Luhrmann movie. What are you trying to do with
what
this?
about when he touches that wheat though? When he's touching that wheat, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's not all bad. It has nice aspects to it, and I also do like Joaquin's performance, but it's so long and it won so many awards. Why the fuck did Russell Crowe win an Oscar for this?
I don't know.
That is one of the strangest acting wins of all time.
It's got to be because it's like a return to the Ben-Hur sort of swords and sandals kind of era of filmmaking.
Yeah, it really thinks it's that, but it just it lacks all of the classic fun, charismatic, whimsical aspects of a movie like that, and it's just dark and so self-serious. And it's just this is bad for me, and I'm not going to put it in harmful because it doesn't harm anything. It's just really bad for me.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I liked this movie when I watched it, but in retrospect, I think it's also a meh Best Picture one. I like the performances. I like the production design. I don't think I remember feeling the editing as much as you guys did, but when I really think about this movie, I'm what do I remember? I remember the idea of Russell Crowe being in Roman times. And I remember that Joaquin Phoenix there and Jaimin Hansu was there, and but I couldn't tell you his character's name or his goals or how it ends.
Something Maximus.
It's such this movie exists as an image in my mind, and that it's are you not entertained, and that's it. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with this movie for me personally because I remember enjoying it while I was watching it, but it is not one that is stuck in my mind. So easy meh tier for me.
It's going in meh. There you go.
All right. I'm going to start off talking about Driving Miss Daisy because it's an interesting one. We talked in circumspect about Driving Miss Daisy when we put Green Book in Harmful a long time ago because this video is fucking long. But Driving Miss Daisy, I think, is bad. I don't think this movie has anything going for it other than a couple reasonably good performances and maybe my favorite score in the entirety of Best Picture winners.
Uh-huh.
But other than that, like, it's not as harmful as Green Book is, because Green Book was made 25 years later and does the exact same shit. But it doesn't add anything to the canon. Like, this is one of those ones you'd expect, like, your grandma to remember, and that's it. But it also won Best Picture. So I started betting at bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's
It's
so
going in
cheesy.
bad, I think.
Look at that.
It's
It's so
cheesy.
easy.
It's just a cheesy movie. I think the soundtrack, Tucker.
It's at daytime Emmys.
It's a daytime
Yeah.
Emmy movie.
Oh,
for
absolutely.
sure.
I gotta give credit where credit's due. Naming Dan Aykroyd's character Booley, that's
It's
pretty
funny. Absolutely.
It's funny.
You know what it really annoys me about this awards run? Well, obviously there's the Do the Right Thing,
Yeah.
which
Oh yeah, sure. Which didn't
I'm
get
sorry,
nominated,
like Do
but-
the Right Thing is one of the best like absolutely one of the 20 best films I've ever seen in my entire
Very
life.
funny to juxtapose the racial commentary
Right,
in that
and
one.
that
the racial
movie was not
commentary.
nominated for Best Picture. That movie was not nominated for Best Director. That movie was not nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Like,
Uh-huh.
fuck that. Also, do you know who was expected to win Best Actress that year?
No.
Off the top of my head, no.
It was not Jessica Tandy. Jessica Tandy was actually kind of a surprise because she was this. I guess she had the narrative, even though she wasn't like that established. She just had been around for a while,
Yeah,
and it
she's
was like,
fucking
oh,
old.
she's old. Let's give this to her.
Mm-hmm.
The winner of Best Actress at the National Board of Review, at the New York Film Critics Circle, at the Los Angeles Film Critics Circle, at the Golden Globe Awards, the National Society of Film Critics, the Chicago Film Critics Awards, and the BAFTA for Best Actress was Michelle Pfeiffer for The Fabulous Baker Boys. So I know, Tucker, you said you love that score, but whenever I think of that score, I think of Michelle Pfeiffer losing an Academy Award and going, it's an old ass lady who didn't need that at all, walked on stage, robbing Michelle Pfeiffer of an Oscar that she would never get.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So-
I
Takes
wanted
me
to,
the fuck off that she couldn't win
Oh
that.
my god.
Like,
I wanted to
that's
read
like-
out as
She
well.
literally won everything and didn't win the Oscar.
Calm down. It also beat like Dead Poet Society for Best Picture. I just saw
yeah.
as well. So yeah, just much better remembered
Bra.
films
Yeah.
that were
Yeah.
here. But it's going in bad.
Yeah.
Speaking of better remembered films,
Maybe the best remembered film of all time, Gone
Yeah.
with the Wind. We actually did a very interesting review of this movie that I just rewatched like 2 days ago, because it was one of the first where the four of us were in a room together and we were just talking about Gone with the Wind for like 2 hours. We had a lot to say about it,
Yeah.
but I come down, and I think we all kind of came down the same place when we reviewed it. It's a good movie. It's obviously well made and
impressive.
historically important, very impressive, but it doesn't earn its runtime. It doesn't earn its historical like remembrance, to be honest, because it's just like kind of repetitive, and it gets soap opera-y, and like the themes are a little bit confused, and obviously it has a lot of racial animus behind it. It's just like, it is a good movie, but one of the best of all time really, really kind of rubs me the wrong way. If this is what people are like awarding top awards, I'm like, yeah, I get it for the time, but in retrospect, like, it's good, but it's not Gone with the Wind, you know?
It's not Gone. Well, it is.
No!
It's also Donald Jessica Trump's favorite movie, self-reportedly, apparently. So, but I like you said, Tucker. I think I also remember liking this one. And there's certain elements of it that I really do like. Like there's certain moments of Sherman's march, like that sequence when he and the Union soldiers bravely and heroically destroyed Atlanta. And they captured that in some pretty like
which
some,
the
with
film
some
is like,
scale.
oh no, look at what these evil Northerners
Yeah,
have done.
yeah.
They've destroyed our city. And you're
But
like,
we're sitting there like,
I'm
yeah.
like, yeah, you fucking deserve it.
I remember liking the lead performance. I remember liking some of the supporting performances. And like I even remember thinking that like it's kind of well paced. Because we have the halfway intermission point that actually like hooked me and intrigued me on where the rest of the film was going to go. So yeah, I'm still confident in putting it in good, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm kind of a hater of this movie. I don't know. I don't like it that much. Like I think it's certainly overrated.
Oh god. I don't
just-
think anyone here will deny that.
I'm just kind of bored by it. I've seen it enough times that I'm like, I know what's happening. I do think that some of the stuff in the later parts of the film, wherein there's like that gigantic, the train station of all the injured soldiers, and there's some really just like other like really well done shots in that part of the film, but all these, the attitude of the movie about the Civil War is the wrong attitude. It is it takes the wrong side. It ultimately like kind of
it is hurtful in that regard, to be honest.
That is really being like, yeah, the South was fighting for something good, that we've lost something, like, yeah, we lost
the chivalrous
slavery.
culture has
That's
gone
good.
with the wind.
Yeah, and so I think that the reverence for a really ugly period of American history it leaves a terrible taste in my mouth for this film.
Sure.
And it's not subtle about it. It is clearly being like this because it's old, and so it doesn't try to hide what it's saying.
Yeah.
Wherein a modern film would try to hide, and we'd have to spend a lot more time decoding what it's trying to get at.
So maybe you appreciate it for that.
And it's well made, but I don't like what it says.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know where I'd put this because I saw it like over 3 years ago. I wasn't really paying attention to what the movie was saying politically. I was kind of just watching it for its scope and for the performances of the women. But I don't know. I mean, it is kind of a game changer. Like,
that's fair. That's fair.
I would argue for that because I really don't know where else to put it. I don't know where it's going to end up. I don't really care. But like, it is the highest grossing movie ever. It really, like, when it came out, like, it really did change a lot about the game. So
well, that is true, and I think that I think even though it seems like none of us are passionate about this movie, and some of us think it's maybe a little below.
I really do need to see it again. It is 4 hours long.
Sam, I felt the same way the first time I saw it. I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. But after rewatching it and like thinking about it more critically, I'm like, there's just a lot of this that like does not hold up to scrutiny. But I think that I might agree with you, even though I don't love this movie. It literally is a game changer because it's because of Gone with the Wind that suddenly in that period everything's got to be big and technicolor and huge scope and long as fuck. Like we're coming off of
this for all those 1950s Best Picture.
Absolutely, but we're coming off of It Happened One Night, The Life of Emile Zola, and You Can't Take It With You, and then they just hard pivot to Gone with the Wind, and then suddenly like 10 years later it's like, oh god, it's
and that impacted a lot of the Best Picture winners and why they won for the next.
Yeah, it is the Gone
years.
with the Wind. This is the original comparison that you make all of those movies to.
Absolutely, yeah. So
we put it in a game changer. I think that's a really solid point.
Yeah.
It is historically a game changer. It's not a game changer in my heart, though.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that we have to love the movie. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
And also, like, it was the movie that, like, the first person of color ever won an Academy Award.
That is historically important, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are putting it up there? In game changer?
Put it up there.
Okay. All right. There it is.
Now, is it possible?
I sold you guys.
Is it possible
You really did
to
sell
go
us. You really did.
from one of the biggest movie of the entire show to the smallest movie of the show? Mm-hmm. Next up is Marty. We gotta let Sam talk about this one because we were technically supposed to have Sam on a review for Marty and we didn't do that.
Uh-oh.
But let's let that slide.
Don't tell him.
Game changer. I know it's weird. I know it's weird. It is the first indie movie to win Best Picture. Like, come on. If you don't get this, you don't think about all the indie movies that have recently won Best Picture that you love so much. Mm-hmm. This was the first one. This is a small, remote movie. And yes, it did benefit from not being in a competitive year and, being the nice one that warmed people's hearts and was able to sort of emotionally get its way to the Oscar race. And it really has one of the best performances ever. I think it's just such a natural, small, sweet movie. And for a movie like that to win Best Picture in a time where everything had to be big is cool. It's cool that a movie with the tiny budget and that was maybe 50 cents in a Pop-Tart could win a Best Picture Oscar. Mm-hmm. I would put it in Game Changers just because it is so interesting.
Yeah.
I get that it's not remembered, and maybe for that it didn't really change the game.
Mhm.
Not many indie films were winning awards, but in 1960, the independent film nation, in a way, sort of forced the Academy to go more international. And from 1960 to now, they have usually gotten an international director who made an independent film nominated for the Best Director Oscar because of that. And I think that Marty was definitely a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the changes in the Academy that you see within the next 10 years, especially revolving indie film, is because of this movie winning the Academy Award for Best Picture.
Okay.
You know what? I do remember that this is beyond all that. Actually, a good movie too. That there's
I love the movie too. I think it's a top 10 winner just for me personally. I think
it's extraordinary. It's a life affirming and heartwarming film that really does have good performances. Yeah, I remember being very, very surprised by this film because I didn't. Yeah, you're right, Sam. It's totally not remembered. No one remembers Marty. But therefore, when we got to watch it, it was like, oh, this is a neat little something here in the depths of Academy history. So I like it. I might be being swayed. I could be swayed to put it up there.
It also is 90 minutes. It's the shortest film to ever win the Oscar for Best Picture.
And that's actually the reason why these movies are back to back, is because when we watch Gone with the Wind, the next week we're doing Marty, just so we can have the juxtaposition.
Balance it out. Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is an interesting one, and I think I can side with the case of this being a game changer, because really the criteria for game changer for me, I think I posited this, fucking hours ago in this video, but is that changing the definition of what a Best Picture winning movie can be. And I disagree with you, Sam, that it happened even within a decade of winners, because actually, the next 12 winners are all giant Technicolor musical, Ben-Hur, fucking Bridge of River Kwai.
I just mean in the directing categories and what was nominated.
Though overall, you can see how this winning opens the door for things like Annie Hall and Coda and stuff and Moonlight down the line. So I do think it absolutely does expand the definition of what a Best Picture winner can be especially for its time. So even though this is a movie I have no reverence for. I guess I agree that the performances are good, and I know I agree that it's a simple movie, because it is. But those elements of filmmaking don't really appeal to me. I much more prefer the bombast and creativity and craziness that cinema can do, as opposed to something like Marty. But that's obviously a very subjective thing. It is a game changer, but I would put it in meh, personally. I think this movie is just, it's okay. It's there. It's fine. It's inoffensive, but it doesn't do anything special for me.
I see a lot of the arguments to put it in game changer, and I will concede that Sam has a lot more knowledge of these things than I do. But at the same time, I have to question, what Tucker just said there. The next 12 winners are kind of the opposite side of it.
It isn't until you get to In the Heat of the Night where it's oh, maybe there's the influence there. But let me tell you the next few winners. Around the World in 80 Days, Bridge of River Kwai, Gigi, Ben-Hur, The Apartment, maybe. I'll grant you that. West Side Story, Lawrence of Arabia, Tom Jones, My Fair Lady, and Sound of Music.
I would even say The Apartment is not indie.
Characterize it.
Just look at 1960 and look at the nominations for Best Director. And throughout the 60s, look at the director.
I guarantee. I'm sure you're right, but we're talking about game
changers.
This
movie did win the Best Director Oscar too, which it's weird.
So Tanner, where would you put this movie?
Can we agree on good at least? I don't want to put this in meh.
It's a good movie.
I think I'm the only one who argued for meh. So
yeah, let's put it in good.
We'll put it in good. With a tinge of game changer.
I really love it though. Even if I wouldn't put it in game changer, I'd whatever. I'm the only person in the world who feels this way.
Sam, you my initial thing with my doubt was that you brought up how you can see how it opened the door for movies today, and sure, things can have influence 60 plus years later.
It's not as direct.
It's not as direct, and we also have Moonlight in Game Changer for that
and Midnight Cowboy, actually, Tanner. I think that's the real one.
Exactly.
Midnight Cowboy directly going to French Connection, Rocky, Annie Hall. Those are the small movies that come out of that. Marty is the proto Midnight Cowboy.
Sam, it was a valiant effort, and I salute you.
You know what? Also, the first movie to win the Palme d'Or to also
Oh.
win the Oscar for Best
That's a good
Picture.
point. That's a good point.
Which didn't change the
One
game
of
because that
only
almost
two
never
films.
happens.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. Yes.
Next up,
Okay.
No Country for Old Men. Timo, start the bidding.
This is a badass and awesome movie. This is a movie that sends shivers down your spine. This is a movie
It's like a
that
creepy,
is
spooky, scary skeleton.
is
scary
so
movie.
is so perfectly crafted. Really, just blends the elements of setting and of story, also of sound design. The cinematography is simple and yet super evocative. We got some great, very subtle performances, and an all-time villain of all a villain of all time right here with Anton Chigurh. This is just a great movie. I think this is a really excellent movie. It's an easy love for me. There's so much to talk about and so much to love in this film. So yeah, No Country for Old Men, very good, very good.
Sam?
Whenever Javier Bardem is on screen,
Mm-hmm.
fuck. It's like
That's what the characters are thinking too. Whenever they see
So-
Javier
the
Bardem.
Like,
fuck is
like that
gonna
guy at
happen?
the guy at the gas station.
Oh fuck!
oh my god, like holy shit, just one of the best performances to
Absolutely,
ever.
absolutely.
This is the best performance to ever win the supporting actor
Sure.
Oscar. I would argue.
Yeah.
Like, what other character, just by looking at them for 1 second, causes that much of a reaction? It's
What other character has such an iconic hairstyle?
ugly
Fuck ass
hair.
Bob. That fuck ass Bob.
Oh, so good. Such a fun, like, riveting, intense thriller with one of the best performances of all time.
Mhm.
So love for you as well.
Love
Tanner?
No Country for Old Men. Also,
Fucking-
just an amazing year at the Oscars. Not only do you get like No Country for
07's
Old
a good
Men
year.
winning for Best Picture, you also get Daniel Day-Lewis winning Best Actor for There Will Be Blood and Marion Cotillard winning Best Actress for La Vie en Rose. You get like the best set of winners. It's so cool.
07 is a fucking killer year, dude. And this is the banger crown on a banger year, I think. This is a great film. Sam said it. It's a fucking thriller, which we don't get a lot of at the Oscars, especially in Best Picture. It's like so pared down, which is why I think I especially enjoy it. Is that it's not like a super complex, interconnected like crime syndicate thriller,
Yeah.
crime family.
Coming the
whatever.
year after The
It's like-
Departed. That's the exact
Yeah,
opposite.
exactly. But yeah, it's like one guy, or it's a handful of guys all going after a case of money, and that's all it is. It's sweet. It's a love for me. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put it in love. It's a good for me,
Okay.
but I honestly don't have anything to add to No Country for Old Men because I recognize all its qualities. It's not a movie I connect with. Like I think it's good, but it's a good snooze fest for me. If that makes sense. Like yeah, it's a good
Wow,
movie,
okay.
but like oh, fuck.
Wow.
But yeah, and I obviously agree about Anton Chigurh and all that. So yeah,
Yeah,
love is all you need, baby.
Oh my god.
All right, Chuck. What about this next one for you?
Love seems to be the problem in this next one.
What seems to be the problem?
Love.
Oh sure,
True.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's like the root of the conflict here.
So true, King. So true.
For the context of the listener here, we're talking about Annie Hall, Woody Allen's Best Picture winner. And Woody Allen is Woody Allen, and we all know what that fucking means. But oh my god, I love Annie Hall. I love Woody Allen's this era of his movies. I love Manhattan. I've seen like 25 Woody Allen movies. He's like my most watched filmmaker ever. And Annie Hall is kind of just like the encapsulation of everything that he does, not only very well, but so differently from everyone else. Because if you want to talk about a movie that is like through the eyes of one person, you got to go to Woody Allen, who just puts himself into the movie and writes himself like himself and talks about his own life and portrays like his Jewish heritage and his intellectual thoughts about psychology and cinema. And like, this is a vision through and through. And it's featuring, I think, maybe one of my favorite performances of all time in Diane Keaton as Annie Hall. It does such interesting things with editing and sound design. Like, it's just jumping all around, trying new things, and just all in all is so distinct and so fresh and so fucking different from everything else that wins Best Picture. This is one of the few, like, comedies that won Best Picture. And this movie is hilarious. It's super well written. It's in and out, and I love Annie Hall. It's easy love for me personally.
Anyhow's a good movie. Tucker said a lot of things very impassionately that I agree with. Just to turn that dial down from like a 12 or so to like an 8,
Sure.
let's say. Really enjoy a lot of Annie Hall. I think it's very cute, very fun, and I do love the Woody Allen sensibilities about its editing and the little in jokes on screen, fourth wall breaking stuff like that. It's all quite fun.
Yeah, it's good.
It's going good for me. I should be clear.
I said good. It's part of the whole Woody Allen shtick doesn't really land for me, but I also agree that it's funny, and there are like some of the like setups in this movie are really funny, like the tiny little apartment right next to the train tracks, and they go like like that.
A roller coaster. It's a roller coaster.
It's under the roller coaster. That's
Yes.
right. It's like it's kind of
Coney
built
Island, yeah.
into the roller coaster in a way.
Remember the whole scene where they're trying to boil the lobster and they're like, oh, fucking, like, they're throwing the lobster around, like,
Oh my god.
Remember Christopher Walken?
It's very ridiculous, and it has some nice stuff to say about American society, American relationships in the 70s, like.
Mm-hmm.
So
are you doing a Nixon impression? What the fuck was that?
I'm not a crook. Woody Allen's is Annie Hall's my favorite movie.
But good for you.
I'll put it in good.
Sam, close it out.
Tucker, like, I loved hearing that because I did not know that you were as passionate as I was about this movie. It's so good. It nails everything. It is the perfect 3-act structure comedy in every sense. Like, this is one of the only examples of a director who made a lot of movies, but the Academy actually chose their best movie to win Best Picture. Diane Keaton. We're not worthy of what this woman does in this movie. She is so fucking funny. Like, her mannerisms and her, like, on the edge all the time. It's like, she reminds me of my mom. Like, she's so fucking good in this movie. Like, she's top 10 winner of Best Actress ever. Like, for a straight comedic performance where she has to rely on just comedic timing to prove her emotional beats, it's so impressive to me how much you're really rooting for this character, despite the fact that, again, like, most of her screen time is, like, most of her lines are delivered through comic timing. And I always believe that to be a great comedic actor is harder than being a great dramatic one. And Glenda Jackson talked about this, and she was like, in drama, like, if you're convincing because the people on set, like, you can look at what they're saying, what they're doing, but you don't know if you're funny. No one on set's going to be laughing. You don't know if you're funny. You have to
believe me, Sam. I know that I'm funny.
So. When I'm on set with funny people, I tell them that they're funny.
But I find this performance just so all-timer of her. Like, she just mothered so hard in this movie.
Mother Quake scale 9.1 or whatever. I don't know.
When a queen comes across another queen, and they discuss how to best maximize their joint display.
I love the passion come out of these two fellas here, so I'll put it in love.
I think it swings it up to love.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Okay with that?
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
That's good.
I'm okay with that.
Tanner, let's you and me join hands in a movie that we're, like, weirdly excited about. I'm not going to oversell it, but you and I watched The Greatest Show on Earth, and we're like, that was kind of goofy. That was kind of silly. It was kind of goofy and fun. Like, we enjoyed our time. We were laughing along with it. It's got some shenanigans in it, and so I think The Greatest Show on Earth is a good movie. But I don't know if I can present the case for that, just because you have to be in the room with me and Tanner and be like, to, like, think that it's a good movie. So I say good, but I can't, like, fully explain why. This movie make me cheese. My fucking cheeks hurt.
This is an uphill battle for you and I, Tucker. This is a Sisyphean effort here. And because it is that, we're not going to win. So let's just resign ourselves to put it in men now. But we did have a good time with this. We cannot lie. I mean, it's somehow transcends the typical issue I have with movies about, like, I said this earlier with, I think The Great Ziegfeld, where I said movies about show business, especially, of classic Hollywood, take their time to do, like, and then here's just a show for a while. Like, here, just watch this. And it somehow transcends that for me. I'm not sure how, But
Well, I think because there's a lot of visual variety, and also
Yeah, that's a
the
good point.
drama, I think, is nicely interspersed with this. It's not only
I agree.
we're doing just a trapeze act. It's like, oh, it's the trapeze act that they've been like working on for a while, and the person up there is kind of new at this, and they weren't the person that was doing it before. So that's kind of like dramatically interesting. But yeah, I found this to be a super engaging, super distinct, fun watch. But you're right. I'm feeling like a Greek mythos character right now because this ain't gonna fucking work.
Remember Jimmy Stewart plays Buttons the
He's
Clown?
so fucking funny in that movie, dude.
And the train crash at the
So
end. The
good.
train crash at the end is actually really like...
It's like kind of like Fableman-esque.
really, really solid. It's Fableman-esque.
It's
really
in the
solid,
Fableman.
Like, classic Hollywood disaster, big like set piece thing. There's
like-
tigers running around.
Yeah, fucking awesome. It's crazy. I love it, man.
Yeah.
You guys are on some kind of drugs because this movie's
don't know.
bad.
Thank
This is
you.
This
Oh my
movie's
god.
bad.
Like,
This movie's not
what
even
the
mad.
fuck is happening
It's
here?
bad.
I think there might have been a gas leak in our house or something.
Not only is it, yeah, I don't know. It's like the story is not that interesting. It was impossible to tell that Buttons the Clown was Jimmy Stewart. He didn't. He doesn't really play in the story for the first
I'm Buttons.
Yeah, but he doesn't talk for the first many appearances he has on screen, and I remember totally missing that Buttons the Clown was Jimmy Stewart.
Well, being a good comedic actress is harder than being a good dramatic actor.
I agree. Jimmy Stewart proves that.
And Buttons the Clown in the greatest show on earth.
Charlton Heston is also in this
He
movie.
is.
And
True,
he's
he
also
is.
bad in this movie.
Yeah,
And-
actually, I agree with that.
What's new?
There's a documentary. The part that I think is cool is the whole circus bit of this movie,
Yeah.
in which they are like being like, "This is a circus," and it's exactly one of these. That's like what they don't say much, but they're like, "Watch it get built," and like, now for
Watch
a
them
little,
tear down.
here's a little bit of documentary for your fiction movie, and that like there's
that's
like
Timo doing his Jimmy Stewart, by the way. Here's a little bit of doing some documentary stuff.
I think that these types of movies that were made to draw people away from the TV screen and to draw people into the theaters in this very specific time period here in the late studio system just don't age very well because they're just trying to do something that doesn't matter anymore. Like you can watch a movie on a fairly large TV screen now, so like the difference, they don't need to be doing this like kind of gimmicky visual stuff to get you to come into the theater because it wouldn't look good on TV. Now you can just do a movie, and they should have just done the movie and not gone for this like these other, I don't know, like, I mean, yes, I do know this is a family fare movie. This is not your like intense thriller like No Country for Old Men. Like, you can take the kids will watch it, they'll be like, ooh, monkeys, and ooh, that's like the trapeze. Like, there's not like that much. There's a lot of filler in this movie. There's a lot of just like, we are just watching some circus action.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sam,
this movie's
what do you
bad.
think?
Talk to me,
This
Sam.
movie's bad.
Talk to me.
This is my least favorite film to ever win the Academy Award.
Whoa!
That's crazy.
That's a big call.
I fucking hate this movie so much. Oh my god, I'm sorry. The first like 2 hours of this is just circus act and people putting together a tent. I'm sorry. You're not John Dielman. You are not this intensely realistic drama where you're meant to complicate yourself while watching nothing happen. No, you're just watching nothing happen. None of the human characters are interesting. None of them. James Stewart makes me want to scream because he looks so terrifying. He, like, nothing in this movie makes sense. So you have 2 hours of just circus acts and putting a tent together. And then you have 15, 20 minutes of a train crashing. But I don't feel anything at all when watching that because I don't care about the human characters who I've spent no time with. And then when the train crash happens, the train car flings like a fucking Beyblade. I don't know what was meant to happen in this movie, but it is just dumb, silly, very, very terrible. It is almost setting the clock backwards because it's just like, let's just use cinema as a means of showing the audience random things to get them out of her house and give us money.
Here's my fucking Yu-Gi-Oh trap card. I'm gonna activate right now. This movie
is
gave us
fucking terrible.
Steven Spielberg, so it's a game changer. He never would have made movies. He probably would have made movies, but this is the movie that introduced him to cinema, so it's a game changer.
No, that's
No,
It's harmful.
No,
it's
Doug.
harmful.
okay.
This is
It sounds like we might be bouncing out
absolutely.
to bad.
This
Yes.
movie's
Gonna happen
bad.
here?
It should
That
go
is the
in
lowest.
bad.
That is the highest I'm willing
Well,
to
no,
settle
no.
for.
Here's the thing. We
Okay.
presented the case for the two of us liking this movie and thinking that we would put it in good.
You also said that we had to be in the room with you to like the movie.
Yeah,
Is
but that sounds like a you problem, really.
Is that room with us in the room right now?
Yeah, it's pretty close by, actually.
Yeah.
It's in
I
the-
was not in the the room with you when I watched
You gotta
this movie.
stop
It
it,
sucks.
you guys.
It sucks.
No.
I am nowhere near passionate enough about the greatest show on earth to be willing to like fight about this any longer. So we can put it in meh or bad and
Meh.
Bad.
whatever.
Bad.
That's two votes
God
for bad.
damn
I
it.
gotta
All right,
put
we'll
it
put
there.
him bad.
Yeah.
God, fuck. Yeah, but you know what? We admitted it when we jumped in. We're like, this is not going to go anywhere. So yeah. It was a valiant effort, Tanner. Let me shake your digital hand. Slumdog Millionaire, Tanner. Rejuvenate us a little bit. Tell us where Slumdog Millionaire should go.
More like Scumdog Millionaire. No, I don't believe that. It's a good movie. I like Slumdog Millionaire. I mean, you have an early Dev Patel performance, and
Sorry,
I think
I'm not over Scumdog Millionaire.
Oh, sorry, I should have given the audience a laugh track break.
Why did you go for that? You like this movie.
I do like this movie. It just popped into my head right when you asked me that. Anyway,
Fuck, dude.
good movie, good Dev Patel performance. I think the pacing and like how the story structure is quite interesting. How we are interspersed with like the actual Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I almost said Jeopardy, but it's not
No.
that. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Gameplay versus in conjunction with like how he learned the lessons and how he learned the things that feed into his knowledge in the game, and then like subsequently how they're trying to like sabotage the game that he's in so he doesn't win actually, and then the romantic subplot. It's all mixed together very well in a compelling manner, I think. You get some Danny Boyle directorial tricks on the beat here that just keep it spiced up visually. So Slumdog Millionaire, good movie.
Sam, I saw you nodding. What do you want to say?
Meh, low meh. It feels kind of whitewashed, which is a shame because this movie could have been really authentic and interesting, but it's just white producers and a white director like going out of their way to like try and win Oscars by. It feels a little weird in context because this movie won all of the Oscars it was nominated for. One thing I do like the structure of it. I think it is interesting. It's an entertaining movie, but I don't know why this needed to win 8 Academy Awards. I also don't know. The one thing about it I really love is the song in the end and
Sure.
the dance. That's really
Jai
fun.
Hell,
great song.
yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. But no impact. This one has no impact. It was just fun and made to win awards, and it did what it wanted to
If
do.
RRR had won Best Picture last year, like it maybe should have, then we could say impact, but no.
It's interesting about Slumdog Millionaire is I would push back a little bit on it feeling like it was made to win awards, because this movie is not awards baity at all. It is edited to fucking crazy stuff. The camera's like zipping around. It's got a really like almost incoherent but surprisingly coherent structure. It's about themes and places and people that movies that win Best Picture are usually not gravitated towards. It feels like a really authentic, creative, autorial style coming from Danny Boyle, and because of that, it just feels so distinct. There is no Best Picture winner like Slumdog Millionaire, because there's basically not movies like Slumdog Millionaire that are doing all the crazy filmic things that this movie is doing, and it has such interesting themes about the history of India and how that's impacting people, and the differences between the poor and the upper class in India, and like it's doing a lot. Great performances, surprisingly creative editing and filmmaking, and great themes, and just a great story all around. This is a movie that I used to love, but now I will just put it in good. I think this is a very, very good Best Picture winner. It's just so fucking different. Danny Boyle's like, fuck you, I do my own thing. He's like Miles Morales if he was more, he's like, fuck you instead of nah.
I like
sorry,
that.
that was bad.
Yeah, you're on something.
Yeah,
though.
that was bad.
I really do like the structure, like you guys are talking about, the way that it like is simultaneously one night being told, or like two nights being over the course of like the story in the film, but it's actually there's a lot more of time being explored. The game show is, I think it's entertaining. And I remember looking in the credits, and I'm like, isn't there's like an there was like an India co-director.
Loveleen Tandon is the co-director on this film.
Yeah. So I was like, I think there is like obviously it was shot in location. I think there is not totally like absolving the sins of going to another country and making a movie about other people that you don't know anything about, but there is a
most of the cast is our Indian names.
Yeah, and well, that's because it takes place in India.
Yeah.
But also, I think that there's a heart to it.
I meant crew, by the way. Sorry, crew. And
the crew. Yeah. I mean, it was made there, so you would probably make sense to hire people there. So I feel like it balances being made by white people and not being about white people. So I don't think that it like absolves it of anything. But I don't find that to be as big of an issue in this film as opposed to some other ones.
So where do you put it?
Good.
Good? We got three good, so that's going good.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Boom. We want to talk about what Marty inspired, kind of, if that's what we're using our tangent from earlier. In the Heat of the Night is our next Best Picture winner. Timo!
Oh, son.
Where does the movie go?
The movie goes up at the top, Game Changer. This is a Game Changer movie. The slap heard round the world. This movie has all the merits of a Game Changer, in that it's inventive in its film style. It's in a changing period of Hollywood, and it is about stuff, and the subject matter really actually matters a lot, and it's something that films in America, the Best Picture winners, continue to grapple with and try to tackle, as well as one of the greatest performances of all time with Sidney Poitier.
With Rod Steiger. Oh. What do you mean? He won Best Actor, Timo. That's gotta be the best performance in the movie.
That's the one thing about this movie that I don't like. It's kind of his performance.
But he's really good. It's the fact that he won that makes it weird.
I don't even think he's really good. It's just he shouldn't have been nominated, personally. I think
he should have given it to
It's
Poitier.
just so obviously better, and it's like they had 3 movies that year that they could have nominated for, and they just canceled out because
he did too much. Sorry, Sidney. Sorry for being. You're too great.
I think he deserved nomination for all 3 of them.
First actor to lose for being too good.
But I mean, oh god, yeah, this is absolutely a game changer, because not only it doesn't have that historical importance of being thematically accurate and interesting to the time, and moving forward social themes in the Best Picture canon, but it's just a really goddamn good movie. Like, you're watching this movie and you're hearing the fucking score and you're seeing the cinematography, and Sidney Poitier like comes out of the shadows or whatever and starts like delivering fucking lines that are like knocking your socks off, and you're like, oh man, in the heat of the night, baby, goddamn.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't going to Game Changer, I'd put it in Love. So if we can, the higher we can put this thing, the better, I think. And obviously, good points all around for it being a game-changing film. Sam, would you disagree about Game Changer or not?
Totally happy putting it there. I also just want to say, like, beyond anything thematic or historical about this movie, like, there's like a canon of movies that came out between the years, I'd say 65 to 74. And all of them have this style of lighting and this feel to them that is so distinct, but no movie like beyond that time period exists. And this like definitely falls into it. I don't know why. It just reminds me of like a sunset. It like is kind of grainy, but the colors are vibrant, and they're like, I don't know. There's something so appealing about it. It's like the type of movie you watch in June, like evening to sunset. Like, I don't know. I really love the
kind of movie that you watch just in the heat of the night. I think
it's great. I love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they definitely got its awards wrong.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, 100%. All right, it's going to.
They did get the director win right with The Graduate. I think that if you're going to award Best Director to one of them and Best Picture to one of them, they absolutely nailed that, because The Graduate is like the most directed movie I've ever seen, and this is like a relevant, political, fun summer movie that like deserves Best Picture. So it's like
my favorite fun summer movies are steeped in incredible racism.
Oh,
Yeah, fun. I don't know. There's some fun moments, sure.
yeah, like it was a hit
Oh,
at
yeah,
the
yeah,
box
yeah.
office.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I get what
next
you mean.
up, we've got Amadeus. Tanner, where do you feel
Yeah.
Amadeus belongs on this list?
Love. I'm gonna do it. I think Amadeus, unless I'm making a grievous oversight in my memory, might be the best biopic to ever win Best Picture.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. Just because it takes a different tenor.
Really,
on
I'm a
itself.
huge fan of the life of Emile Zola. I mean, oof.
Oh sure.
12 Years a Slave, and well, Tanner, Schindler's List.
yeah.
You fucking idiot.
Oh, okay, excuse me. Yes. Okay. But anyway, it's certainly the most interesting one to tackle its title figure, by not having Amadeus be the main character.
Yeah.
F. Murray Abraham is fucking amazing
Bruh.
in this, and he's
Mhm.
not playing Mozart. He's playing a guy who is obsessed with
Salieri.
Mozart. Thank you. I was blanking on his name, which is I was trying
You're
to say
literally
it without the fact.
proving the film's point that they don't remember.
Exactly. And the film is all revolving around the fact that like he recognizes that Mozart is better than him, but he's coping. He's huffing the copium like no one has ever huffed copium in the history of man. Okay. He's like, how is he so good? What I need to find a way to figure this out. I need to torture him psychologically. And then at the end, when he comes around, and he's like on his deathbed, and he feels remorseful about it, and he helps him finish his masterpiece. It's a great film. I mean, it also got like costumes and the editing and the sound design and the supporting performances are all like knocking it out of the park. I love Amadeus.
Yeah, I mean, just the sound design and the way they cut in the bits of the score, going like the actual classical pieces alongside, like them humming along, or like writing the music out, and you can hear the music in their heads. Like that's a really effective filmmaking technique to just make us be right in the minds of the characters. As you know, you said a bunch of stuff, Tanner. It's really good all around, I find.
Love for you as well, Timo?
Yeah, I'll put it in love.
Sam?
Absolutely adore. There's nothing about this movie that changed the game, so I can't put it there, but
Right.
absolutely top 10, maybe 5.
Your take's
winner
so
for me.
good
Just-
that the entire police
They're
force
coming-
and
they're coming to get
firefighters
you.
are coming to just make sure. The take was too hot.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what's happening today. There's so
Yeah,
much
no.
noise. Sorry. Yeah, amazing movie. So much fun. Like, so well paced. Like, talk about like 3 hours really flying by. Like, just awesome. I find this movie, like, the dynamic between these two main characters is such a treat to watch. Like, I've never seen a historical biopic this fun.
Yeah.
What historical biopic? Like, what other movie has like Mozart like playing a silly song on the piano in front of 200 people and then farting?
Yeah, God.
And it just works.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it does.
It's
work.
the sense
That's
of
main
fun
thing.
that this movie has, like the sense of humor, and the fact that it is just so it's structured and told thematically so differently from what you expect from this guy. They could have easily just told a story about the life of Mozart, and that would be it, and we'd be in one or out the other. But instead, they're like, let's fuck with the audience. Let's like subvert their expectations a little bit and go a little bit farther in the editing and the sound design than we need to, and like frame it through an interesting narrative of a different guy that you weren't expecting, and like it just makes it feel so fresh and so distinct, because frankly, not really many biopics have tried things like this since then. And so Amadeus, as one of the great biopics, just stands kind of above in terms of being a great biopic, but also being a great creative film. So yeah, easy love for me across the board.
Amadeus.
Oh, fun fact. We were just
Amadeus.
talking about like one other biopics. One, A Life of Emile Zola. Tanner, where does this go for you?
I remember liking The Life of Emile Zola, or do I only remember like the court case that happens in the third act? It's hard to say, but to be safe and to reflect my like the entirety of my memory of the film, I'm gonna go meh, because I really like the supporting performance, and I have to look it up real quick, but like the whole thing about this guy being court-martialed from the Navy and being put in prison and everything like that. I remember I like that chunk of the movie, but I also remember that is not the vast majority of the film. So meh, I think.
I like this movie. This is another one of the unexpected ones, but this also falls into the canon of exile cinema. This is being made by some Germans that were fleeing the Nazis, and they were kind of creating this story about the Dreyfus affair, which is that court case, which is what the movie ultimately really becomes about. But boy, do we take our sweet time to get there and build up. We got to build up this like character who's old. Like he's old when the Emile Zola's got to be old by the time the affair begins. So. Mm-hmm. They're writing about the struggles of keeping your democracy around and keeping the government in check and accountable, which is stuff that was really pressing and very like they really were concerned about at the time. And so it is a biopic, but it's also, goddamn it, it's the first biopic. And so you know,
no,
the
one the year after the Great Ziegfeld. So
the Great Ziegfeld.
Oh, okay.
Yeesh.
Well, I think that this movie has interesting stuff to say, and I like the characters. I like Emile Zola as a main character. He's a little cheeky guy. He's like, we're just gonna print it anyway. And there's some pretty rousing speeches. So, you know, it'll probably end up in meh, but I think this is a good movie.
Okay. Sam?
Boring. This is very uninteresting to me. I'm glad you guys found enjoyment out of it, but I was sitting there and it was like better than melatonin. It was working so well, really helping my sleep schedule. Yeah, do not care about this one at all.
Yeah, I land somewhere between Sam and Tanner. I find the themes that you're right. The themes of this movie, Timo, to be interesting, but it's because the themes of that time in history were interesting, and not necessarily because this movie does anything super special with them. This is a biopic for biopic's sake. It is scenes retelling things that happened, and I feel like it doesn't do too much cinematically that really elevates its source material. I think there are good performances and a handful of semi-memorable scenes, but when it comes down to it, this movie does not stick in my mind at all. Like, I remember it because it won Best Picture and because we reviewed it, but not because anything that the movie itself necessarily did. So for me, this is meh. It sounds like Tanner's a meh. We've got a bad and we've got a good. So we'll land in meh in the middle.
There it is. All right.
Next up, it's time for the movie that broke Quest. This is the movie that killed us for multiple months. The terms, not the. Let's drop to the. It's cleaner. Terms of Endearment. Timo, what do you think about Terms of Endearment?
I'm very middling on this movie. It's even though I think there's a lot of reasons why people like it, I don't find it to be super. It doesn't personally strike a chord with me. It's just kind of, it's another one of these stories about people in America from what is this movie, like the 80s again?
83.
Yeah. And it's kind of touching towards the end, but I just am not really drawn to the characters and drawn to investigate the story that much. It's probably because I'm a dude. That's probably why.
It's probably
because your brain's too focused on the Roman Empire.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
That's what it is.
I'm still thinking about Russell Crowe.
While you're watching Terms of Endearment. So this is just a meh for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Sam, what do you think?
Meh. It is a TV movie. It's a good TV movie, but it's a TV movie. It's shot like a TV movie. The dialogue sounds like a TV movie. The acting is Emmy-esque. Again, that's not like a disservice. It's just like this feels like it should be contending at a different award ceremony than the Academy Awards. Shirley MacLaine really does try, and I think that she's really good in it. She definitely like gave it her all. I can see like where she came in and why she won. Weirdly though, this movie was eligible the same year that Kwai and John Dillman were both eligible, which are my two favorite movies of all time. And obviously neither of those movies were touching the Academy Awards.
What? You serious right now?
Yeah, sorry, the most Oscar bait films ever made. John Dillman and Kwai. I don't know, I just find it interesting that like the year where like my two favorite movies ever, which are these like massive art house classics that are insanely challenging and different and unique, neither of them get any nominations, but you know, this nice TV drama wins everything, which is very reflective of what the Oscars are. Meh.
Tanner?
I'm gonna go good. Because we actually ended up watching this film twice because, as you said, it broke Quest, so we had to rewatch it by the time that we actually got around to reviewing it. And yeah, I remember enjoying it both times. I think the dynamic between Deborah Winger and Shirley MacLaine is obviously very strong. That mother-daughter bond and the ups and downs that come with that. I've I can understand that it's very distinct and very well played out in the film. Shirley MacLaine has her big Oscar moment, Sam, which is why she got the Oscar, where she gets to yell at those people in the hospital.
Yeah.
Get
So
my
good.
daughter a bed. Yeah. We have
And then that was recreated in spoiler alert.
spoiler alert, yes, as everyone knows, worked for Shirley MacLaine. You have some really solid supporting performers here with the likes of John Lithgow and Jeff Daniels, and of course Jack Nicholson, who all have a fun little element to play. Danny DeVito as well as like the men that circulate in sort of in the orbit of this family.
Oh yeah.
Jeff Daniels is named Flap, of course,
Flap.
as we all know. His name is Flap,
Latch.
not Latch. And what else? Oh, Nebraska mentioned.
Yeah,
I have to,
filmed partially on
I
UNL campus.
Yeah, I love the moment. I can picture it in my head. I was like, I know exactly where that is. I've walked there numerous times.
Here's an interesting thing. Terms of Endearment and Ordinary People serve largely the same purpose in my mind, but where Sam finds himself like absolutely melting into a puddle at the mere mention of Ordinary People. I don't really remember how much you love that movie, but I know you like it more than me.
It's definitely not an accurate description.
I'm being a little hyperbolic. Terms of Endearment is another one of my favorite Best Picture winners. I think this movie is absolutely phenomenal, especially how it handles this is no surprise when you've really like broken down what I've said some of my favorites are in this movie. A group of people with interesting personalities, bouncing off of one another, annoying each other, coming the happy moments and sad moments. This movie is the course of human relationship and emotion bundled into one little funny ball. And I just find this movie to be so incredibly engaging. I strongly disagree that these performances are just okay or Emmy worthy, though I don't know what that means. I've never seen the Emmys. I've barely watched a TV show. But these are three of my favorite.
Tucker, believe it or not, they also award good performances at the Emmys.
Yeah.
That's what
No,
they
no, I don't think they were bad. It fits that type of criteria more than the Academy criteria.
I just disagree because these are three of my favorite performances of all time. I think that Jack Nicholson, Shirley MacLaine, and Deborah Winger. I'm mixing up their names because I'm talking so fast. Give some of the most well-realized and compelling character performances I've ever seen in my life. And the idea of having such a widespread group of people that have complicated relationships that frankly don't pay off and ebb and flow and there's fights and they come together. I find that to be a super interesting way to portray a group of people, and the themes of forgiveness and understanding of relationships they hit really close to home for me. And so this is an easy love for me personally, but if we've got a love, a good, and two mez, does good work?
Yeah,
I think that's where it's going. It's going in good.
That's going to go in good.
Boom.
Now, we were talking about the life of Emile Zola, and a movie that for some of us just went in one ear and out the other. And for me, there's no movie better for that than A Man for All Seasons, baby. This... Is that a fucking clip from something? A Man for All Seasons is one of my least favorite Best Picture winners. Not because it's a terrible movie, but because what the fuck is the point of A Man for All Seasons? I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't care about this guy. I don't think he's interesting. I think the scenario is mildly interesting, but it's certainly not portrayed with any vigor or energy or cleverness. This is just a simple, a guy doesn't want divorce to happen, or like he's religious, or like there's a king. Like it just, I sit here, I'm like, what the fuck? What? I've never fallen asleep more in a Best Picture winner than this, because just if nothing fucking happens and I do not care and I can't remember any of it.
Tucker, do you remember when you started researching the history of the British monarchy after watching this movie?
No. Did I do that?
I remember, because I remember you went on like a fucking, probably like a 2-day like YouTube binge of like watching the history of the British monarchy.
Yeah, because I wanted something interesting.
That's your Roman Empire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This one is actually very similar to the life of Emile Zola for me, because it's going in meh. I don't remember 90% of this movie, but the 10% that I remember and do like is a court case at the end of the film. So, yeah, meh. Yeah.
Yeah, it's meh as well. I don't remember very much about it. It was not memorable because it's not about a subject that mattered. That's why, in my mind.
Sam?
Meh.
Very, very, very bad. Almost harmful, honestly, because it's setting the clock backwards. I'm going to list some films that came out in 1996. So obviously, Who Was Afraid of Virginia Woolf was nominated for Best Picture. I mean, obviously, that is the best movie of the nominees. There is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Persona, Black Girl, Daisies, Blow Up, Andrei Rublev, Alcazar Balthazar.
Andrei Rublev.
This is very much a year where foreign countries and new directors are
awarding a Man for All Seasons, like more like a Sam for all boredom.
Nice. We got there. Christ. We got there. There we go.
Bottom 5 winner. It doesn't do anything at all. It is so fucking boring, so fucking uninteresting. I don't give a shit about anything that's happening. Like, to a T, I understand why it would win Best Picture, but Best Director? What about the directorial choices in this movie are interesting? What?
Costume.
That's not the direction. No.
This is horrible. This is so... Oh my god, I hate this movie. Like, absolutely the epitome of why getting through these was boring.
That's a great point, yeah.
This is like a prime example of like, oh, we're watching that one next. Like, I have to cross that one off the list. Okay, let's schlep through this piece of shit. Like, this movie sucks.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And so, this is a passion of Sam and I swing it down to bad.
Sure.
Yeah, because it sounded like you guys were both like.
I like the court case at the end. What can I say? I love a good courtroom drama.
Let's put a little bit of pep in our step here and talk about The Sound of Music. Another one of the movies of all time that also just won Best Picture. Tanner, what do you think about The Sound of Music?
Love Sound of Music. What a delightful film. What a delightful little fun time. Great songs, great performances. Julie Andrews, so lovable, so wonderful. What a wonderful screen presence she is. Christopher Plummer is he's having a good time, or he's being curmudgeony, then he's like, oh, I can't stay mad, da 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 da. And we also are saying fuck you to the Nazis. What could be better than that? So yeah, I love Sound of Music. Why not?
Sam, do you agree?
Yeah, it's good.
I agree. It's love The Sound of Music. So much nostalgia, such a fun movie. It doesn't progress anything about Best Picture, but it also isn't like My Fair Lady and Gigi. It doesn't have like a lot of sets. A lot of this movie is actually filmed outside in Austria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's really beautiful.
It does give it a very different sense of spectacle and place than most every other fucking musical.
When she's spinning on top of the hill and we're doing like the long...
Julie Andrews like almost like got blown away by the wind of the helicopter when filming the opening shot.
That's crazy.
Yeah. What if she fell down a hill and fucking died? And that's how Julie Andrews...
It's a hard film to see in. Such a good movie, such amazing cinematography. Love the ensemble.
Yeah.
The music. Oh my god,
the music is just like
all
time.
So good.
It's just an all-time musical. A musical.
It's just jaunty. So it's a jaunty ass film.
Jolly.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Jolly indeed.
So
I think it's a very good movie. I don't have a passion for it, but there's certainly nothing wrong with this movie. Like, when I watch it, I'm like, it's fucking gone the way. I think that the thing that really does spark some passion in me is Julie Andrews. I think this is one of the all-time performances. And
amazing.
Good God, she's so fucking good in this movie.
I prefer her turn in Aquaman.
So yeah, this is Fun Love.
It's going in love.
When we're getting to Aquaman, we know we have to move on.
I went to a talk show and Julie Andrews was on it, and she was like, oh, my grandchildren, they loved that I was in that Aquaman film.
She voices a giant sea monster that you
She was like, oh, I did not know what I was doing, but they loved that I was in Aquaman. And I thought it was so fucking funny that Julie Andrews said that.
That's really funny.
That's good.
Next up, we've got The Lost Weekend. And honestly, I have no idea what Sam thinks of this movie, so I want to know his thoughts.
Yeah, what does Sam think of this movie?
It's good. It's kind of slight and repetitive, and I don't know why it randomly cuts 3 years in the future.
It does? I don't remember that.
No,
Did you not like? There's a part of the movie that it just cuts 3 years in the future, and it doesn't
No, it
really
doesn't.
mean
It
anything.
does not cut 3 years in the future. Ain't no
Am I-
way. Because it takes
Isn't it
it
just-
takes
yeah, it's-
place in the weekend.
Yeah, wait,
Yeah,
what the fuck are
let's-
you going on
yeah.
about?
No, I remember distinctly
I've
there
watched
being a
this
part of this.
film
Hang on.
at least twice, maybe even 3 times now.
Someone
Wait,
pull up
why don't I
Wikipedia plot summary.
distinctly remember this happening?
Yeah, I don't think that happened in the film. There's
I don't think so. I
There-
don't
there
think
are-
it
Wait,
does.
am I not thinking of the right movie?
Totally possible. Timo, why don't you give
Yeah.
your thoughts? Because you've seen it twice, maybe 3 times.
twice, maybe 3 times. Yeah, I actually really like this movie. This is a freaky little movie. That's what I think about it. It's Billy Wilder in his like I'm depressed and I hate life and it's really dark and I think it works really well as a depiction of alcoholism in a time in America where that was like a big problem. And the way that we see just the depravity of Ray Milland's character as he just basically continues to tumble down the stairs all the way until he actually tumbles down the stairs. Like,
No.
all the ways in which the people around him are trying to be supportive of him and help him get over his addiction, and in the way that he ultimately just is not about stopping drinking. He's on a binge, he's on a bender, and when he go, I mean, the parts of the movie that I'm talking about are that get into the freaky zone is like when he goes to the hospital and he talks to Bim and Bim's like, you're gonna I don't happen
You're gonna die here, buddy.
you're screwed.
He's like, I'm going to kill you, drinking crooner.
I'm like, there you go. That's good. That's good. We're gonna go nuts in there.
And there, I mean, I find there's a bunch of interesting stuff about the production in the film, in the way they shot in New York a bunch.
I would like it more if it was Tim Robinson as the main character.
That would be pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie.
This is a good movie, and I think it's a surprising one for Best Pictures, given how fucking dark it is and how in the code, Billy Wilder got around a lot of code restrictions. So I mean, we get some juicy salaciousness in this film, despite the Breen office requiring otherwise.
Timo, I'm not gonna go too long and just say I agree with everything you said. Good movie.
It's good.
It's good.
It should not have beat Mildred Pierce, though. Hot take. Mildred Pierce is the best movie of 1945 and was robbed of Best Picture. But anyways.
Yeah, I'll put it in good. This is another one that I don't remember much about, but as a movie with themes of alcoholism and directed by one of the all-time great directors, yeah, it is a good movie, and Ray Milland gets a good performance. So yeah.
The part where the bat goes out and eats the rat that comes out of the wall
I don't remember that. That's weird.
with the worst special effects you've seen.
Yeah, but you can see the strings on the bat. I remember that. Yeah,
it's awesome.
He's like,
I love that part.
Billy Wilder's off screen. He's doing this behind the wall.
Make it draw blood.
Tanner, talk to me about Cimarron.
Oh boy. So Tucker, earlier you said that Around the World in 80 Days is the most racist movie on this list, and we have a challenger is coming for that belt.
A challenger
with Cimarron,
approaches.
I think a challenger approaches. But I remember when talking about Cimarron, we were like, "What an odd movie!" Because obviously it's aged poorly. Okay, it's about the Wild West. It's about the settling of it. I think it's Oklahoma City or somewhere around there, and sort of like chronicles this family moving out to that area, and our main character becomes like the governor, the sheriff, the newspaper man, and the preacher, and then obviously
A real
like,
Renaissance man.
Exactly. He has to get rid of the crime and everything, and then eventually, like, all the Wild West stuff goes away and it becomes a civilized place, and he goes with it because he's always chasing that, like, that American, that manifest destiny ideal. So the themes are there. I mean, they're problematic, of course, but they're there. And there was something. Oh, it's also like strangely progressive in some ways about like Native American rights, but also like very backward thinking for in that same way. So very odd, very strange. I think ultimately I'm gonna land on bad. Yeah, I think I'm gonna land on bad.
Yeah, and I think the thing for me is just it doesn't focus on the elements that make it interesting. It's interesting at first as you're seeing a town be built up for the first time. It's like, oh, that's a really unique time to set a movie in. But then the movie kind of just like makes itself like a journalism piece for a little bit, and then like a mom drama for a little bit, and then like it jumps around so much, not only time wise but tone wise and like context wise, that it kind of becomes a mess, and it's supposed to be like this, chronicling of an entire era, but what it ends up being is hard to follow, and that really means that I'm disconnected from it. I don't remember it being particularly well acted or particularly well directed or shot or anything. Like, it's just I guess good production design for like making a old town and all that shit, but like. Yeah, it's a bad movie. Like, there's nothing about this that screams like, yeah, this is really pushing the medium forward. It's like, no, it's kind of just like showing us a bunch of stuff. Like, it's just a bunch of things.
Another one where we just have a court case at the end of the movie too.
It's about halfway through the movie.
Yeah, it's probably halfway, 3/4, something like that.
I digress. You can also say the same thing with Kramer versus Kramer, Tanner.
Oh yeah,
court case halfway through the movie.
Sam, do you want to go or should I go?
I mean, I have nothing to add. This movie's dumb.
This movie was more racist than I think you guys are putting on to. This movie had some pretty nasty stereotypes in it.
You remember when they had the kid up on top of the fan, like fanning them and stuff, and then like he dies and like they don't care.
It's just like weird. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is bad.
It's a bad movie.
It was also boring as hell too.
All right, boys. It's fucking Gump o'clock, boys.
It's Gump time, baby.
It's Gumpin' time. Timo, what do you think of Gumpin' time?
I'm not a big fan of Forrest Gump. I don't think it's like terrible, but I don't think it does a whole lot for me. We talked about the political consequences of this movie at length in our review. The reformation of the American myth man, which is what I think the movie really is doing. And that's kind of interesting, but I see why everyone likes it. It's heartwarming. It's very charming, but I don't know. It doesn't do anything special for me because I kind of was like totally expecting what I saw.
Sure.
And it was just like, I was like, okay, yeah, it's Forrest Gump.
Yeah. Yeah. Tanner?
Hard to hate Forrest Gump. It's a fun movie. Like, it's just it's a fun time. It has become, it might be up there in terms of like movies that I've seen the most in my life. And at that point, it just becomes sort of like par for the course and also iconic for me. Like, oh yeah, it's this scene from Forrest Gump and that scene from Forrest Gump and this line from Forrest Gump. So I'm gonna say good. I think it's not a movie that I'm like, oh, love it with all my heart. I adore it. I cradle it in my arms. I kiss its forehead a little bit. It's not one of those for me. But like, yeah, it's a good movie. It's really entertaining.
Yeah, this is a movie that I didn't expect to love because I'd seen it once before and I was like, Forrest Gump. Like, I was really a Timo, like, yeah, I expected what I saw. But going into it again through a more experienced film lens and I guess kind of like opening my heart to it, I found a lot to love in Forrest Gump. I think that the one of the most interesting main characters in any of these movies, just so many unique sequences, so much unique, like, creative jumping around. This is a movie where I think the jumping around really allows us to cover a lot of ground in a positive way. And I think the variety all tied through Tom Hanks' like all-timer performance makes this just one of the most engaging long movies I've ever seen. Like, you never know what's going to happen next. You don't know what Gump is going to do. You don't know who he's going to run across. Well, what fucking historical scenario he's going to stumble into.
All you got to do to know what happens next is crack open an American history.
That's a great point. Mm-hmm. But I personally really like that idea of reframing history through this one fictional guy that has a super heartwarming story. And Robert Zemeckis is just...
fictional.
My bad. Sorry. He's real in our hearts. Robert Zemeckis is fucking directing the heck out of this with like sweeping camera shots and lots of variety. This is a movie that I absolutely adore. I think tons of amazing performances, interesting themes, super well made. Just, yeah, an all-timer for me.
I haven't seen this movie in a long time, and I don't know if I'll ever watch it again because I really loved it when I was a kid. But like what I've heard about this movie and like, because when I was younger, I didn't understand movies from a thematic perspective.
Sure. Right.
And I remember like crying at this movie and like really being invested with the characters. And like the score is really iconic and emotional. But I feel like if I were to watch it now, I probably wouldn't like it. And I don't want to watch it again because of that. And I will go with wherever you guys want to put it.
It sounds like good as the place.
I know that there are a lot of harmful things about this movie.
Yeah.
But I also know that there are a lot of fun things about this movie, and it's really well paced. And I know that a lot of people, like, this was one of the most watched awards ceremonies ever because everyone, like, tuned in to watch Forrest Gump when it was, like, a summer hit. Yeah. I struggle because I know that if I were to rewatch it, I would probably cringe
Sure.
a lot, and I would
Yeah,
probably
I
have
mean,
a lot of issues with it.
I could be a curmudgeon about it and be like, well, it's all about promoting American individualism, and it denigrates the memory of Black Americans and the Black Panthers and so on and so forth, and the countercultural anti-Vietnam War movement and stuff like that. But also, it has Freebird in it, and that's pretty fucking rad.
Yeah, that's why I don't know if I can have a perspective on this.
No,
yet.
totally fine. If you haven't seen these as you were a kid, yeah. But it sounds like we're...
No, I saw it like 4 years ago, 3 years
Oh, but yeah,
ago.
so you're like what, like
But-
6?
It's going good. Boom.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just,
Okay.
I
Okay,
don't
Sam,
if
you know
I'll
what?
ever have-
You can't remember a goddamn thing about Forrest Gump, but I know you just absolutely adore Cavalcade. So why don't you tell me where it's going
Oh
to
God.
Do you know how I feel about Cavalcade?
Oh, here he comes.
Oh my fucking!
This was Hitler's favorite movie.
Whoa, it was.
sure?
Yes,
Gone with the Wind was Donald Trump's, and now we got Hitler's favorite.
Hitler's
Brothers.
favorite movie was Cavalcade.
I gotta look
Googling
this
that
up.
right
Yeah, I've never heard this
Yeah.
before.
That's nuts.
The film was
That's insane to
reportedly
me.
Adolf Hitler's favorite film. Okay, well, I mean, during 1934, he and Joseph Goebbels had a director of Nazi propaganda films watch the film twice.
Well,
Okay,
all right. Yeah, but it is super boring.
so fucking boring.
insanely.
I think this is the most boring movie I've ever watched in my life. I don't know
Yeah.
how they managed to take a story about a black. You know, this is not gonna sound. This is not really stupid. I don't know how they managed to take a story about a British family at the turn of the century, just kind of going through it, and make it boring. But actually, I do know because it's a fucking boring ass premise, and this movie does jack shit with its premise. It doesn't try to spice it up at all. You don't get really anything from these characters because they're not like on screen enough to like have you care about them. You're jumping around, you're
Right.
cutting between characters, you're cutting between time periods, and you're like, where the fuck am I? Who the fuck are these people, and why should I care?
Folks, do we remember the
Oh
Titanic
my fuck! That
part?
Titanic scene is so stupid.
Oh,
so
oh my god! They're like,
stupid.
they show the time, they show the year, right? They're like
Yeah,
1911
or 1912.
1912, and you're like, and they're on a boat, and you're like, what fucking boat could this possibly be? What boat could this possibly be? And then
They
they
have
like
a
walk.
conversation. Their conversation is about how like, oh, you know, there's so much stuff I want to do with my life, but like, oh, I'm so happy I could die right now. And then they all walk
Wait.
off, and the camera pans down to the life preserver that says the RMS Titanic.
This is a dumb
Like-
movie.
You're like, I saw this
Yeah.
coming 40 minutes ago. Yeah,
Bad.
This is a really bad movie.
it's
Bad.
movie.
There we go.
Okay, up next, $1 Million Baby. Tanner, what do you think about $1 Million Baby?
Mokushla.
Mokushla.
Mokushla. Good movie. Tucker, this was much typed
Sure.
for me because you love this
do love
movie.
this movie.
And it also famously has your favorite female performance or Oscar-winning performance
both,
of all
yeah.
time. Okay. And yeah, it's just like a solid movie. I think. I think Clint Eastwood at behind the camera on this is kind of interesting. Actually, there's some stuff with lighting that I find quite engaging visually. Hilary Swank is obviously great. I mean, it's a combination of physical performance, both athleticism, and then completely shutting that down and flipping the switch on that when she gets paralyzed. And then just like some really dark, like grating emotionally stuff when that happens between her and Clint Eastwood as a character. Yeah, good movie, I think.
Timo.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I'm super grossed out by the bits at the end, like the medical horror stuff. Just like absolutely gives me the ick like fucking nothing else. Like I just get like I want to like shrivel up. I don't think I'm gonna watch this movie again because that part at the end
Sure.
just absolutely freaks me out so much. So I think it's good. This is a movie that doesn't inspire a lot within me to think about. It's a boxing movie, and I'm just not super versed in those beyond what we see for Best Picture. So that's Rocky and $1 Million Baby. Yeah, it's good.
There's a lot of other Rocky/Creed movies you could watch if you want to get really into boxing movies or Raging Bull.
There are. But, I mean, the filmmaking is very effective. The fights are really cool
Oh my
and
God, so
energetic.
well done.
And there's some good other conflict and drama. So I'll just say it's good.
You remember? Sorry, I had to jump in because Timo mentioned the fight, and I just remember the one because so we're watching Hilary Swank in her corner, and we sort of like follow her out of her corner, but the camera stops. And then we're just watching like just the crowd in the corner of the ring for a second, and then you hear the fight going on, and then Hilary Swank just walks back and sits down because she won
so fast,
in like 10 seconds.
Yeah. This is a fucking remarkable movie. I think this is one of the most emotionally impactful movies I've watched. That twist, I think, completely reframes how you think about a sports movie, make it so much more thematically and writing-wise interesting, and three like all-timer performances here. The filmmaking is interesting. The themes are interesting. These characters are so fucking fascinating and so well done. $1 Million is one of my favorite movies. I fucking adored this movie, and I liked it even more the second time I saw it, which sometimes happens, but not usually. Frankly, usually I'm like, I've seen some criticisms this time, but yeah, I love $1 Million. That's goddamn fuck, dude, fuck.
I did not even realize that someone could be that passionate about this movie. It's good. I like it. This is your favorite Oscar-winning performance ever?
Actress performance, yeah.
I didn't know that. That's certainly a unique take. She's good, but wow, I didn't realize. Like, I did not realize that. Anyways, yeah. I mean, it's a good movie. I don't think about it ever, but I remember really liking it. It's nice that it won because it wasn't expected to. It didn't win any precursors for Best Picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it came out super late. Yeah, this is another one where
it came out late, and Scorsese was supposed to, kind of win with The Aviator, but nobody really liked that movie that much.
Couldn't say.
It's like people liked it, but it wasn't like we should give him Best Picture for this.
Sure.
And interesting fact, this movie was produced by Clint Eastwood and Albert S. Ruddy, and they were the producers who accepted the Best Picture Oscar for it. Mm-hmm. In 1973, Clint Eastwood presented Best Picture to The Godfather, which is produced by Albert S. Ruddy, which I think is an interesting full circle moment that they produced this together.
I thought Clint Eastwood was old.
Yeah, Albert S. Ruddy was old.
Mm. There was something else. Oh, this is another one where it sounds like it's going next to Forrest Gump and Good.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
So many of the best movies are all time.
Oh my god! Wait, Albert S. Ruddy is still alive. I think.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Is Clint Eastwood still alive?
Yeah.
No, that's not that crazy.
No,
I said it's crazy that he's that old, but like they were probably around the same age actually when he won for The Godfather.
He produced.
Francis Ford Coppola's still alive. Robert De Niro's still alive. Like what are we? Yeah. Why is it fucking crazy?
That's a good point. In my mind, producers are always old. For some reason.
If you get on a set and the producer's not old, like, run away, man. That shit's not getting made. You're not going to get paid for that.
They got the money.
All right, so it's going in good. Yeah. Next up is Braveheart. Timo, where do you want to start the bidding for Braveheart?
Braveheart's meh. It's a meh movie. It might be a bad movie, but I think that there's so... Are you telling me that the part in which he just yells... freedom while he's about to get his head chopped off is not the cheesiest shit ever?
Wow.
The problem with Braveheart to me is that it is about something that is not about what the plot of the story is. The themes of the movie and the plot of the movie do not line up. Why are they this sort of pseudo-revolutionary plot that Mel Gibson leads us on it's so clearly about America, this movie, and it just I don't see how these very forced in themes work with our setting of the Scottish Highlands and all that. It's like, if you're gonna make it about that, about Scotland, like, make it more about Scotland. Don't make it fucking obviously about the United States. I think it's cheap. I mean, the battles are awesome, but they're also awesome in like, oh my god, these guys are like running at each other and beating on each other with swords, and like they go on for a long time. So I'm mid on Braveheart. I don't think it's that good.
Well, Timo, I'll have you know that if Braveheart wasn't, if that theme, if that I'm losing my train of thought here. If that connection between the Scottish Revolution and the American Revolution wasn't blatant enough, in 5 years later, he just did The Patriot, which is about the American Revolution. So,
yeah.
But dude, I love Braveheart. This is the one that's like my Gladiator, I think, for a lot
Sure.
of people. Where I'm like, now this is fucking badass. This is fucking sweet. Dudes with swords killing each other, arrows hitting dudes. But I think it's also helped out. It's benefited by like the cast of zany Scottish/Irish characters that are here. They're just fucking giving each other a hard time. They're making jokes at each other's expense. They're they're sitting around a fire and telling each other how they fucked each other's mom or something. I don't know. I think that's in there. One dude like, claims that he can speak to God, which is
That guy's really fucking funny.
He is really funny. And Timo, like you said, I just appreciate how the battle scenes, they're just doing it. They just got like hundreds of dudes out there in armor, in costume, with fake swords and everything. We're just running into each other, and I dig that.
Yeah, I also really, really, really like Braveheart. I like it less than the first time I watched it. I thought it was a really like impactful, crazy first watch. Especially we saw it in the theater the first time. But watching it again, this movie is a lot funnier than I think people remember it for. But it just is a really impressive, engaging movie. It's super epic. It's got some crazy, helicopter cinematography. It captures the environments really well. Amazing production design. Mel Gibson's performance is good. I don't love him, but it really is that supporting cast and the scale and the spectacle and the sense of humor that I think this movie that keeps it afloat and keeps it like it's like a solid like 8 out of 10 in my book.
Yeah.
I like Braveheart a lot.
Like the plot with there's betrayal and backstabbing and alliances and stuff like that. It's the original Game of Thrones. Sam, what do you think?
It's fine.
Okay.
I don't really. It's kind of silly and dumb.
Sure.
The dialogue is silly.
Yeah.
It takes itself so seriously, and it's just a very unserious movie. Timo is really right about this movie not being about Scotland. I don't think about Scotland at all when I think about this movie, and I think that's kind of an issue. It's a dumb, silly movie. Probably meh for me as well. I don't. Again, it's just one of those really big movies. This was actually not expected to win Best Picture, which I find
Really?
interesting. That this was actually kind of an upset. Though predicted winner that year was Sense and Sensibility, which
Okay.
Lord have mercy, that is the most boring film I've ever seen in my life.
So you're a little bit happier with
no
Braveheart?
people getting beheaded in Sense and Sensibility.
No, just Emma Thompson
Being
doing
British.
another stale British period piece.
Sure.
So
it sounds like we're gonna bounce out.
Yeah,
Good.
again, it's a silly movie. I don't know how people took this so
Well,
seriously.
that's the reason why I love it so much, though. Is Tanner and I watching this and we're like, wait, there's a sense of wacky.
So you kind of liked it ironically.
No, what? We can like it as a movie with a good sense of humor.
Yeah, it has its irreverent moments, but it also has the scene where he has to rescue his what? Yeah, they're married at that point, actually, from the fucking invading British soldiers and stuff like that. I think it has a sense of irreverence about itself, and it knows when to play into that, but it also knows when to play up the admittedly over the top, and I can see how you think it's cheesy stuff where he's like, they can take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom, and the Game of Thrones intrigue and backstabbing and stuff like that. I think it oscillates between them very deftly, which is why I enjoy this film so much.
So it's going to balance out to good if we've got a love, a good, and two mez, I think.
Uh-huh.
Next up, All the King's Men. Timo. Actually, no, fuck it. Tanner, this is a journalism movie.
Huh?
Talk about it.
All the King's Men is quite solid, I think. This is maybe... well, we'll have to see what everyone else thinks, but I think this is going pretty solidly and good, because it obviously has a really, really interesting idea, a conceit about itself. And that first hour-ish, I think, is very strong, how we take this, hayseed politician, and we sort of craft him into this, firebrand progressive voice of the people, and then how that gets corrupted is just an engaging plot, and up and a down that's a story that we are all too familiar with, I think. Especially we watched this in this is a later watch for us, but I know we drew a lot of comparisons to the election of Donald Trump or whatever, and how it's similar and the big differences as well. But at a certain point, I think there's also some weaknesses about it. I think it spins its wheels a little too much when we're getting towards the end of the film. The supporting performances I remember being a little deflated by, especially in comparison to our lead politician figure, who I don't remember the actor or the character. I'm sorry.
Huey Long,
but I remember
the
it's a good
real
performance.
life guy, wasn't it? Huey Long.
That's not.
Yeah, it wasn't Huey Long. It was based on Huey
Yeah, that's
Long.
the real life governor. That
Willie
the story's-
Stark.
Yeah.
Willie Stark. Thank you. But I'm gonna say good.
Now, Tanner, you might want to amend your
Yeah.
letterbox score to a 2. So if you
Oh.
if you like this movie, because I don't like this movie. I think this is another one.
Oh,
like
okay.
this goes in the exact same bucket as A Man for All Seasons for me. I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. No, there's nothing that this movie does other than that basic premise of like bringing a guy up from nothing to being powerful and having that sort of corrupt him. I don't remember his performance being particularly engaging. I think it is very telling that I didn't remember. I didn't remember that was the conceit of the movie, to be 100% honest. Like, I was like, I just remember there being, like, politics of some kind.
Tucker, did you throw it to me because you didn't remember
I thought it was
what
a
the movie
journalism
about?
movie.
It's not really. I mean, one of our, like, character is a journalist.
I think that's the part that I remembered. But
yeah.
no, this is bad for me. Easy bad.
Okay, that's fine.
Timo?
Yeah, I'm kind of mad on this one. I remember the story being, it's a cool political thriller, but there's, I don't know. It just didn't really like do a whole lot for me. There was all this like side plot action with like a rich family that I remember
terrible.
not really being very interested in. And ultimately that his corruption, Willie Stark's corruption, nips him in the bud, right, in the form of like a relationship. Like he's got some. Right? Am I remembering what happens?
Well, he also gets shot at the end of the movie.
Oh yeah, he just gets assassinated at the end.
He does? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, tell us how much this
That's
movie
how the movie
sticks
ends.
with
They're
me,
like,
is that I just do not remember most of the plot points. So it's kind of meh in my mind.
Sam?
That's fine.
Meh. It has good parts. I remember liking this one more than a lot of the historical dramas of the time, but it's still a historical drama from that time, and it can't escape that, so it's never going to be anything I'm particularly interested in. Did you know, though, that John Ireland, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actor for this movie, has 15 more minutes of screen time than Broderick Crawford, who won Best Actor for playing the titular character?
Yeah,
but
I think
he actually has less screen time.
Huh.
So
yeah, I think we mentioned that in the trivia section.
That's crazy.
So is it going in meh?
Yeah.
meh.
Okay, meh it is. That's fine. Tucker, I honestly didn't remember that I had that at 2 on Letterboxd, and this may be another scenario where I'm like, I remember the things that I like about it, and to me that becomes the whole movie when it probably
This is
wasn't.
definitely what I'm going to go like listen to the Quest episode of in the next couple days. To be like, what the fuck did we think about this? It's just left my mind. But a movie that I think is kind of hard to leave your mind for a couple of reasons is Wings, the very first Best Picture winner that I remember being pretty blown away by. I mean, it's not one of my favorite movies, but as the first Best Picture winner, you're like, no, yeah, I mean, like, I can see why this would win, like, big awards, because it's just, like, they are fucking going for it in this movie. They're trying some crazy shit. It holds up very well visually. We got a totally simple, but, totally serviceable, like, love triangle plot, I think. But really what you think, when you think of this movie, you think of, how the fuck did they do this? Like, they made aerial battles in the 1920s, and airplanes hadn't been around that long, let alone film. It's just like the fact that this movie came out and was as good as it was and is still as good as it is really, really impressive. And so this is an easy good for me. I think Wings is a very good movie.
From the legacy of Wings in 1927, we know that we've had to combine airplanes and movie cameras, and that has that remains true to today with Top Gun Maverick. I think that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Timo?
This is talk about just an unbelievably impressive movie. It goes from holy shit, I can't believe they did that to holy shit, I can't believe they did that, like over and over and over, and you're like, oh my god, and then you think about it, you're like, the guy's he's in the plane, he's driving the plane, lining up the shots, cranking the camera, like doing everything right now, and he's flying, like
he's flying.
They fly now.
They fly now.
Yeah, and it's a the story. Who cares?
Yeah,
Who cares about the story? They fly planes. Like I don't know.
That's good.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
good.
fine story. It's a nice little romance number. Yeah, it's super impressive. I can't believe this thing got made. It's cool.
Sam?
Yeah, it's a cool movie. Obviously, it's the first one, so it's a big one. And I like that it has nudity. I like that it has
Boobs in it. That's my Roman Empire.
A kiss in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's cool
Is
that was in a Best Picture winner. I don't really care much for it personally. I mean, it's fine. And in the titular role, it stars Nellie Leroy. I mean, Clara Bow. Apologies.
Did you say titular role?
Titular role.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm passionate about it, but it's good.
It's good. Yeah.
Tanner?
Hey, I could just say like, hey, remember that scene where they pushed the camera across all those tables?
Yeah. Oh, that's a great shot.
Everyone's
God
drinking over
damn.
top of it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this
good.
movie has to be good for as inventive as it is. Like there are some shot compositions and creative camera placement here that won't be matched until like Godard comes around 40 years later. And so like for a movie of its time, especially when everything was proscenium framing and we had to be really simple with things, like Wings really, really pushes the medium. And I think there's a case for it being game changer, not because it's the first Best Picture winner, because that's self-evident, but because it does set a really high bar for what a Best Picture winner can be in terms of creativity of the medium that, other than All Quiet on the Western Front, isn't really like topped for like another 10 years or like something like that. It's like they completely like set the bar high, and then they're like, Broadway Melody and Cimarron and Cavalcade, and we're like, oh, these are Best Fiction winners in comparison to fucking Wings, dude? Fucking Wings?
Yeah, I don't know. There was no game to change,
That's a great
so I don't know if it could
point,
be a
but
game changer.
Isn't creating the game a pretty significant change?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I love Wings, but usually just the ones with buffalo sauce and blue cheese.
Let's put it in good.
Very good.
It's good. It's good.
Don't know if I love Wings 1927 as much as I like Wings with
We've
buffalo
only
sauce
got
on
a
it.
couple
we got it.
Four
We got
more
it.
left.
4 more.
Sunrise. Timo, talk to me about Sunrise.
F.W. Murnau.
W.
They. You can tell.
Fuck with
You can tell
Murnau.
we've been sitting here for 2 hours because we're getting a little. I fuck with it. I fuck with this movie. It's cool. It's something about it. It's beautiful. Oh my god, the cinematography in this film. It's incredibly well shot. It's really inventive. It's a silent movie, which, bah humbug, whatever.
Bah humbug indeed.
No, Sunrise, it stands as these, first films. I remember some of y'all didn't really care for the story that much, but I found it to be pretty entertaining, at least. It's an early example of film, and so I had a good time. I'm also going to say it's good, because I think it should be pretty much paired with Wings. I don't think that Wings and Sunrise, I think those films are forevermore linked together in that they were both the first. They're both very good for different reasons, so I think that they deserve to sit next to each other.
Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't really have much of a feeling towards this movie. I remember when I watched this movie, someone told me, oh, like the next time you watch a silent movie, you should just put your own music over it to see what the vibe would be. So like for part of it, I did that to see. So I just turned on the radio and then WAP came on.
That would change the tone of Sunrise.
It definitely changed the tone. But I mean, it's fine. I'm sorry, Sight and Sound. This is not the 11th best film of all time. That is fucking insane. 11th best film of all time. Crazy opinion there. But yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Okay.
Tanner?
So what do you say? What are you landing on?
Meh.
Good.
Wherever is it going to go to meh or good? Either one.
Tanner, how do you feel?
I feel kind of meh about it as well, and I feel bad for saying that because I remember us watching Wings and Sunrise back to back, I think, for Quest.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for saying like, oh, the one that has the cool plane stuff in it is the one I remember more, but like that's kind of how it is.
That can be true.
Sadly. But it seems a little. It seems just a little like reductive. It's like, oh, why didn't Sunrise have cool planes and stuff in it? But instead, it was like, it's a character drama. It's very thematic. It's dealing with like temptation and darkness and not forgiveness, but redemption, I guess rather. So I'm gonna say meh, I guess. And Timo, while I would like for Wings and Sunrise to be forever paired, I just don't know. I just don't know if I can do that. I'm sorry, everyone.
I like them paired in the historical sense, but not in the I care about them the same amount sense, because I thought Sunrise was reasonably well made, but I personally, like on a very internal level, I did not find this movie engaging at all. I found its themes and its characters to be incredibly, I want to say basic for my taste, but maybe that's just me misremembering it. I didn't care for this movie at all. I think it is well made, but yeah, it's a meh for me, which 3 mehs and a good puts it in meh. So sorry, Sunrise. Okay. And sorry, the pairing of Wings and Sunrise that Timo made a big stink about. But
we've split them up. No.
We sorry, fuck with her now.
FW now. Coda time. Tanner, talk to me about Coda.
Here we go, Tucker. I'm cracking open my case. Okay, I'm cracking it open. I'm ready to make a case for here.
You would already have a case if you're cracking it open, so you don't have to make it.
This is not a serious case, but like my joke with Coda was going to be that it's a game changer because it's the first streaming movie to ever win Best Picture.
I mean, in a historical sense, that actually might be true. Going forward, once we see what movies end up winning, but. We don't feel that impact right now, and also,
no, of course not.
I don't want that to be the case.
It's largely unserious, but in seriousness, I really love Coda. This film really gets to my heart, really touches my emotions. It's one of the I'm not a crier during a lot of movies, but Coda gets me to cry. It gets me to cry multiple times, and it's just like all the performances are so lovable, man. Everyone in this is so good and just charming and so funny, and when they have to be dramatic and heartbreaking, they are. And I know people say Sam, I don't want to hear these words come out of your mouth, that it doesn't look very visually interesting, and I don't want to hear you say it's a TV movie or whatever, even though it kind of literally is, because it's a streaming film.
Apple TV Plus.
Yeah.
Apple what Plus?
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't think it. But like, honestly speaking, I feel like it doesn't need to be huge and bombastic because its heart lies within its characters, and that's where this film puts a lot of its energy.
Yeah, I also love Coda. I mean, I think that it's a great ensemble piece, a great character study. It's just such a charming, focused movie that hits you at your core, and you're like, yeah, goddamn, these are some great people I want to sit down and like have some spaghetti with.
Yeah, man.
I love Coda. That's a love
people I want to have spaghetti with.
It's like having a beer with George W. Bush. I want to have spaghetti with the Coda family.
Yeah, Troy Kotzer.
Tell me you wouldn't. Tell me you wouldn't.
Let's get some bolognese.
I would.
No, I would. Oh, yeah. I would. I also think this is a great little charming film. I think that it definitely comes from a place of, oh my God, the world sucks. Everything is horrible, like COVID, and everybody we hate life. Like let's get some affirmations here, and it really succeeds in that, and makes me happy to be a human and be like, oh, there is good stuff in the world. So yeah, I think it's good. It's well made, especially given that it's a super mega indie budget. Like absolutely no money was spent on making this film. So just goes to show, I think, how far you can get with not a lot in the new modern age of filmmaking. It does kind of look a little flat. Sure. The like actual lighting is clearly not as expensive as other films. Lighting is often where you see budget the most. In my experience looking on set and all that. When I actually am like, oh, I know what the budget is, therefore I know how they're gonna change the lighting to go quicker or to use less lights or something. So yeah, I think overall it's good.
Yeah. Oh, the representation obviously of deaf actors should also not be understated here. Which as I have learned is something that this film lauds over. Its source material. The original French film only had one deaf actor, I want to say, portraying a deaf character, and had hearing actors portraying the rest of the family.
Yeah.
Tim, how do you feel?
So, as a movie itself, it's fine. It's cute. It's entertaining. I do think, though, that people don't understand what this movie actually did. So I have a friend, and his mom grew up with three deaf brothers.
Wow.
When this movie won Best Picture, the organizations and companies that the family worked with and those organizations that helped them so much received massive donations.
Yeah. Nice.
Because Troy Kotsur became an Academy Award winner, just because like his name, him being a deaf actor and him having Academy Award winner by his name, boosted the increase of visibility for this company by 30%.
Yeah.
So this movie actually did make an impact. Like, the people who are like, oh, this has no impact, like, it's just a spur of the moment. Like, sure, like, as a movie itself, it doesn't do anything. Fine. But because this movie won Best Picture, the eyes on that community actually grew.
Yeah.
And you don't get that with The Power of the Dog, which, who the fuck's talking about that now?
Well, like,
Yeah.
I'll donate to some gay cowboys.
One person. I'm sorry. That's a good movie. I like that movie more than Coda, sure. But the people who are like, oh my god, that movie was so robbed. This movie's going to be remembered forever as a masterpiece. It's not. That's not true.
The Criterion
It's a
Collection.
movie. That's why all Netflix. The same thing happened with Roma, and obviously, Green Book is way worse than Coda. But I think that no one talks about Roma anymore. It's all of these. This is why I hope Netflix doesn't ever have a Best Picture, because all of their movies come and go. They're just award season juggernauts, and then they don't exist outside of that realm.
Yeah.
And The Power of the Dog is the same thing. Like, it would be a little weird if The Power of the Dog won Best Picture, looking at it in retrospect. Is it weird that Coda did? Yeah, but it's more of an interesting narrative. And I also think that it actually did more than people say and think that it did. People seem to think they know everything about the industry and about, the impact that certain films have. But I wouldn't have known if I wasn't friends with this guy. Like, I wouldn't have known that this movie actually did have an impact on the deaf community and the organizations that contribute to helping them. And for that, I can put it under good, because even though the movie itself I like it, I'm fine with it. It doesn't like change anything about film or challenge you in any way. It's a perfectly serviceable crowd pleaser. Knowing that about it actually, and what happened after it won Best Picture actually makes me very happy.
Sure.
It's a good movie.
What are we doing? Are we doing good or are we doing love? We got 2 and 2.
Good.
Are we really putting Coda in love? That's very extreme.
I'm gonna go good. I'll swing it down. I'm sorry, Tanner. I do really like Coda, but it's a movie that I liked a lot more. In the moment when I saw it, it's not a movie that stuck with me a ton, other than a handful of really great performances. Like, those are absolutely, that's what this movie has going for. Like, some really, really, really amazing performances. But otherwise, putting it in love amongst some of the other movies that are a little more filmically interesting or historically important, Coda's gonna go in good. And now we've got. Actually, I want to end on Everything Ever All at Once, just to sort of bookend this.
Let's talk about
Argo. Because Argo is actually not on.
There's not as much to talk about.
Just for the audience and just for historical purposes. For whatever reason, I didn't add the poster to Argo, so we have to I have to add it in post. But so the reason we didn't get.
Tucker, can you make it do a flip right now, since you can add it in post?
Wow.
Just have it do a flip.
Ah, look at that.
Wow.
Argo. Tanner, how do you feel about Argo?
Meh. Sorry, I'm not in love with Argo like a lot of other people are. I think it's it's been a long time since we watched Argo. Let's be clear. But I remember having a perfectly fine time with the political thriller elements of it and trying to get through the airport and the yada yada yada, and the framing, the true story of it's a movie that's meant to be an event that's meant to be turned into a movie. Let's be clear. That Hollywood would love, because it's wow, these Hollywood people, they made some real change in the world, and look how cool and awesome and good at being spies we are. But I also remember being severely underwhelmed by the emotional stakes of Argo. Sure, I don't want these people to be thrown in Iranian prison, but also, why should I care about them on a human level? Ben Affleck has a kid that he wants to see.
Yeah, his kid has a Darth Vader action figure or something. I don't remember.
Yeah. So it's going in meh for me. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, meh. It has no impact and is forgotten. It's a film that exists.
Yeah.
That's the most I can say about it.
Yeah.
This is the original movie that we said was a ball twister. This was a ball
True.
tugger and a ball twister. And so I remember it for being very, very tense and having some good comedic moments. But I'm probably going to agree with you guys and put it in meh, because it's...
Whoa, we're getting mess across the board.
There's one lover of this film, and he's not here today, so...
He's not in
Sure.
attendance today.
Yeah, it's fine. It works. I liked that it was making the movie about making a movie. It's a good twist on that, because it's not just about making a movie.
Yeah.
Which
It's
is
about making
nice,
a fake movie, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, yeah. So
And we got Argo
The
Fuck
parts-
Yourself, and I probably say that once a week.
the parts that I like at the are often the
impact.
ones in Hollywood, and the scenes that are taking place like in the industry, and we're getting more look into how
John Goodman,
films-
Alan Arkin, they're going fucking nuts.
Those part's pretty funny. Those are pretty funny parts.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's also not
otherwise
the majority of the
it's-
movie.
Yeah, it's mostly Ben Affleck, which is
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, I like Argo. I think it's a good movie, and I think that for me it comes down to not necessarily the characters or the thematics and stuff like that, but it is just in its filmic qualities. I think it's edited very well, and I think that it gets some really good tension once the movie really starts going. I think that there's some really nicely edited scenes of tension, and that scenario was just really fascinating to watch. Like it's a thing that's hard to believe actually happened, and it feels so right to turn it into a movie. And I think that in its filmic elements, with the tension building and the editing, it uses filmic elements to tell that story in a more compelling way. So it's not a movie that I have any significant connection to. But I think as it stands, I would put it in good, but I'm outvoted. Meh, totally fine. I'm not going to freak out about Argo going in meh. But
Oh, Tucker, just for the record, could you tell us to Argo fuck ourselves?
Sure. Well, I'll channel the spirit of Abram Buhner and say Argo fuck
Okay.
yourselves.
There we go. Thank you.
But the last one we have to talk about here is Everything Everywhere All at Once, of course, the latest Best Picture winner as the time of recording. Sam is sitting back and preening himself. Tim,
Now, are there people who like this movie in this call right now?
Are they in the room with us
Do
right
any
now?
of us like this movie? Are they in the
Yeah,
room
who
with us
likes
right
this
now?
movie?
actually, you know what? I'm going to start with an uncommon pick. Timo, what do you think about Everything Everywhere All at Once?
I think this is a very good movie. I think that it could be in contention for Game Changer, is what we were really talking about that a lot right after it came out. But I have an issue with that.
Yeah.
It's the newest
of
Best
course.
Picture winner.
It's exactly.
We don't quite
Exactly.
know. I want it to be. I think it might be. I think our guesses on our predictions are pretty good. That this signals a shift. It feels very different. It feels like a new age of filmmaking. It feels post-COVID, but it feels like we're in this new maximalist, meta-modernist type beat of a
YouTube
cinema.
music video inspired.
Yes, and it's a new form of the art, and so we're getting into something new, but we haven't seen the new. It's
Yeah.
the only one, so I really like it. I think this movie does a ton. It deserves a lot of the accolades it's got. It's very impressive. Can't believe that it was made by like not a insane budget and not with a top of the line crew, but they made it, and it looks great. I think the pacing suffers a bit here and there. Some of the fights can go on a little too long, but they're still awesome. Like, it's still a badass fight, and the choreography is well done. And it like these newer films, it's got the more representation of an Asian American immigrant story that is handled very well. As well as more, fears of what are all these stupid millennials afraid of? Well, that's what this movie is about, really. So,
What are these dumb old millennials afraid of? And then those Zoomers too.
Moms,
what are they
bagels?
fretting about? Yeah, what are they fretting about? What's that existential dread all about? I'll be quick. I'll try to be quick. I'll say just so
You
we
can
aren't.
talk about this movie as much as you want, Tanner. This video is long enough.
No. I mean, just so like we're not repeating the same things, especially when Tucker and Sam get to talk about this, and also plenty of people, if you can believe it, have lumped praise on this film for a long time.
Almost a full year.
Yes, almost a full year.
Over
And it was loud and boisterous when it was getting lumped on. So it's a fantastic movie. Like, any angle that you come at it from, it basically perfects the form and perfects what it's trying to do, I think. whether it be performances or writing or editing or music or costumes or production design, or getting like to the emotional themes or the societal themes that it's commenting on. It's all fucking great, man. And I'm not like a person who this cuts to my heart. I'm like, this is a movie that I personally love and adore and I think about all the time. But like, it's a love for me, just because when I'm watching it, I get sucked into it every single time. I'm bouncing across the multiverse with Evelyn and the whole freaking crazy gang, and I love it.
Yeah, Sam.
Of course, it's amazing. I didn't like this movie as much as I do now when I first watched it. I think I rated it like a 7 out of 10 when I first watched it, which you wouldn't expect, because I also like kind of got lost and didn't really.
Totally fair. I felt that as well. Yeah.
Also, it was also the day before that year's Oscars, so I was kind of like, it might have even been the day of, and I was like kind of in distress. Yeah, it's obvious. I have nothing new to add. It's everything everywhere all at once. Legend, mother, icon, Academy Award winner Michelle Yeoh. Oh, sometimes if I'm really upset, I'll just watch that video of her winning, and everything goes away.
So you get to hear her dress like scratching against the mic or whatever.
No, that was her SAG.
Oh, that was SAG. My mistake. Sorry.
Yes.
That was. It's impactful for me because I'm like, that was the one where I'm like, okay, she's winning the Oscar now.
Yeah, that was the moment when everything changed, and she made history, and it was beautiful, and I sobbed.
Is that your spiel?
That's
now here's the thing. It's something that's interesting. Through this conversation, we've hit on a couple movies that are all-timers that have been talked to death, and the phrase keeps coming up, what else are we going to add to it? And I find that to be a phrase that I push back against, because what the fuck do I care if I am contributing to the conversation? I want to talk about a movie I love. I don't give a fuck if anyone said this shit before. This movie is my favorite movie of all time. It dethroned Avengers Endgame, and Endgame was my favorite movie for, I think, 4 years at that point. And now I have this, and I have rewatched this movie more in 1 year than I think any other movie in my life. I think that Everything Ever All at Once, for me, feels like the kind of forward-thinking modern energy that other people must have felt while watching things like Midnight Cowboy or Wings or Breathless, or these movies that completely changed what the form can be. And as it is reflective of the moment, not only through representation, both race-wise with the Asian immigrant family and identity-wise with Joy's whole queer identity being a massive element of this film. It feels of the moment in that way, but also with the passion of a new group of filmmakers completely flipping on the head what came before and using different kinds of inspirations. People, for the longest time, would see people making YouTube videos as, they're not making the real movies. But in the last 2 years, we've seen YouTube people making movies that are really well received, and obviously one of them winning Best Picture. And that is a marked shift between what is inspiring you to make a movie. What stylistically are your roots? What are they coming from? People weren't doing that before because obviously YouTube and social media didn't exist, but that is something that can and will frame the industry going forward as new voices take over and, completely subsume the industry. So I'm not only comfortable putting this love because it's my favorite movie of all time, but I'm comfortable saying that if we ever do a list like this again, it will be in Game Changer.
Yeah, can we make a new tier that's will be Game Changer?
Not yet, because it just came out, but
just guaranteed.
But yeah. And I think that Tanner also nailed in on something. Not only do I think it's personally resonant and very forward looking, and I really like its freshness, but I really do think that when you break down each of its elements, especially for the $14 million budget,
come on, dude.
This is the most passion and quality.
It looks better than any.
The editing and the special effects and the costume design and the performances and the production design. It's like they fucking made this for $14 million. Like it makes your filmmaking bones like jiggle with excitement. You're like, this is possible. Like people can do this. And so from all of those angles, it's obviously a love. Obviously, it's a love, but I'm personally very excited to watch this movie and the people that it inspires, because this will obviously be a movie that inspires people 15 years down the line to make movies similar to it.
Of course.
Watch this new era of film begin, because I think we can all agree, like, within the last 15 years, I didn't really feel like there's been like a ton of movement creatively in the film industry, and this feels like a catalyst. It feels fresh, it feels new, and it feels inspirational, not only to new types of filmmakers or people from different backgrounds, but for making new types of movies.
Feels fresh. It feels new. It's
Guys,
sexy. It's
A
hot.
multiverse movie won Best Picture. That is a theme that
Yeah,
has
well,
only been
especially
popular for like
It's a
5
movie
years.
with multiverse, butt plugs, and dildos and fucking hot dog fingers to
It's
get
crazy.
the second woman of color to win the Academy Award for
Yeah.
Best Actress. Like, that's insane.
Imagine what we'll have to do for number 3.
Literally.
Number 3, what?
It's like,
The third moment.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah, it's gotta be crazy,
Yeah.
man. But
Yeah.
guys, we did it. We ranked
Holy shit.
96
Oh, hang on. Let
Best
me
Picture winners.
let me put Everything Everywhere All at Once in
Yeah.
Love. Boom. There it is. But now we did it.
Now we did it.
And thus ends the project. Over 6 hours of discussion, in depth discussing each of these movies, really feeling like I think we're all pretty happy with this. Of course, there's subjective ones. It's like, that's too low. Mostly me. A lot of my favorite movies and good, and that pisses me off. But I'll get over it.
Yeah, who I can't believe we called those movies
Those
good.
No,
movies
fuck
are-
you,
I can't
fuck
believe
you.
it.
Those movies are not good.
They're not good. They're not good. That's Tucker screaming at the camera.
We did it, boys. Any closing thoughts from any of you?
It's interesting that if just looking at the completed chart here, weighted towards the top.
Yep.
Most movies in good or
Yeah,
love.
it's
seems
true.
Like. Yeah. And game. Well, and a couple games.
Yeah.
A couple.
But yeah.
And every movie in that is good or love. So
We actually do have the equal amount in Game Changer and Harmful. So
ooh.
all is balanced.
can't
all
wait to
is
see
zen
which
with the
one
world.
from this year goes in Game Changer or Harmful. It has to be one or the other.
Naiad.
Naiad, Harmful.
Timo, any closing thoughts?
Not really. There's
Okay.
a lot of movies that we watched, and it's fun to keep talking about them. So, glad to have provided maybe a little direction for any would-be Best Picture tacklers.
Yeah.
Be like, okay, these are the ones that are pretty good. Here's your list.
How
of
many
good,
Quest
bad.
knockoffs are we going to get in the next couple of years when people really recognize us?
people trying to jack our style. What the hell?
And they might
man?
jack it because,
Well, who
Sam-
are we to stop
It's a
them?
good style to jack.
Sam, what do you think? Closing thoughts?
Fuck Oliver for beating 2001: A Space Odyssey
Yeah.
in several categories.
And with
I'm glad. I'm actually really glad. That was my low-key my favorite moment was when we just agreed to put it in Harmful.
Yeah, why not? We can't put everyone that beat something better in Harmful, but
But when
that's
it's
the one that we
2001,
when it's
Yeah.
Oliver Crash
We
and
can't.
Green Book, we make exceptions.
decided. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for watching, everyone. Sticking around. If you have, leave comments, please. Can you imagine if this doesn't get caught in the algorithm? How much fucking work is just down the toilet? Leave a goddamn comment, you shit brains. We will see you guys.
That's a good way to get them to do it,
Yeah.
Tucker, is to call them shit brains.
Look,
that's a good way.
they know me, they love me. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
We'll see you guys in another video.